But do keep following me at Ruth Davidson MSP. And make sure that you use hashtag #YesSheCan. So, thanks. Let's do this.
Hold it up. Warm up. How are you? Right. What a schoolboy error was that?
Great to be joining the team, and I hope I don't prove to be one of the kind of signings that my football club are a bit better addition to the squad than
it's enough to make you anxious?
Very. This is for us, for the Labour Party, the Labour movement, a really, really big moment to come back in one Parliament. Given the scale of the defeat last time, it could be huge for us. So obviously we're just waiting now to see. But I actually feel that this would be a big moment for a lot of young people in the country as well. I just want to just say that quickly. Okay, you know, there's a lot of people under 30, perhaps more likely to vote for Labour, who've only ever had negativity on a night like this. They've only ever had a kind of terrible experience. You know, there's been rough times that they've been introduced to politics. Tonight, for them, could be their best, most uplifting night. I hope so, but we'll see.
Beth Rigby.
I'm very excited.
I can see that.
And when I wasn't a political journalist on television, I would sit and watch exit polls, and I would watch it all night. So I am so excited about this. The exit poll is the moment where the die is cast, and then from that, the story of the night unfolds, and it's the
like
most
England playing against Slovakia,
brilliant, exhilarated. I think, yes.
It is a national moment. So little we do now. We have to do it at an exact time and an exact place, and then we get to share it with all our neighbours.
And no
but
one
something
knows.
like this really does happen, and all these WhatsApp groups around the country will be going mad, you know, talking about this.
We're almost
and that
there,
and the other.
guys. Trevor?
Taking up Andy's point, we don't know if there's going to be a change in government, but if there is, I think it will be the first time anybody under 45 will have voted in an election where there's been a change of this kind. So it's momentous.
It is momentous.
Momentous.
And you've been told not to put your glasses on by your mum until after the exit poll.
They're going on soon.
Yeah.
The mad thing is, I thought you would know by now, Kay, but the thing is that no one does know,
Did you see he
they?
brought the bit of paper over? And I said, don't give it to me.
Okay.
Because I want to enjoy the moment when everybody else is doing it at the same time. You know, and so if you're watching at home, I don't know. It's so exciting. As Beth was saying, I have no idea what the result is. What I do know is in 2 minutes' time, just a little bit over, we'll know exactly, as far as the exit poll is concerned, what has happened. And somebody who's been in that for the first time ever is our Ed, of course. He will leave where they have been crunching those numbers very shortly. We've got a cab for him specially. Beth's not even looking at me anymore. And he will be heading this way to let us know exactly what happened when those numbers were being crunched. So the campaigning is over. The leaders and their foot soldiers can do no more. Starmer, Sunak, and their main players will be anxiously awaiting the results of our exit poll. Will it be a clear majority? Will it be a narrow lead? Or will it be a hung parliament? Will it fit with the expectations outlined in previous polls over the last 6 weeks? Could it provide us with a narrative for the night based on what we have seen before? 133 polling stations around Britain have been asked to duplicate their ballot. They did. This is what's happened, ladies and gentlemen. The exit poll 2024.
Senior politicians, advisors and commentators to react to the big stories right through the night.
Ready for an avalanche of information and reaction? Our political editor, Chris Mason, is with us here in the studio.
So, we're seconds away from 10 o'clock and the exit poll, a first indication of how the night might unfold. More than 20,000 people took part on behalf of the BBC, ITV News and Sky in this first July election since 1945. 326 seats are needed to win. So, here we go.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a majority of around 170 seats.
The exit poll predicts that Labour will have captured 410 seats, adding 209. It suggests the Conservatives will have lost 241 MPs, landing on 131.
On to the other numbers. The Liberal Democrats up 53 on 61 seats. Reform on 13 seats. The SNP down 38 seats. According to this exit poll, on 10. Plaid Cymru are on 4, they're up 2. And the Greens are up 1 on 2.
All the pointers tonight are that Sir Keir Starmer is taking Labour back to power. Only the 5th Labour leader to win a general election. These are the first indications of what may unfold, but a moment of history beckons. Chris.
Blimey, just take a look and take in those numbers. The Conservative Party, so often an election-winning machine, looks pulverised tonight, taking in those numbers. At the last general election, it was Labour that was pulverised, reduced to its smallest number of seats since 1935. At the time, there was talk that Boris Johnson might serve as Prime Minister into the 2030s, and that for Labour to win by just a smidgen would require a Himalayan climb on their part. And yet you look at those numbers and they have won by a mile. What does this tell you? It tells us a lot about voter volatility. Like never before, more people in more places more often are more willing to change their minds about who they support from one election to another. That's why it looks like we went from a landslide last time for the Conservatives to a landslide for Labour this time. It is going to be quite the night.
And Chris, we should remind viewers there's a high degree of scepticism we should apply to this exit poll. They have a very good track record, but it's only over the next few hours that the results will come in and will tell us the real verdict of the British people. But it does seem, as it has done all the way throughout this campaign, that Sir Keir Starmer has done something extraordinary, pulling back Labour from where it was in 2019.
Astonishing when you look at the Labour numbers, given where they were, given the extent to which they had been so comprehensively beaten last time. There was lots of folk in lots of political parties anticipating that that would mean they'd be out of power for at least a decade. And yet you look at these numbers, and of course we should insert the caveat, shouldn't we? But given the margin of that Labour lead in the exit poll, there is plenty of scope for that to be out by a reasonable margin and Labour still to be heading for a very sizable, historically big majority. Where we should insert a few more caveats, shouldn't we, is around some of the smaller parties, not least the Scottish National Party, by dint of the SNP merely standing in Scotland. There are fewer data entry points into that exit poll, so there's a bit more caution around that. Similarly around reform as well. So some things to sort of mark our card in terms of caveats. But in terms of the big story, it looks very clear. And we overuse words like historic, don't we, occasionally in journalism. I'll plead guilty to that. But these numbers, if they are broadly in line with where we find ourselves by breakfast time, warrant that label.
Yeah, historic, seismic.
Yeah.
What a shift in the political tectonic plates. No question that the polls have been all over the place in terms of measuring the size of a potential Labour majority. But if this exit poll, for early indication, if it is right, we're talking about potentially Labour being in power into the 2030s.
Well, or not, because who knows if the equal and opposite might happen at that
Exactly.
as a next election. And the recent electoral history tells you that things can swing in all sorts of directions remarkably quickly. But to answer your question the other way, if you like, Clive, if you're a Conservative tonight absorbing these numbers, clearly they are bleak and point to a long, long way back if that's how the numbers stack up as the hours come. You know, the number of Conservative seats worst in a century, Labour broadly similar in terms of where they are majority-wise and indeed seats-wise, according to the exit poll, from 1997. So to just give you some sort of historical metric, that's the zone we're in.
OK, Chris, thank you. We're going to be getting much more from you throughout the night, of course.
We will, and through the night we'll be joined by a parade of political guests. Some of them will be in jubilation. Some of them will be very much at the other end of the scale. We're joined initially by Lord Mandelson, who is, of course, one
already,
of the architects of the 1997 New Labour victory. And Steve Baker, the Conservative, who doesn't know yet whether or not he has held on to his seat in Wickham. And we will come to them in just a couple of minutes. But I want to remind you of these numbers as they have been revealed by the exit poll, showing Labour on 410 seats, having gained 209. The Conservatives crashing down to 131, losing 241. 61, the Liberal Democrats, an incredible performance for them if they are correct, on 53 seats. The SNP crashing down to 10, Plaid Cymru gaining 2, the Greens gaining 1, and the Reform Party gaining 13. You can just about see them coming onto the glorious prow of Broadcasting House here in the heart of London. But as Chris was saying, particularly when it comes to the smaller parties, we will insert lots of grains of salt at this stage. Small errors, small margins of errors in the exit poll could end up with very, very different tallies for them by the end of the night. So bear that in mind.
Yeah, health warnings will be the order of the night until we start getting the real results coming in. Hopefully the first result, possibly in the next hour, hour and a half. Who knows? Fingers crossed we'll be able to get that to you. Of course, if you're going to have a majority to Labour, according to the exit poll of 170, then that means a number of Labour gains, quite clearly. Right around the country, we're going to have a look at some of those that our psephologists suggest could be changing hands to Labour with a 95% level of certainty. Swindon South, Darlington, Rutherglen from the SNP. We already had the exit poll suggest the situation in Scotland there. Wrexham, Conservative, now potentially gone, according to our exit poll. Leon Atherton, Middlesbrough, Swindon North as well. And it's going to be very, very interesting indeed.
Well, let's go straight to one of the people who it looks like is heading for government. Angela Rayner is with us tonight from Ashton-under-Lyne. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Do you believe these numbers, Angela Rayner?
Well, the numbers are encouraging, but of course the exit poll is a poll, so we haven't had any results yet. I think Keir Starmer has done a tremendous job of transforming the Labour Party and putting forward a programme for government that I'm hopeful that people have got behind.
The numbers are a bit more than encouraging, though, for the Labour Party. I mean, you will have had thousands of activists out on the stump today, banging on doors, doing their own research with their clipboards, getting busy. Do your numbers at Labour HQ broadly match with what we've seen tonight?
Well, if you look at where we were in 2019, just to get a majority of one, we'd have had to have a swing greater than Tony Blair's in 1997. So we know a number of seats were on a knife edge from our own data. But I also know that all of our activists and our candidates have been going out there, not taking anything for granted, and speaking to the electorate about what they believe matters to them and the concerns that they've had. And I think that the thing that kept coming back to us was that the 14 years the Tories have been in power and the chaos that they've had to tolerate is that they wanted that change.
And we'll understand tonight why you're at this stage a bit reluctant to crack a smile. It's been Keir Starmer's watchword all the way through, is to tell you all you must not be complacent. And yet you might be able to hear Peter Mandelson chuckling along in the studio here as you are nobly emphasising that it still may be uncertain for you. So do you think that you are going to be Deputy Prime Minister by the end of the weekend?
Well, look, it'd be an absolute honour and a privilege to be re-elected, first of all, as the MP for Ashton-under-Lyne, but then to be in government as the Deputy Prime Minister. And the 9 years I've been an MP, I've not been able to effect change because we've been in opposition. So the ability and the opportunity to serve the British people and to bring about that change that they're desperate for would be an absolute privilege for me. But I'm not counting my chickens until we've got those results coming in.
Angela Rayner, Clive Myrie here. You're saying you're not counting your chickens. What kind of chickens might they be? What kind of chickens would you like to see in terms of a future job description in a Keir Starmer government?
Well, look, I've been dealing with the New Deal for working people. I want to see secure jobs for people. I want to see those 1.5 million homes that we've promised to be built. I want to support our local government colleagues and our communities and bring them closer together. And I want to serve in whichever way I possibly can, hopefully in a Labour government that can bring about that change they desperately need. And it will be a team effort. The Shadow Cabinet have been working well together, and the Labour team are very keen to make sure that we put country before party and that we serve in whichever way that Keir Starmer would like us to.
Angela Rayner, thank you so much. Bravely standing in the rain there in your own constituency. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Bit of a smile at the very end.
At the very end.
We all caught that. We all caught that. It is an exit poll. It's an early indication, but it is suggesting a landslide for Labour. We're waiting for the results to start coming in, and we have correspondents at more counts right around the country than any other broadcaster. So stick with us and analysing the results, getting a sense of how the evening is going to progress, is my colleague Rita Chakrabarti, who'll be feeding all that statistics and all the evidence into her giant screen there.
Exactly so, Clive. And I can bring you some of those forecasts. They are forecasts at the moment because it's an exit poll, but it is based on a balance of probability using data from the exit poll that we can calculate the probability of victory or loss in individual seats. And there will be some very well-known Conservative faces who are faced with a brutal night. They include Ian Duncan Smith, former Conservative leader, of course. We calculate his chance of hanging on to his seat in Chingford in East London as less than 1%. Steve Baker, who is in the studio here with us. Steve, I'm sorry to be putting you up here on the screen like this, but, you know, we are giving you a less than 1% chance of hanging on to your seat there in Wickham. Also, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, a 6% chance of winning his seat in Welwyn Hatfield in Hertfordshire. Let me bring you some more well-known names with a slightly better chance, but they're not going to be very happy looking at this. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, a 19% chance of winning his seat in Godalming and Ash in Surrey. Another way of saying that is an 81% chance of losing it, of course. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House of Commons in Portsmouth North, her chance of winning at 25%. This is all on the balance of probability given the exit poll. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, arch-Brexiter in North East Somerset, his chance of winning is 47%. So they are some of the big names that we're going to be looking out for. And I can also tell you that based on the information that we have so far, it looks as if Labour has pretty much a 100% chance of winning, gaining 110 Conservative-held seats. So lots and lots of information there.
All right, Rita, thank you for that. Much more from you throughout the night.
Let's have a word then with our guest here in the studio. Steve Baker will talk about our projections that say, I'm afraid for you, show you losing your seat in a second. But Peter Mandelson, welcome to both of you. You were chuckling away when Angela Rayner was nobly suggesting things might still feel uncertain, but you clearly are deeply sceptical that this result is looking anything like other than a landslide.
Angela Rayner is allowed to be sober. She's going to carry big responsibilities in the government if this exit poll is right. I, however, am allowed to be a little bit more gobsmacked. I think that an electoral meteor has now struck planet Earth. In a sense, it's not surprising given everything the country's gone through over the last 10 years. I think it would have required sort of Superman as leader of the Conservative Party to lead them back to some sort of victory, and Mr Sunak is not Superman. But I would have to say this is an extraordinary achievement for Keir Starmer and his team. Nobody in 2019, nobody would have imagined that this was possible. And they and the team and all the people who have run this campaign deserve absolutely every piece of credit that's coming their way.
Steve Baker, do you think you've lost?
Well, I came into this campaign knowing I was widely expected to lose. I do think the dynamic in Wickham is slightly different to what's generally expected in the polls. I know how the constituency works. Happy to talk about it if you like. So I think my chances are quite a bit better, but I could easily have lost very heavily. It is just possible that there's a path to winning narrowly, but we'll see in the morning. But yeah, I absolutely do accept that the polls indicate that very slim chance. But it's going to be an incredibly difficult night. You know, if it's the range between, I think, 110 and 241 Conservative MPs losing their seats, that's going to be an extremely painful night, not only for them, but also for all their staff.
But do you accept that you've lost as a party?
Oh, yeah, I think that to sit here, I mean, I think Angela was being far too coy. I am certainly expecting Angela to be Deputy Prime Minister within a few days, and I think Peter's showing his political experience by sitting here, being able to accept that Labour have had a landslide. It's a pretty devastating night for the Conservative Party.
And what went wrong, then?
Well, I know, Peter, to be fair to you, Peter, you know, you said everything that's happened over the last 10 years. The country's been through a number of big stresses, and notwithstanding my support for leaving the EU, there's no doubt it put the country through a great deal of stress. COVID...
You made quite a lot of that stress with you and your Eurosceptic colleagues. You made things very difficult for people who were trying to run the country.
Indeed we did, but I have to say, if we had not resisted the deal over which I resigned from the government, I'm quite sure the Conservative Party would have split sooner and we would have lost power to Jeremy Corbyn, which I don't think even Peter would have welcomed. So I'm not sorry that we did that. I think it would have been an absolute catastrophe, whereas this is likely, from a Conservative point of view, I think this creates a very bad situation. I mean, obviously, I'd be in the Labour Party if I thought the Labour Party was a good thing. I think this will create a bad situation for the country, but one from which we can recover. But that wouldn't have been the case if Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell had taken power. But, you know, I'm very conscious if 241 Conservative MPs lose their seats, it's going to be a very, very painful time for them, for their families, for their staff, for the Conservative Party. And obviously, all of us are very worried about the future of the country under a Labour government, even, of course, Peter's entitled to relish it.
OK, highly unlikely that Rishi Sunak can stay on as leader if all this comes to pass. And if he does go, you're going to run, aren't you?
I don't want to get into that tonight. This story only emerged because there was a recording of a private speech that I gave, and so as a result, it ended up in the press. But
you did not say it.
What's said is said, but the situation for me is that I've got a great deal of respect for Rishi Sunak. I think he's a man with a brilliant mind, a great heart for our country.
D-Day, announcing this thing in the rain.
But, you know, when that happened...
Sky TV.
I understand from my own...
gambling.
My own colleagues and some in the press that it took a while before even journalists realised that D-Day was a mistake. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, obviously it was. I think for those of us with a background in the armed forces, it was plainly a mistake and he had to stay to the end. But the mistake was made. But, you know, when you look at his capacity to execute and grip detail, it's terrific. And I saw that up front with the Windsor framework. So I've got a great deal of admiration for him. I think he will do what he believes is in the national interest.
Peter, briefly, Peter Mandelson, the transformation of Labour under Keir Starmer from 2019 to now, that is actually more transformational, potentially, than what you were able to do with Labour from 92 to 97, when you think about it.
It's a lot more. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
Before 1997, we had gone up in 1987 under Neil Kinnock. We went up again under Neil Kinnock to 1992. We were on an upward trend heading towards 1997. Now, of course, Tony Blair and all of us turbocharged the changes in the Labour Party that gave us our landslide victory in 1997. But when you compare that to what we've been through, you know, we went down in 2015, we went down in 2019. I don't think there has ever been a party coming from opposition, I think it's unprecedented, to overhaul such an electoral deficit as this and then catapult into not just a majority government, but a huge majority of the kind that your exit poll is suggesting. I can't think in history what precedent exists for it.
All right. We're going to have to end it there for now, but do stay with us, Peter Mandelson, Steve Baker. I know you're going to go off to your own count, but stay with us for a while.
Now, as we've said, we are right around the country. We're every count, I believe. We can show you pictures of where things are getting busy already. There's Newcastle and Sunderland. Forgive me, Blyth and Sunderland. Now, they are very eagerly racing each other to be the quickest count of the night. They are actually running with those ballot boxes. Look at them there. It's a fierce competition, very, very fierce. And we hope that one of them will come with the first result of the night sometime after 11:10. So we'll keep an eye on those counts. Heroic efforts there.
Yeah, they really go for it in the North
They really
East.
do.
And
They
Sally
really do.
Nugent and Naga Manchetti, they're in competition.
I think they're racing as well.
They're racing too. We're going to go to Victoria, Derbyshire, who I understand is in Richmond, in Yorkshire there, with Rishi Sunak's camp. And just wondering if you're hearing anything as yet, Victoria, as to a response to this exit poll, what the mood might be?
Well, nothing from the Prime Minister, as he still is right now. We're outside his house. We've got a car, actually, that's just left the grounds of the house. It's been so quiet here this evening. No cars going in or out. All we could hear all evening were the sound of the wood pigeons. We could smell the cows in the field next door. The curtains are closed, as far as we can see. The shutters are closed. But the Prime Minister is inside and no doubt absorbing the news of that exit poll. And if it's accurate or near accurate, he will be contemplating the comprehensive defeat, the brutal battering that he has led his party to. We're expecting to hear from him in the early hours of the morning, about 3:30 to 4 o'clock. That will be the first time we think we're going to hear from the Prime Minister, and that will be at the Count just down the road at the local leisure centre, where he is hoping, despite what's happening, it would appear, to many of his Conservative MPs, he is hoping to be re-elected as the Tory MP for Richmond and Northallerton.
All right. Victoria, thank you.
Let's look then, we've been showing you some of the forecasts of how
at the Labour camp in North London, Holborn and St Pancras. They must be thrilled, Mark. Hi.
Yeah, hi. OK, well, if that exit poll that you've just been showing is anything like the reality, then the civic officers here in Camden are about to witness something pretty spectacular. Keir Starmer will be here in a matter of hours. I mean, it's a given that he's going to win here. His majority is 27,000 or so, 64% of the vote last time. So he should win here. But the exit poll predicting great things nationally means that Keir Starmer, former human rights lawyer, former director of public prosecutions, leader of the Labour Party for 4 years or so, is going to walk into this building in a matter of hours, knowing full well that his life and the life of his family is about to change in the most dramatic way. Labour Party members have already been celebrating here as your exit poll went up there. And here they are receiving the news from the Sky News exit poll. Tamara Cohen is with me, so, well, a good night for them and certainly a big night for Keir Starmer.
Absolutely. We will see Keir Starmer here at this count for the first time tonight, walking in here in the knowledge that he is almost certainly going to be Britain's next Prime Minister. After all these weeks of campaigning where you felt every day that Labour couldn't quite believe that it was happening, they now know almost for certain that they have won a landslide majority of the order that no one has since Tony Blair won one from opposition 27 years ago now. And they've seen a Conservative implosion that we can see in those opinion polls there. And he will be coming here to thank the people who have voted for him to put him in this position, but also will be talking, no doubt, about the job he has done in transforming the party. We heard tonight from Pat McFadden, who's a close ally of Keir Starmer, has been coordinating the campaign, and he says the transformation of the party since he took it over, having had its most devastating defeat for 80 years. He took it over when a lot of people said it will be the work of many, many years to get them back into contention. He has turned it around in just 5 years, and now the hard work of governing will begin. I think we'll get a sense of that when he appears here tonight.
Yeah, and it could be hard work, because I can't remember an opposition leader coming into government with quite such low popularity ratings, but we'll talk about that in the coming hours as we wait for Sir Keir Starmer to get here. With that, back to you, Kay, in the studio.
That's really exciting.
OK, for now, thank you, David Lammy, Shadow Foreign Secretary, until this evening, is joining us. Now, it's good to see you, David Lammy. Thank you for taking the time. You must be thrilled. How confident are you that you will be going into the Foreign Office by the end of the week?
Look, Kay, this is my 8th general election. the exit poll, of course, will cheer on many people that voted Labour across the country, but in the end, we won't know the full result until 3-4 o'clock this morning. I think what we're seeing is what I picked up on the doorstep, that in the end, people recognise that Keir Starmer changed the party. Did I say Keir Starmer? Maybe that's what we should now call it. Keir Starmer changed the party and now want him potentially to change the country. That's what they're voting for. They're voting because they recognise that after 14 years of the Conservatives, our public services are nowhere near where they should be. Inflation is higher than it should be. Cost of living is high. We've got sewage in our waters. For all of those reasons, they're up for change, and they're up for that Labour manifesto, which I hope, of course, is a winning manifesto. This is a long way from where we were in 2019. When I said to Keir Starmer, when he decided, and I encouraged him to run to lead our party, that it would take 10 years, I was wrong. He said we could do it in 5.
David,
he said
hold
about
that
change
thought.
the party, and it looks like he
David,
might
hold
be
that thought.
on the
I'm going to
cusp
come back
of
to
doing
you in
that.
just a second, because I do want to pursue what we're talking about with the Foreign Office. But before that, Angela Rayner, Deputy Labour leader, will she be Deputy Prime Minister? Is it going to rain on your parade, or do you think you are going to be the Deputy Prime Minister?
I hope not, but I'm glad you cut David short so I could nip in. I mean, look, the exit poll is encouraging, but obviously we haven't got any of the results yet. You want to see your film crew behind it. I'm getting soaked. I feel really sorry for them.
In the first city.
But, you know, the exit poll is, in Manchester. Who knew that it rains in Manchester? But the exit poll was encouraging for us tonight, but obviously we've not had any of the results yet. And, you know, Keir has done a tremendous job in transforming the Labour Party and putting forward a programme for government that the country can get behind. And after 14 years of the chaos and the scandals and the decline that we've seen under the Tories, I think they're getting, you know, punished for that. That's pretty clear in the polls as well.
Angela, it's Andy here. I feel homesick looking at you under that umbrella. But I just want to say, I mean, David's right, we don't know yet how people have actually voted, and we're all going off an exit poll. But I just want to say, on behalf, I'm sure, of many, many people, not just in the Labour movement, but across the country, thank you to you for leading from the front in this campaign, and to you, David. I mean, whatever happens, we know that the Labour Party's back in tune with the country. And I just want to say, you know, well done to both of you for leading us through this campaign.
Can I jump in? Angie Rayner, it's Beth.
Thank you, Andy. Can I just...
Go on, Beth. No, Beth wants to ask you a question, Angela. I know we've only got you for a short time, not least because you're in the pouring rain.
Angie Rayner, it's Beth Rigby here. You were there in...
I'm loving the rain.
You were there in 2019, the worst defeat since 1935. If this poll is correct, Keir Starmer has now just delivered or will deliver the second biggest Labour majority since Blair. Can you actually believe it? Surely this is beyond your wildest expectations.
Well, to you, Beth, and to Andy's point, I just want to first of all say thank you to those people that have voted for Labour. And if the exit polls are correct and accurate, then it's an incredible honour for them to put their trust in us, especially after the 2019 defeat, as you say. To get even a majority of one, we'd have had to have had a swing bigger than that of Tony Blair's in 1997. So it is encouraging. But, you know, I want to say to the people of this country that myself and Keir and the rest of the shadow cabinet are putting themselves in the service of them. We understand that. We've seen the self-service under the Conservatives. We understand the weight on our shoulders, and the mandate is you better deliver for us and put us first. And I say to the people of this country, I will always put you first, and I will fight really hard every day to turn things around. We know how difficult it's been for people, and we'll work really hard to you know, get people's faith back in politics and to turn that page on the decline and the chaos that we've had.
OK, David, we are going to come back to you in just a second. Angela's got to go shortly, so do bear with us, if you will, because I know that Ruth has a question for Angela.
No, I was just going to ask if the poll is right and if there's 409 colleagues joining you on the green benches, How do you manage that as the deputy leader? You've obviously got your own mandate in the party, and there'll be people there that never expected to ever become MPs. They were paper candidates in the best tradition of serving the party because they were asked to. How do you make sure that you get a team that fights at all levels and doesn't descend into sort of rats in a sack? I know from my own party it can happen quite quickly, and in the Labour Party there's plenty of factions too.
Well, we were very clear when Keir and myself took over that we had to have a high bar for our candidates, and we didn't accept that any of them would be paper candidates. We've seen, even in this election, what happens when candidates fall below the standard that we'd expect for people that want to be MPs, and we've taken decisive action since Keir's been the leader and I've been deputy to make sure that people understand the standards we expect from them, and also the work ethic, that we put the country first before the party, and that's what we've gone out to the country and said, and that's what we expect to deliver across the whole of our members of parliament. And I've been up and down the country in my battle bus, and I've seen our tremendous calibre of candidates and the thirst that they've got, and the understanding of what a privilege and an honour it is to represent your constituents and to do it diligently, and that's what we'll be expecting from any member of parliament who carries the banner of Labour.
Angela, I know you've got to go, but I just wanted to ask you about how you feel this evening. Obviously, everybody's very excited at this stage, but how do you feel about losing seats potentially to Reform and the Greens?
Well, I'm encouraged by the exit poll, as I say, and if you look at where we were in 2019 to where we are now, Keir has transformed our party and put a programme for government, which I think, you know, the polls are showing that hopefully people have supported us in that. And I've been an MP and had the privilege of being an MP for 9 years now, and it's horrible being in opposition because we've not had the opportunity to change the country.
Well, answer my question, though,
if
Angela,
the polls are correct and if I'm re-elected, yeah, I am answering the question in the fact that I think that, you know, we've put a programme for government forward that I hope the country can get behind and has got behind, and then the work starts tomorrow and us delivering for that. And
I'm only using first names for tonight.
That's where our priorities are. I think if you look at the...
I said I'm only using first names for tonight, guys, because after that we're back to, back to normal after tonight. But congratulations. I know I've got to let you go. Thanks very much indeed. Trevor wants to ask...
Angela.
Yeah, Trevor wants to ask David a question. Thanks for your patience, David.
Hi, David. Trevor Phillips here. If the exit poll's right, you're going to have over 400 seats. And one of the great traditions of the Labour Party is gigantic expectations. And with that number of seats, how do you think you're going to be able to manage the level of expectation that waiting lists will be reduced to zero by Monday, that there will be breakfast clubs all over the place by next Wednesday? That's going to be part of the issue for you, isn't it?
Well, look, Trevor, some people said that the manifesto should have many more promises, and we were very clear that it had to be fully costed. It was measured, it was balanced, it was what we were picking up on the doorstep. So 6,500 teachers dealing with antisocial behaviour, economic growth and stability, absolutely centre. The climate challenge and GB energy, that was the promise. Those were the first steps. And so we were very careful at making it clear to people that we actually want 10 years of renewal. I think the public understand that the country's in a mess. It's in a mess. They know this, and they know that turning that around will not happen overnight. And as to the large numbers of MPs, look, I remember the 1997 intake. It was a large intake of MPs. It was disciplined. It was coherent. It was very clear, the mission that we had at that point. And we governed for a significant period. So I think that with a large intake, we can do that again. But I should just say, of course, this is an encouraging exit poll, but a poll does not translate to votes. And I would say there are lots of marginal seats out there. And that will also be a story of tonight, I'm quite sure. And so there is a margin of error, I suspect, in those polling numbers that could go either way. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, to take it past the election result and onto governing. Sorry, it's Ruth Davidson here, David. this is going to be a centre-left government in a world where a lot of our allies seem to be moving further right. I mean, it looks like the Democrats are in trouble in the States. I know that's a patch that you know well, in terms of what we're seeing in the elections in France, in terms of some of our other European allies. How would you, as the potential future Foreign Secretary, be making sure that you're building alliances across these countries when Britain is looking as if it's going to be moving left just as everybody else takes a step right?
Well, look, there's a tide, I think, that begun in our electoral politics. It begun really after the crash of 2008. It does mean that you have to have an offer for working people. And the truth for our party is, notwithstanding the exit poll that you were predicting, if we do not deliver for working people, then we will be out. And nationalists will be on our tail. That is the lesson that we see across the world. And it is because there are significant parts of the community who feel that they've lost out. The offer for them is not as good as it was for their parents, particularly young people across our country. Mortgages beyond reach, they can't get a home, public services they can't rely on. For a number of reasons, people need us to deliver for working people.
OK, just before I let you go, David Lammy, thanks again for your patience. I'm just hearing that if the exit poll is correct, Dougie Alexander is going to be back in the Labour Party, back in government if he wins in Lothian East. He's going to give you a run for your money to be Foreign Secretary.
Douglas Alexander is a dear friend and actually a neighbour of mine.
Doesn't stop him taking you on.
I have seen the tittle-tattle.
He's a neighbour. He says he lives in the
some
seat in Lothian East.
parts of the right-wing media. But I've got to tell you that in preparing potentially for government, preparing for NATO, preparing for the European political community, with war in Europe and huge problems in the Middle East, this is a very serious role. Of course, I'll serve wherever Keir Starmer wants me to, but I do fully expect to be Foreign Secretary if we get across the line.
OK, David, we will let you go. As I said, first names for tonight while we're all relaxed. But by next week, we're going to be very formal again, whether you're Foreign Secretary
Thank you, Ms. Burley.
or not. Thank you very much indeed.
Well done, David.
David Lammy, thank you. Thanks a lot. Bear with me, guys. Just want to tell people what's happening on the screen as you're looking at it. So we've got Newcastle, Sunderland in the middle, Blythe to the far
Come on,
left.
Sunderland.
And these are the three
I always want
seats.
Sunderland to beat Newcastle.
These are the three seats that are racing to try to be the first to declare. Beth Rigby?
Just picking up on what David Lammy said, I think one thing to watch out on these results is Labour thought that they might win dozens of seats on very small majorities with low vote share. And I think one of the stories of the night could become that Labour have a massive majority on a lower vote share than in the past. And this is the wide but shallow scenario for Starmer, in which he knows, and his people will talk to you about how they know people have voted perhaps to get the Tories out, and that's it now, so they have to win the votes. And they're very cognizant that if they do want that decade of national renewal, they're going to have to work very hard. It could be a very short honeymoon for this Labour government, despite this massive potential electoral success tonight.
Everywhere in the world, there are nationalist populists and popular nationalists.
We're going to lose Stuart Hosey if I don't go to you. Okay, we'll come back to you in just a second. Don't go, Stuart. You're defending 48 of the country's 57 seats. Our opinion poll, our exit poll, forgive me, is saying, oh, you'll be lucky if you've got 10 by the end of the evening.
Well, that certainly makes very stark reading. There's no question about that. The caveat I would add is it is only an exit poll. The boxes are being opened and counted now. Let's see what the result looks like at the end of the day. However, you'll be aware the polls at the start of this campaign suggested we might be returned with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats. I think the key message to me from all of this is the overwhelming motivation of the vast majority of the public was to simply get the Tories out. And all of the other policy matters, austerity, Brexit, cost of living, that stuff was just swept away by a determination to get the Tories out. And if the exit poll is correct, and it is only an exit poll, it would suggest that many people have decided Labour were the best vehicle to do that.
Ruth Davis has got a question for you.
Yeah, on these results, though, Stuart, this is not getting the Tories out in Scotland. The Tories would hold on to a significant number of their 6 seats in Scotland. Going into this election, it was SNP party policy that John Swinney espoused that if there was a majority of seats went SNP, that was a mandate for independence. Given that it's very clear, if this poll is anywhere near right, you've got a long way to go before you're anywhere near a majority. Does that mean there's no mandate for independence? Will somebody senior in the SNP finally say that there is no mandate to seek independence?
I think, Ruth, pretending that 2 seats is somehow a victory in Scotland is a pretty shallow thing to do. And in terms of a mandate for independence, I think you and the viewers know there is one in the Scottish Parliament. But the key thing isn't an election. The key thing is persuading the Scottish people that independence is the best thing to do. And if there's a lesson to be taken from this, whether this result is replicated at the end of the day or not, it's to double the efforts to make the cogent case and persuade the Scottish people that independence is the best way forward.
Stuart Hosey, hang about. Week after week, your spokespeople, Stephen Flynn, your Westminster leader, Swinney last week, said exactly what Ruth Davidson has just said, that if they get a majority, then that is a mandate for a second independent referendum. If the exit poll is right, you're not even near, you're barely in a minority. Wouldn't it be graceful now to say, actually, the Scottish people have spoken, that is not what they're interested in. What they're really interested in is good governance. Shouldn't you now actually live by your own words?
I think good governance is what every government of any colour in any parliament should strive for. I wouldn't disagree with you about that at all. The other thing, though, where I think we might differ is the job of the Scottish National Party is to campaign for independence, to make the cogent and compelling case for Scottish independence, and we'll continue to do that.
After week,
if the Scottish
you lose
people
in this
choose
vote,
not to do
you
that,
won't pursue it. And now you're still pursuing
Sorry, I
it.
don't think anyone said we wouldn't pursue it. We need to make a more cogent and more compelling case. But I think by the same token, pundits need to understand the compelling motivation for it would appear almost the entire electorate in this UK election. It was to get the Tories out. That looks like that's going to happen, and they're going to be absolutely hammered. And if it is the case that even independent supporters in Scotland took the view that voting Labour was the best vehicle to do
Stuart,
that,
I'm going to jump back in if I may, because this is obviously a chastening night for both our parties, mine across the whole UK, yours across Scotland. In terms of Labour, we've heard from some of their senior figures saying that they understand that this was a vote against sitting governments. It wasn't necessarily a vote for them, and that they still have to win the love of the country. They might have borrowed their votes, but they haven't got the love. Would you agree with that analysis, that actually this has been a vote against long-standing governments in 2 parliaments, and actually not necessarily a huge popularity contest for Keir Starmer?
I would agree with the latter part of that. I think the enthusiasm for Labour and its austerity programme has been very, very limited indeed. And of course, it is now Labour austerity and Labour Brexit are likely to be no longer Tory austerity and Tory Brexit. In terms of voting against the Scottish Government, this is a UK election. We have a Scottish parliamentary election in 2026. That's when the second part of that will be tested.
Okay. We must leave it there. It's very good of you to take the time to join us, Stuart Hosey. Thank you very much indeed. A couple of other things from the exit poll you may be interested in, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the Greens are likely to take Bristol Central, which is Debonair's seat, and also Brighton Pavilion, as you would expect. And Lee Anderson apparently suggested to lose in Ashfield, a Labour gain suggested in the exit poll.
Yeah, Thangam Debonair will be really disappointing. I spoke to someone very senior in the Labour Party yesterday, and they said they were really fighting hard to try and save that seat. She was up against Carla Denyer, who is the joint leader of the Greens, and Thangam Debonair is their culture secretary, would be the culture secretary. So that is a massive blow. But they'll be really pleased if the Greens can hold Brighton Pavilion, because they had a big Caroline Lucas, the former Green leader who has, they had there was a big challenge in Brighton. So if the Greens can pick up both those seats, they'll be very pleased with that. But it's a blow for Labour with Thangam.
OK, bear with us, guys, because we will come back to you all. It's a long night. Don't be so disappointed, Trevor. I will come back to you, I promise. Because we can't keep a lady waiting, and Sarah Jane Mee is standing by for us this evening in Cleethorpes. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. It's a new seat notionally. Talk us through what's going on there.
Hi, Kay. Yes, counting here in Grimsby Town Hall got underway just after 10 o'clock this evening. Over my shoulder, you can probably see teams of people busy counting away with their thimbles, or as I've been told, they're called counting cones in this scenario, counting out all the votes behind us. Got some hours to go. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, as you said, one of the new constituencies in this election. And Grimsby and Cleethorpes have been our target towns here on Sky News in this general election campaign. We spent a lot of time here finding out what the people in this area want from their politicians in this next government. With us, our national correspondent Tom Parminter, who spent a lot of time here as well. And Tom, it's worth unpacking what this area is all about. We're in an area that, 70% of people voted to leave the EU, and this is seen as a fierce battleground tonight between the Conservatives and Labour.
And another party as well bring into the mix, as we just saw from some of those figures. This is a really fascinating battle in this corner of Lincolnshire. It's quite feverish down there, isn't it? Real buzz in the room in this grand old setting in the town hall here in Grimsby. And we've got a really interesting fight on our hands. It is a seat that you would look at that exit poll, you'd look at the Labour landslide and think it's very likely to go back to Labour. This is a new constituency. It's the merging of two towns into one constituency. Grimsby, which has always traditionally been Labour, went Tory in 2019, and Cleethorpes, which has always, or generally, has been more Conservative leaning. So those two towns coming together will give an indicator of where the country's at, and we've seen from the exit poll where the pollsters think the country is at. And the most likely outcome is that Labour take this seat tonight, which would mean Melanie On, who used to be the MP for Grimsby, getting her old job back, or a new constituency, but effectively her old job. But we've seen that the reform predictions are really buoying the candidates and the activists down in the hall here who are marshalling the tables here, looking at all the votes. I can see the reform candidate just down there. He's a young guy, used to be a Tory councillor. He switched allegiances to Reform. And what we've seen out and about in Grimsby and Cleethorpes throughout this year is that, yes, there's a huge hunger for change. Is there a great appetite for what Labour have been offering with Keir Starmer? I'd say it's a muted appetite, really. People want change. Do they really want what's on offer? Is there a great feeling of euphoria here? No, there isn't. And there has been this idea of protest votes, kind of a real statement from people just fed up with the whole political system, how it feels like it's let people down so badly over the last few years.
Well, the exit poll is saying that Grimsby and Cleethorpes is a likely Labour gain, but as you said, that exit poll also showing a Reform likely to gain 13 seats. Could it be an upset here within one of them? The exit poll saying that it's likely to turn Labour here later on tonight. We're expecting a result at around 3 o'clock in the morning. Kate, we'll speak to you later.
OK, lovely. Thanks very much indeed. I'm not going to ask you anything because you've got the mouthful of food. Already, she's got the Cracker Barrel out, haven't you?
Yeah. Gone early.
Yeah.
Seasoned crackers, yeah. Done it.
Exactly. So, the exit poll, well, the man, I was going to give you a few more facts, but the man who knows everything there is to know about it
Not true.
is here.
I mean, it was pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I heard, I was in the cab and I could hear the reaction on the desk when the kind of the numbers came through, but we were going through those numbers for a while and also kind of looking at some of the charts and the historical context. So can I start with
Please.
some charts? Is that all right?
Oh, I love
Is that
a chart.
allowed?
You just...
There are many.
How far back are you going?
There are many. But here's the thing. OK, shall we start with some of the constituency stories that we're hearing about? You know, we were wondering about who the big scalps might potentially be implied by the exit poll. And one of them is, of course, let's bring it up actually, Jeremy Hunt. One of them is Jeremy Hunt. Yeah, there you can see him there. And if I just bring up some of the statistics, we'll stick on Jeremy Hunt because we're going to bring up those statistics of what is implied by the exit poll in his constituency of Godalming and Ash. You can see it just down there. OK, so this is last time around, 53% share of the vote for Jeremy Hunt, 53%. Remember that number? And now look here, 32% is implied by the exit poll. Now, this is, they say, a possible Lib Dem gain, OK? But it's actually a bit closer than a lot of people would have expected, looking like 37% for the Lib Dems. So looking quite plausible that we will, tonight, in the next few hours, witness history in terms of the Chancellor, a sitting Chancellor losing their seat. But let's just see, OK? Because what we're going to do is we're going to look through each of the results as they come through and give you a sense of whether it's kind of above, below, in line with the exit poll. And that's going to be one to watch, although that's coming up later. And Portsmouth North as well. Can we find Penny Mordaunt? So Penny Mordaunt as well, facing a real challenge in Portsmouth North. There she is, down south in Portsmouth North. And what you can see here is really kind of interesting, because this is even closer, OK? So last time around, 61% Conservative vote in Portsmouth North. 61%. Look at the blue. And now look in the exit poll, 28%. Just look at the complete collapse that you're talking about in many constituencies around the country, although in this case, it's a bit too close to call, OK? And you've got different dynamics going on that we can talk about. You know, there's the Brexit vote, it's different areas with mortgages, a lot of people with mortgages, kind of those areas with more people with mortgages tending to vote against the government. So you've got the reversion from what we saw at the last election with that Brexit vote, but you've also got a mortgage story happening post-Liz Truss. Is it the kind of Liz Truss hangover? But I just want to, I mentioned a few charts to you, and I want to just show you this one, OK? This is a bit of a historic one, OK? We'll start with what the exit poll is suggesting here. Conservative seats, 131. And now this line goes back a long way. I want to just follow that line through the 90s, the 70s, the 50s, the 20s, through into the 19th century. We've never, ever seen the Conservative Party get down to these kinds of levels before, not since the adventure of the Conservative Party, the period of, the Corn Laws, Peel, all of that. There has never been another result that's like that, if the exit poll is right. So we might be about to experience history from that perspective as well. I mean, if these numbers are right, it's historic in so many different dimensions, and we haven't even talked about the SNP. But what about the Labour Party? This, too, is another one of those charts to focus on, because, look, there's the Blair landslides, OK? And again, the higher the bars are, the more seats in Parliament. And there's those Blair years. 97, of course, the one to beat, kind of around about close enough to 420. And here, 410, well, it's about in line with that. And of course, it's an exit poll. We'll have to see what the numbers do. Could be a little bit higher, could be a little bit lower. But again, we have rarely seen, apart from those Blair years, anything that's quite close to that. Look, that's Attlee there in the post-war election. So an extraordinary night for the Labour Party. But here's what's striking, OK? And we're going to tease this out. Even though the number of seats is really high, the share of the vote is not as high as you might expect. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's even lower than Jeremy Corbyn recorded in 2017. Final thing to say, OK? Historic majorities. So here, we're just going through, and in a sense, you can kind of ignore this because this is national government. So just look at how high these bars are. This is how high majorities have been throughout history, going back all the way again to the 1830s. And look how much higher that is than Boris Johnson, first of all, OK? So you've got Boris Johnson there, 2019, and there is potentially Keir Starmer, although we'll have to wait and see. And then looking back, it is very rare to see a majority this high, but that is potentially what Keir Starmer has just earned. And those are the numbers from the exit poll, OK? But we are going to get through actual figures as they come through from constituency to constituency, and what we'll be doing is we'll be comparing those and giving you a sense of whether this is the number to focus on.
OK, we're on the telly, Beth.
I know, so I'm getting my highlighter. Because the reason I'm getting my highlighter
is to wield it, right?
It's no, because you talked about 2017 and the Labour vote share then was 40%.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time I was just saying to Kay, that was considered really, really impressive from Corbyn. It actually meant he stayed on, didn't it, Andy? So to get that size of majority on under 40% vote
considerably
share.
lower. It looks like it's considerably lower.
What does it look like, or can you not say yet?
We can't really say.
But I thought
It suddenly makes Theresa May look a lot better. She got 42%, you know?
Actually told an interesting story because the Labour share is hardly up. But what has actually happened is that 61% has been divided between the Conservatives and Reform.
There you go.
And it's these light blues.
That's the story of that.
It's the
Well, let's
light
see how that
blues that we're
develops.
going to spend a lot of time looking at, aren't we?
Exactly.
Because this is
Okay.
what's... It may be that Reform
You
have
can
only
in a
picked up,
second.
was it 13 seats in the exit poll? But
Okay.
it's just how much
You
they're
two, Ed,
splitting.
you need to shush.
It's
as
how much
well.
they're splitting the
Other
vote. It's how much they're
We're too excited.
We're ungovernable
I
already.
think you'll find you're not. But what I can tell you is that there are 3 seats that are hoping to be first to declare. One of them, Gillian's with us, being Blythe and Ashington. And Gillian, I was told by one of our sophologists that the man that time after time got Sunderland South to declare first has now gone to Blythe and Ashington instead to try to get them over the line to be the first to declare. Is that right?
Yes, the man you are talking about is the one and only, the very famous Bill Crawford, who is the election counting guru. Gold follows him wherever he goes. He's got the Midas touch when it comes to the speed of counting. He was at Sunderland, who had the crown for being the fastest to declare. He then moved to Newcastle, who then took the crown from Sunderland, and he is now in Blythe and Ashington tonight. So the prediction is that Blythe and Ashington will be the first to declare at the prediction now is 11:15. We sort of heard 11:30 previously, but Ballancouters in the north have taken this just this competition to be first as a bit of a sport. That's their sport, to make early declarations. So in 2019, Newcastle won the race to be the first to declare in the UK at 11:27, followed by Sunderland and then the old Blythe Valley constituency. They came in third. In fact, they probably would have been first had it not been for a recount. So they absolutely believe that they can do it this evening at around 11:15. So just to tell you a little bit about the history. So Sunderland, they were the winners between 1992 and 2015. That's before rivals beat them in the last 2 elections. That's spurred on by the wonderful Bill Crawford. I did speak to him a little earlier on. He's a bit camera shy, but his tactics, he says, are to use really enthusiastic students who get those boxes and run them in.
Results are in. Every single one of them will be a local champion to fix our NHS and social care.
And how much of a role do you think tactical voting has played in all this?
Well, I think tactical voting is critical for every political party, and it is in every single election. There's no doubt, as I say, that for as long as we have this broken voting system, there will always be some people who vote positively for a particular party, but there will always be other people who want to vote tactically. And there's no doubt that in those areas where Liberal Democrats have been the key challengers to the Conservatives, we did ask some people to vote tactically for us, as well as to vote positively for our vision on the NHS and social care.
All right. Daisy Cooper, thank you. More from you a little later, and from Adrian Leadsom and West Streeting too.
Right, well, let's show you our cameras right around the country. We are at every single count, I believe. You can see all the amazing pictures there. Counters hard at work, and it shouldn't be too long before we get that first result. Blythe Valley is looking promising, so Sally and Naga will be fighting it out. But Rita, let's turn to you. You've got some analysis of where things have really gone wrong, according to the exit poll for the Tory vote.
Absolutely, Laura, but there's some interesting stuff about the Labour vote as well, actually. So what you can see here is some analysis based on the exit poll and what has happened to the share of the vote in seats that voted in 2019 for the Conservatives versus seats that voted Labour. Let's take a look at the Conservative seats first. So you can see the Conservative vote has plummeted here, down 28% in those seats that voted Conservative 5 years ago. Labour up by 5%, Lib Dems and Green up as well. But the big winners here, are the Reform Party, and that 18% is up on what the Brexit Party got last time round, 18%. So that has really, one can only assume that has really hurt the Conservatives there, and that is what senior Conservative figures have been warning about in the last few weeks. Now, let's take a look at the seats that went Labour 5 years ago. And here you can see again a big drop in Conservative support. But this is the really interesting thing, that Labour has gone back a little bit in its own seats, down by 1 percentage point. And who are the winners? It's Reform and the Greens. So it looks as if the vote from the two big parties has actually been redistributed amongst Reform and Greens. So I just wonder what, Wes Streeting, I think you're there, I was wondering what you think of this Labour vote down slightly in Labour seats.
Well, we'll wait and see what the results actually come through and say. But we've run a ruthlessly disciplined campaign, and we knew that it wasn't good enough just to stack up more votes in seats we already hold. We needed to win seats from the Conservatives. And gone are the days where Labour Party leaders make excuses for poor results and pretend that defeat is really a victory, like in 2017, where you'd almost have thought it was just benevolence that led to Theresa May going back into Downing Street because we didn't want a forced eviction on our hands. You know, we lost in 2017, we lost in 2019, we lost in 2015 and 2010 for that matter. We are in this position today to be able to win a general election because the Labour Party has fundamentally changed. We understood why we lost in 2019, listened, and I mean genuinely listened, as to why we lost support from people we should have never broken faith with. And as well as rebuilding trust with those voters, we also built a big tent that enabled millions of disaffected Conservative voters to look at Labour and think, well, I might vote for these guys, and we'll soon find out how many of them actually did. But this is a remarkable exit poll. They're not results, it's an exit poll. But in 2019, we were on the brink of extinction and told that in order to get a majority of one, we would need a 1997-style swing. This exit poll shows a 1997-style majority. So, well, you know, I'll believe it when I see it. But this is a remarkable exit poll and a testament to the change that Keir Starmer has led in the Labour Party. I don't think that guy's had nearly enough credit for the steel, the determination that he has shown to really grab the Labour Party by the scruff of it.
Wes, I wonder if I can
force it to learn why we lost.
I wonder if I can just jump in. I mean, nobody's taking away from you the things that you are saying again based on the exit poll, but these figures do suggest not a resounding enthusiasm for the party in those seats that voted for you 5 years ago.
We'll wait and see what the results said, but I think I've said on the BBC before, I think it was on another election night, that Keir Starmer could literally be on his way to Buckingham Palace to be made Prime Minister, and pundits would be saying, oh, it's still a disappointing night for Labour. I mean, come on, give me a break. I've had enough of this now after 4 years. 4 years ago, I don't mind saying, I would never have imagined that Labour could do this in one term. Never have imagined it. I thought it was impossible. I thought at best a two-term project. And yes, the implosion of the Conservatives and the SNP has put wind in Labour's sails. But the only reason we've got sails on the ship, and the ship is shipshape, is because Keir Starmer took the vessel from the shipwreck in 2019, rebuilt it, and made it ship-shape and seaworthy again.
And Wes, just as you've been speaking there, Wes Streeting, you seem to have a little bit of a flicker of a bit more excitement about what happened rather than your early message of, oh, this is an exit poll. Are you ready to say you're sure you've won?
Well, I used to watch the 97 results back and thought that the Labour spokespeople who were on then sounded kind of crackers, really. When the exit poll came in, they were still saying, we'll wait and see the results. I now know exactly how they felt. Like, honestly, it sort of looks and feels too good to be true. We will judge the results by the results and not the exit poll. Of course, I'm delighted by the exit poll. I have seen many exit polls over the years. They don't tend to look like these ones. And if we have won this general election, that is historic for the Labour Party, but even more importantly, it's an opportunity for the country for us to rebuild our economy, rebuild our public services and rebuild trust in politics.
Wes Streeting, thanks for now. Daisy Cooper, I think you have to go in just a few minutes, so thank you very much indeed for joining us now. We've talked a little bit about the projections for reform seemingly a very significant result for them, according to the exit poll, getting 13 seats. Their deputy leader, Ben Habib, has just tweeted, "This is a huge bridgehead. This is politically seismic." I hope that we can show it to you, but we can show it to you. "This is the beginning of the fight back for the nation state of the United Kingdom." So a very forthright and victorious message from the Reform UK Deputy Leader, Ben Habib. Let's find out then what the mood is like in the Reform camp. That's given us a taste of it. Our colleague Alex Forsyth is in Clacton, where, of course, the leader of the party, only lately rejoining in that role, Nigel Farage, is hoping at the 8th time of asking to be heading to Westminster himself. Alex, what is the mood there?
Remarkably calm at the moment, Laura, if I'm perfectly honest with you, but it is very early in the evening, and I suspect the mood within Reform UK more widely is less calm, having seen that exit poll. One of my colleagues tells me that Nigel Farage is having a meal somewhere in town. We're not expecting him to turn up until the early hours of the morning, because that's around the time that we're expecting the declaration here in Clacton. But like you say, remember, Nigel Farage has attempted to get a seat in Westminster 7 times before and failed, and I suspect with all of the caveats around the exit poll, particularly when it comes to smaller parties like Reform UK, it would have really just given a huge confidence boost right the way through what was already a pretty confident Reform UK campaign. So I think a little bit later we're going to go from calm counting to something potentially more chaotic, and I suspect the mood within Reform UK right now is pretty confident.
So there is confidence then that Nigel Farage is going to take that seat?
Well, I think this is his best chance, many people think, because of the wider political picture that he's had in the 7 times of standing. But you have to remember that in the previous parties that Nigel Farage has led, for example, UKIP back in 2015, they had a high vote share. They polled 4 million votes, but that translated to only 1 win in terms of seats. And the seat that they won then, this one in Clacton, with the former MP Douglas Carswell, who had, of course, defected from the Conservatives, triggered a by-election, won it as UKIP, and then retained it at the 2015 general election. So when you take all of that into account, and the fact that Clacton has been at the centre of Nigel Farage's campaign for the past few weeks, he's been here a lot with rallies out in the town, making himself very visible. It feels like it's the best chance for Nigel Farage to get what has proved elusive for him so far, which is a seat in Westminster. But of course, for the party more widely, Reform UK, what will be really important is, yes, how many seats they get, but also the impact that party has in terms of the number of votes it gets, and what that might mean for the Conservatives, the damage potentially that Reform UK does right across the country, as well as any seats they win themselves.
Alex, thank you so much. It could be much worse than any of the Conservatives had imagined, but we will see how it develops.
Yeah, now, if you're out and about, what are you doing? You should be at home watching us. But if you are out and about and you happen to be in central London, around Oxford Circus, and you go past the glorious building of the BBC, you will see there the results of the exit poll. Now, remember, this is a first indication of what we think will happen tonight. We still haven't had a single result yet, but the Conservatives down to 131 seats. Labour, we are suggesting, with the exit poll, will be on 170 seats going up. Liberal Democrats on 61. Reform Party on 13 there. So potentially a good night for them, but this is only an exit poll. The SNP down to 10 as well. So a Labour landslide is the suggestion. Plaid Cymru on 4, so they're up slightly. And we go through the figures there with the Greens only making 1 gain, according to the exit poll. So these, as I say, still figures that have to be confirmed by a decent result, and we still haven't got one yet. But the suggestion is a landslide for Labour of 170 seats.
But we think there is only one box left to count in Blyth and Ashington, so we might have our first result of the evening very shortly. But Andrea Leadsom, Conservative former Cabinet Minister and MP who's been standing down, thanks for coming in tonight. If Labour ends up with a majority of 170, as the poll predicts, and you end up crashing down by 241, the decision of Rishi Sunak to call the election now may prove to be one of the worst political mistakes in history, surely.
You know, according to the exit poll, this is a devastating night for the Conservatives. But I'd just like to reflect that it's actually a fantastic
accolade for democracy in our country that we can have an election where, as Wes has said, in 2019 it was the Conservatives' night to have a huge majority, and it was potentially unassailable for 2 terms. And I think what this does show is that our democracy is alive and well. Devastating for my party, a clear need to rethink, to regroup, to regain the trust of the people. But at the same time, we do need to wait for some proper results and not just look at the exit poll. And I think, as John Curtis said earlier, there's quite a lot to be looked at in terms of how many votes were cast and what the impact is on tactical voting and, of course, voting for reform.
But Andrea Leadsom, you're a very experienced politician. You were in the cabinet for a long time doing lots of different jobs. You know that exit polls have a margin of error, of course, but they are pretty much near as,
Yeah,
you know, they're
exactly.
very, very good. They're
Yeah.
showing a clear picture tonight, not just for Labour's success, which you seem to be, in a sense, praising for what they've achieved, that volatility of voters, but reform. Nigel Farage's outfit looks like they have absolutely taken a hammer to your vote in lots of different parts of the country. Has Rishi Sunak handled them in the wrong way?
You know, it's never easy when you are the Prime Minister to decide when to call a general election. You know, we saw that with Gordon Brown back in 2010, where he was slated for not calling the general election, and we've had months and months and months of opposition politicians saying, call a general election. And when the
But
Prime
that's what
Minister
they always
decided
do.
to do
I'm
it,
asking you
of
about
course,
reform
yeah.
and how much
So,
damage they've
well,
done to the Tories.
Reform, according to the exit poll, has done vast damage to the Conservatives, but we will find out exactly how much so. But your question was Rishi Sunak right to call the general election? I'm trying to answer that. It is a very, very difficult and very personal decision for any Prime Minister, and he will have taken into account the potential impact of reform, the consequences of, you know, the economy turning a corner, the fact that real wages are rising. You know, there are all sorts of factors that he will have taken into account. So it's very easy, I think, always in hindsight to say, well, that was a really bad decision. But actually, I think these are very, very considered issues.
But implicit in Laura's question was the way that Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party handled reform. Hardly went after them in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the campaign. Only really getting stuck in after those dreadful comments, allegedly, from one of the supposed workers for Nigel Farage in Clacton. The kid gloves. Because you were hoping, obviously, to get some of the voters who might be leaning for reform. That didn't work. It's completely backfired.
Well, we'll see. But absolutely, I would accept that potentially in hindsight, you could have gone after reform much more. But the Conservatives actually have some very strong achievements to their name. And I think genuinely the desire was to highlight what the Conservatives in government have done. You know, 4 million more people in work, low unemployment, real wages rising. We turned the corner. We got through the COVID pandemic. We're recovering fast, doing equally joint first in the G7 in terms of growth last month. You know, there's a lot, all of the net zero achievements and so on. Plus, what we considered was a very real concern about what Labour will do, as continues to be the case, a very real concern about what Labour will do with people's taxes. And so, you know, yes, maybe it was wrong not to go after reform straight away. But again, all of these things are very carefully thought through as to what is the right approach. And what we wanted to do was to focus on what Labour would be doing with people's taxes.
We're just going to cut in there because we've got a declaration.
Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837. Sam Woods Grass, 11,668. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%, and that Bridget Maeve Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So a delighted Bridget Phillipson there, who can now expect not just to stay as the MP at Sunderland South, but who can expect to become the Education Secretary, having done that job as a shadow for Keir Starmer for the last few years. She receives more than 18,000 votes, but Reform have beaten the Conservatives into second place. Let's listen in to Bridget Phillipson's victory speech. She's likely to be in the Cabinet by the end of the weekend.
Tonight, the British people have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better. A government of service, a government with purpose, above all to change our society for good. A government determined to build a Britain where background is no barrier, no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose, and the result today speaks to the trust the British people have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the people who've worked hard to organise and secure today's election and counted the votes this evening. You are the people who deliver our democracy, and we are grateful for your contribution. My thanks to the fellow candidates here in Houghton and Sunderland South for a good-tempered campaign, to my fantastic local Labour Party for your unwavering support, and to my wonderful agent, Les Scott. Thank you.
Bridget Phillipson there, delighted, beaming away, not just having won her seat, but expecting now to be in the Cabinet. And in her speech, she said, the British people have decided. Labour will return government to service of the people and create a country where background is no barrier. Bridget Phillipson there very decisively saying that Labour has won the general election. We'll discuss that a bit more in just a sec.
Yeah, and Labour's vote increase there in line with our exit poll. And that's the first result we've had all night. Jackie, the bank teller.
The first MP
I think she did it, and the first MP elected into the new parliament, yeah. Let's talk to Jacob Rees-Mogg, who can join us from North Somerset. Hello to you. Thank you for being with us. How would you sum up the evening, given the exit poll, given what looks like could be a terrible night for the Conservatives?
Oh, well, you've said it. I mean, it's clearly a terrible night for the Conservatives. We're down supposedly to about 130 seats from having a majority of 80. There is no way of describing this as anything other than a bad night for the Conservative Party.
Where did it go wrong?
Where did it go wrong? I think that there were issues with changing the leader, that I think we do have an increasingly presidential system, and that people vote for a Prime Minister rather than for an individual Member of Parliament. I know the strict constitutional position, but that voters expect the Prime Minister they have chosen to remain the Prime Minister, and for it to be the voters who decide when that person is changed, rather than it being done by a small cabal. And I'm afraid I think the Conservative Party took its core vote for granted, which is why you see so many people who may have voted Conservative previously going off to reform.
So the original sin was getting rid of Boris Johnson?
Well, original sin is a very interesting theological question, which I'd be happy to discuss on another occasion.
Maybe
so I'm
not
not quite
tonight,
sure I'd put
Jacob.
it that
Maybe not
strongly. Not tonight, no. On another occasion.
We do have 10 hours.
But yes, I think that people do vote for a leader, and that new leaders actually need an election pretty quickly. Gordon Brown made that mistake in not seeking his own mandate. The mandate is increasingly personal, and it looks as if this is a very strong mandate for Sir Keir Starmer. And actually, if that's the case, I wish him well in that, because we want good government for this country, whoever is in high office at any individual time.
The problem with criticising Rishi Sunak and a cabal, as you describe it, for having got rid of Boris Johnson is that you spent a lot of time with Steve Baker, who was in this studio not so long ago, plotting to get rid of Theresa May. And that she managed to stay in office just about, despite your best
and
effort.
Boris Johnson then had Boris Johnson then had a very quick election after he'd become Prime Minister to get his own mandate. Bingo.
But in terms of that reality...
You need your own mandate. The mandate is personal.
But that's exactly why Rishi Sunak called it an election, isn't it? I mean, do you think it would have been impossible for him to win because of the kind of politician he was? I'm not entirely clear about whether or not you think he should have called an election sooner in order to have that personal mandate, or that if you had lost the country because you got rid of Boris Johnson, because he was followed by Liz Truss, who you backed.
I think the fundamental problem is that in this election we were taking our base for granted. And that is always a problem. And our base was peeling off to reform. And we have no divine right to votes. We need to win voters at every single election. And if you take your base for granted, if you don't manage to stop the boats coming over, if you don't manage to control migration, when that's what your voters are concerned about, your voters will look to other parties. So I think failing to deliver on conservative core principles did us a lot of harm.
Could there be a return of Boris Johnson in some regard, that if you think that removing him was the problem, might him coming back be part of the solution for the Tory party after this election?
You'll need to interview Boris and ask him what his plans are. I can't act as a spokesman for him. He's a very big and powerful figure, and as we see from Nigel Farage's success, as far as one can tell from the exit polls, big figures in politics make a difference, big charismatic figures. We are, in spite of the constitutional niceties, which I think are very important, and our system of individual MPs has strong residents, we are nonetheless an increasingly presidential system, and the charismatic individual leader is very important, and Nigel seems to have shown that in this election.
Should Nigel Farage find a place in the Conservative Party then, perhaps? There's been a discussion among some of your colleagues in the run-up to this. You might have avoided disaster if you'd welcomed him in earlier along.
Well, we are where we are, and the disaster doesn't seem to have been averted. Again, you'll have to ask Nigel what his plans are. I think he looks for and seeks a realignment of the right of British politics, and it'll be interesting to see whether he can achieve that.
Do you think that you are safe in your own seat, just before we let you go, Jacob Rees-Mogg?
I see what you've said about it on your programme earlier. I will wait and see that the votes are being counted, or at least verified while we speak, and we will know in the early hours. So, as the Earl of Oxford and Asquith used to say, wait and see.
You must have an inkling, though. I wonder just what's on your mind tonight. I think behind you there's perhaps a picture of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher looking on. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I think just spying that, is that who they are? And what do you think?
You're quite right. So there is, yes.
I recognise Mrs. Thatcher's hairdo there, even from this distance.
Excellent.
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg will let
you... But no, I have no inkling at this stage other than your exit poll.
OK. Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg, thanks very much indeed for joining us. And, of course, we'll bring everybody watching the results from his count much later on in the evening.
Yeah, Andrea Leadsom. Should you have stayed with Boris Johnson?
it is an unknowable question at this point, isn't it? I do agree with what Jacob just said, that we are becoming increasingly presidential. And I do think that that is a challenge for Keir Starmer. He is not a presidential big character. He's obviously done incredibly well this evening, can't take that away from him at all. But I do think that the shine wears off very, very quickly. And actually, as I said at the start of the interview, we do see change much more quickly now. It's fantastic that we have an alive and kicking democracy in this country, but people do need to look to the very quick turnaround. And, you know, where Sir Keir's concerned, we had the issues with Sue Gray, who did for Boris, arguably, the permanent secretary, who wrote the Boris Partygate report, did for him. Next thing we know, she's Keir Starmer's chief of staff. These are all things that come into the mix, and people will be putting a spotlight on those in the weeks and years to come.
We're keen to get counts around the country, but I have to bring in Wes Streeting. You are making faces as Dame Andrea is making those claims.
No offence, Andrea, but I think the suitcase is full of wine did for Boris Johnson. I think the vomit on the carpet in Number 10 did for Boris Johnson. I think the habitual lying did it for Boris Johnson. And then you guys made the mistake of calling in Liz Truss, the spectacularly worst Prime Minister in modern British political history, then crowned this other guy to come in, Rishi Sunak, who was meant to clear up the mess. And you didn't, you know, it's the worst thing you can do to a leader. You didn't back him and you didn't sack him. He was too weak to...
Third to declare last time. This is Nigel Farage in Clacton. We'll be talking to him. We have been told that we will have a slot to chat to him a little bit later on. Boundary changes in Blyth have split it into two, so it's now Blyth and Ashington. The Labour candidate is Ian Lavery, who was MP for the now abolished Wansbeck 2024 constituency. He was the Labour Party chair under Corbyn and is a former president of the NUM. That's Blyth that we're looking at. Let's have a look at Clacton. There we go. Nigel Farage arriving in Clacton. If the exit poll is to be believed, he is likely to gain this seat for the 8th time of asking of being an MP. Let's bring in Gurpreet, should we? He is an MP and he wants to get into there.
Yeah, and the counting, it's underway behind me here at the Clacton Leisure Centre, where Nigel Farage will be arriving in the next couple of hours. He's currently enjoying himself in the local Greek taverna, as you can see in those shots. He will no doubt be buoyed by this exit poll, which suggests he will win here. And if that does happen, it will be no small feat. It will involve overturning a Conservative majority of close to 25,000. But there has been a huge amount of enthusiasm for him here. I've been following him on his rallies in Clacton, very much the heart of the Reform UK campaign. It was, of course, the first and one of the only parts of the UK to elect a UKIP MP back in 2014 after Douglas Carswell defected from the Conservatives. That was a by-election. And if Nigel Farage does win here, it will be a huge moment for him. He has tried 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he has failed, despite the outsized influence he has had on British politics, becoming the face of Euroscepticism in Britain over the past 30 years. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said this wasn't just about taking seats or taking votes from the Conservatives. It was about winning seats. It was about creating a bridgehead in Parliament. And if the exit polls are to be believed today, it looks like that might be achieved.
OK, for now, thank you. Of course, he's not an MP yet, but the exit poll is suggesting that it would appear that Nigel Farage, as I was saying, 8th time of asking, could well be an MP as a result of the 2024 general election. Also keeping an eye on Blyth, as I was saying, explaining to you who some of the candidates are. They had hoped to be first. Horton and Sunderland have beaten them to that, but they're still counting Ian Lavery, former Labour Party chair under Corbyn and for a while under Keir Starmer as well, hoping to take that seat, keeping an eye on it for you. Have you got any charts for me?
Got a chart.
Excellent.
Got a chart. Just shout at me if Blyth comes up,
Oh,
okay, and I'll get on.
no doubt.
I know my place. But for the time being, Houghton and Sunderland South, I said that we would check what the exit poll was saying and whether these numbers as they come in are in line with it. So that gives you a sense of, is that big number we've just been talking about likely to be the eventual result? Is it going to be close? Well, this is interesting. Exit poll here, OK, 46% Labour, results 47%. So I would say, as polling goes, that is pretty close. That's pretty close. OK, Reform, the exit poll said 34. In the end, 29.1%. So close, but a little bit weaker. Interestingly, the Conservatives, the exit poll said we're going to get 6% and actually ended up with 13.8%. So the Conservatives doing a bit better in Houghton and Sunderland South than the exit poll suggested. But the big picture, exit poll, 46%, result is like that. So the results, the exit poll does look like it is kind of in line with where we are in terms of that very first result. But we're going to do this and we're going to give you a sense of whether that number is borne out by the actual results, which is kind of what we want to know about, isn't it? But so far...
Stay on that graphic because Ruth's not happy.
Well, first of all, I want to call you Mr. Swanky because you've got all the swanky kit that's there. You've got the swanky graphics, you have the swanky helicopter. It's absolutely amazing.
It's a
but
team job.
what's really interesting about this is that it's understating, the exit poll seems to be understating the Conservative vote and overstating the Reform vote in here. Now, whether that's played out across the country...
Not much, but yeah, the Tories, yeah, 6% versus...
Now, in Scotland, we have something called shy Tory syndrome, whereas in our darkest days, a lot of people that voted for us wouldn't say that they voted for us.
Well,
and
that thought Blythe is declaring. Blythe is declaring.
I'd like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of the Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
OK, just moving on to the stage, as you can see, as I was explaining to you, Ian Lavery would hope to be the MP for this constituency. He was the former Labour Party chair under Jeremy Corbyn, and for a while, as I said, under Keir Starmer, Sir Keir Starmer as well, who we are yet to hear from, but I'm sure we will very shortly indeed. Oh, nice hat, madam.
Love it.
Mr. Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121.
Let's keep an eye on the Reform.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857.
Like it's an easy win for Labour. Just
Stephen
let's finish it off with the
Anthony
Lib Dems.
Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433.
Easy win there for you.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Ian. Ian really
49%
deserves
for Labour is the
that
exit poll
result.
projection.
Yeah, it's a very strong result that for him. And I'm sure, you know, he will absolutely be delighted. And actually that bodes well for us in the North East. So really, really pleased to see that. Obviously Reform coming second again. Yeah. But then we just had what Ruth was saying before, that the exit poll may be overstating Reform and understating the Tories. So we need to see that result now, don't we, in relation to the exit poll?
But what's interesting here is this is very clearly Reform being in second place. And this could be a story of the night. This could actually be a big story coming into the next election in 5 years' time, of it if it's no longer two-party races. But
it's voting reform needed.
Potentially, if you're going to bang that drum, then you crack on. I'm not entirely sure that it will, but I think that could be
the exit poll for you, Ruth, if I may. And then 27% is what the exit poll was predicting for Reform, and it's bang on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Right, okay.
But the Tories were predicted to get 10%, and they've
got
50% more.
So the shy Tory syndrome may be a feature of this evening, but it's about whether that matters in seats where they're never going to win. It is a bit more irrelevant. Where it matters is in seats where it is in the balance. So if you look at kind of vote efficiency, is this shy syndrome, if that's what we're going to call it, and I'm going to start that for tonight and we'll see if it kicks off. If that happens in the seats where there maybe is only 3 or 4% in it, could we then see that Tory number creep up a bit?
Yeah, I think we've actually, the brilliant Ireland and her team are going to be keeping track of Reform's second places, because that is, of course, Nigel Farage's strategy. He more or less said it to us when, I think he said it to Beth, he said it to me, that actually he wants to get a platform for 2029. If they can get enough second places, that's what they're about. And I'm looking at the share here, which is, they've got 26.9%. Brexit Party in 2019, share was 8%. Yeah. They've tripled it.
There's a broader story as well, just to broaden it out a little bit, though, because bear in mind, go back to 2019, the big theme of that election was the Conservative Party is now the party of the north of England. You know, they were the force
Levelling
now,
up
and,
all that.
you know, levelling up, and you know, all of the promises that were made. What we've got here are two results where they've come a poor third from having done well in seats across the north. And you know, this, I would say, this is a devastating result for them from that position. And I think what the results are reflecting, just quickly if I can make this point, is the con that they perpetrated on the north of England in saying that they would level up and then not doing it.
They didn't come back to you.
But then also just how people feel.
I'm sorry, Andy. I think that's nonsense. The vote in 2019 was about Brexit.
With respect to you, you don't understand how people feel up there. You cannot. Your party can't come up to our place and say, "We'll give you a northern powerhouse 10 years ago," and then come to Manchester for their conference and don't even talk to me or anyone else and just rip up HS2.
Don't even get going on HS2, trust me.
You can't do that to the north of England and not expect a consequence.
Let me bring in Steve Reid, if I may. Hi, Steve, for the Labour Party.
Betrayal of the north of England.
Hi, Steve. Your reaction when you saw this exit poll at just on 10 o'clock?
Oh, thank you so much.
OK, let's just try and get that microphone up. Could we please? Steve Reid, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Shadow Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Secretary up until now. Talk to me about what position you might fancy in the new government.
Well, you know, we've got to wait and see what happens with the real votes. We've had 2 of those in. The rest of it is just an exit poll. But those 2 votes we've had showed big, solid wins for Labour. So that is starting to authenticate the direction of travel that we saw in that exit poll. So that's very encouraging and very positive. But we've still got a long night ahead of us before we know what the result will be.
Yeah, I was asking you your reaction. Did you punch the air like Andy did when you saw the exit poll result?
Well, I was sat down in the atrium downstairs from here, so I didn't. I mean, it was good. It's what you want to see if you're a Labour Party supporter, if you want to see this country change, and it fitted with what I felt going up and down the country, that this is a country crying out for change. And whereas, you know, the last general election in 2019, people just didn't like and couldn't trust Labour. This time, Keir's changed the Labour Party beyond all recognition, and people are putting their faith in the Labour Party. This is about who is winning these parliamentary seats, not who's coming second and third. And it's Labour that's won the 2 that we've actually had. Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be a good night for the Labour Party, but it's a long night ahead. Yeah. There's a lot of marginals in there. I don't know how they're going to fall.
Did you think that Jeremy Corbyn couldn't win in 2019, and that's why you stood by him, or how did you feel about that?
Well, I didn't think Jeremy Corbyn was going to win in 2019. I knew the Labour Party needed to be changed from top to bottom. I also knew that Keir Starmer was the man to do that, which is why I backed him from the very first. But he's done it. To have gone from our worst result in 85 years to what you are projecting tonight, and even if that's not absolutely right, what a turnaround. Who would have thought you could make a change like that in less than 5 years? I didn't. I doubt anyone else on the panel thought that Keir Starmer could do this, and yet it looks like he may well have done that. This is a changed Labour Party, and people who are sick and tired of the broken promises of these Conservatives over 14 years are putting their faith in Labour from the 2 actual results that we've had so far tonight.
Steve Reid, it's Beth Rigby here. Just in terms of the projected result, it looks like will be picking up hundreds, dozens.
Conservative vote down to rather a greater extent than we expect in other Labour seats. So we'll have to wait and see. But broad message, Conservative votes down very heavily, Reform is up a lot, and Labour are making a modest advance. So that broad picture, at least, is there with the exit poll. It's just the fine detail. We've still got to see where we end up at the end of the night.
And turnout has been down as well. How much has that been a contributing factor?
Well, we don't know whether it's a contributing factor, but I think there has been a widespread expectation that turnout would fall, and these first two results are at least consistent with that expectation. And to that extent, at least, we may well discover that we're heading towards one of the lower turnouts in general elections in post-war electoral history. And, you know, that's what the polls were anticipating. It's what you would expect in an election in which the polls were suggesting it's pretty clear who was going to win, and where there wasn't that much difference, despite both parties' denials, that much difference between Conservative and Labour in much of what they were offering the electorate.
All right. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Now then, let's go to Jeremy with what he has from our latest calculations as they develop. It looks like it could be tonight, Jeremy, a really massive redrawing of the map. Oh, look, handy.
Yes.
You've got a big one
Look
there.
at that. That was so brilliantly cued in. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, look, here is our map. This is from last time, though, crucially. So this is the 2019 map. And you see, don't you, the wash of Conservative blue from Boris Johnson's 80-seat majority. And I'll switch it now to what the exit poll is showing us. And we stress again and again, just predictions. But look at the way Labour red spreads out from the urban areas to cover so much of England. Bear in mind, a lot of the Conservative seats are larger geographically. That one I'm just stepping on there is Rishi Sunak's, for example. So this kind of map can give you a false impression that there are more Tory seats than there are. I will just say, though, it's very interesting to see maybe Reform less strong in Scotland and the Conservatives here in the south of Scotland and the middle of Scotland as well. Scotland and the Conservatives is going to be an interesting subtext in this story of the night. Now, let me do something that'll help us understand what the map is looking like, and it's this. If I change every single seat and make it the same size, make them into hexagons, it then shows you really clearly what we're looking at. So we're back in 2019 here. Back in the, and you can see the scale of the Boris Johnson victory, can't you, with so many of these blue hexagons. I'll now change this to the exit poll, so just have a look at the change here. Okay, this is 2019 still, and I'm showing you the majorities. The majorities are shown by the height of the hexagon. The taller the hexagon, the clearer the win for the party whose colour the hexagon is. So you can see an awful lot of 2019 big majorities here for the Conservatives, particularly in the south of England. So now let's change to 2024 and let's have a look and see what the exit poll is showing us. And look at those hexagons lowering. The Conservative seat majorities going down, being replaced by red ones. You've got, for example, Portsmouth North, Penny Mordaunt's seat just over there, Leader of the House of Commons, has gone from quite a sizable Conservative hexagon to a red one. So that is what we're looking at. It's an amazing map, that, isn't it? Because when you make the constituencies all the same size, you get a real sense of just how much Labour red is covering the UK. And of course, the interesting thing as well is that you're seeing some marginal Conservative seats, which have been blue for a long time, turning into safe Labour. Back to you.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. He's got all sorts of new snazzy toys, but it does show you what might happen in really, really vivid detail.
OK, so we've had a few results in. Chris?
Reform UK. It's quite a standout. I know we've reflected on it in the last couple of minutes. Sorry, I was just typing something away there for the BBC News app. But given what I've just typed, I might as well say it out loud as well.
You're moonlighting already.
But yeah, a bit of, you know, exactly. You know, those first two results, seeing how well Reform were doing, as we were reflecting a few minutes ago, yes, in parts of the world in the northeast of England that significantly backed Brexit. But here is a party that, I mean, I'm exaggerating mildly, but was sort of, you know, came about a week last Wednesday. It's a new entity on the political stage. One of the standout moments of the election campaign was Nigel Farage's decision to come back in, be the leader of the party, be a candidate too. And one of the big questions was how much difference would they actually make? And the early evidence, both from the exit poll, but with the caveats around smaller parties, and these first two results, is they are making one heck of an impression, more than a quarter of the vote in those first two results, and how that maps out through the night. And then, crucially, particularly if Reform managed a number akin to what we're suggesting in the exit poll of 13, the dynamic in the House of Commons of the Reform with potentially around a dozen MPs and a rump of a Conservative Party thrashing around trying to find out who it is, what it wants to be and what went wrong is a very interesting kind of conversation that we're going to see alongside a period, as it would seem, that a new Labour government is taking office and getting its head around what it's going to do.
All right. Chris, thank you for that.
Well, let's have that conversation then right now with Dr. David Bull, who joins us from the Reform Party. You are looking extremely chipper, I have to say.
Yes.
Do you think, from your own data, that actually achieving 13 seats is something that looks realistic?
Yes is the short answer. If you look at this, and if that exit poll is right, this is an historic moment. As Chris said, we're 4 years old. We're an insurgent party. This has come out of nowhere, literally. I remember talking to Richard Tice 4 years ago about how we were going to do that. And of course, I think what you're seeing is actually the shy reformers coming out in droves. You know, we saw this with Brexit, didn't we? The shy Brexiteers. So the pollsters were caught off guard, and once again, they've been caught off guard. Now, if that is true, and we get 13 seats, that is extraordinary. And Nigel has made this very clear. This is the beginning of a much bigger movement. And it is a movement. It's from the ground up. Chris mentioned something else, which is actually in the northwest, in the northeast. We're taking votes not just from the Conservatives, we're taking them from Labour as well. People who say this country is broken and they want it back.
I mean, where do you feel you have been picking up? Is it a uniform picture, or is it, as you might expect, from areas that were very strongly Eurosceptic, voted Leave in large quantities? Because you say it's come out of nowhere. It hasn't really. You had UKIP, then the Brexit Party, then the Reform Party. This has been, it's a development in an existing movement, right?
Yes. So what's interesting is if you look at vote share, we believe our vote share is twice that of the Liberal Democrats.
Twice.
We believe that to be true. And if that is the case, and we only get a quarter of the seats, then that says something about the parliamentary system and why first past the post, I think, is broken, and why we need to move to something like a proportional representation, which, of course, we had in the European elections, and that's how we became the biggest party in... I know, I can see you shaking your head next to me, but we became the biggest party in the European Parliament because we had the D'Hondt principle, and that's how we had so many. The Conservatives don't want it, Labour don't want it, but actually I think people in Britain do want it.
It's quite early in the night for a discussion about the D'Hondt system.
Well, yeah, maybe. I like to elevate the conversation.
But, and I want to get the reaction from the other parties as we will through the night. But just many people watching, though, David Bull, will think actually what they saw from Reform, aside from people like you and people like Nigel Farage coming out and giving interviews publicly, what many people will have seen, however, is a revelation almost daily of truly vile and offensive remarks and views that had been shared by a significant number of your candidates. Some of them were condemned very quickly by the party's leadership. Some of those people were still allowed to run as candidates despite having expressed things that were really offensive to many members of this country. So that, do you think
let's be very clear.
Chances?
It is a minority of those people. We had really strict vetting procedures in play.
But they didn't seem to work very well.
Well, let me just explain that. So over the last 4 years, we've been vetting candidates really thoroughly. We paid a company a lot of money to vet those candidates. They let us down. But also, when the Prime Minister called the election, it caught us on the hop slightly. It caught the Conservatives very much on the hop. But and then we had to expedite that process. Now, we have gone from nothing to fielding 620 candidates. And we have said, and I have been very clear about this, we will not tolerate homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitic behaviour or anything like that. And if any of us find out that that is the case, they're out.
But why do you think that kind of unsavoury character is so attracted to Reform?
Well, I think it's
what is it about
well, I think it's in
party?
every party. If you look, there were 20, weren't there, in the Green Party accused of anti-Semitic abuse. So it is in every party. The Conservative Party has a similar problem to a lesser extent.
But
I
not
think
after
Labour
they were
does.
formally nominated.
But remember, no, but also we're 4 years old, so we had to literally sprint to get those candidates. And I think anyone who looks at the rise of Reform will see that actually what we're doing is breaking political history. I said this before. Everyone said in that Brexit result, you won't do it. We changed history. We're about to change history once again.
Do you know where your 13 seats, if you get that far, will be? I mean, you hinted earlier, you say you're picking up everywhere, but do you have a clear view of where you're likely to take? Was Nigel Farage likely to take?
I don't want to bet on it, but Clacton, I hope with Nigel, I hope Richard Tice, I think Rupert Lowe, Great Yarmouth would be a very good bet. Ben Habib in Wellingborough. Let's see. Look, I'm standing in West Suffolk. It has a majority of 23,000, which should be a safe Conservative seat. I'm against Nick Timothy, who was Theresa May's Chief of Staff. Matt Hancock had that seat, of course. That was in the height of the COVID pandemic. That hasn't played very well. I think it's about local candidates with local issues. Is there a personal vote there as well? I don't know. We'll find out in the middle of the morning.
Okay. Dave, thank you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrea Leadsom, you are going to be leaving us quite soon. But I just wonder, we've talked about reform. They seem to be doing the most damage in some of the seats that you are likely to lose, according to the exit poll. Was there enough of an attempt at the beginning of this campaign to try to win over their supporters?
So obviously the exit polls suggest not, and we will be careful to analyse that at the end of the night. But at the same time, there's no doubt that the Reform Party has been a party of protest against people not being Conservative enough. I mean, I've had a lot of people saying to me, join the Reform Party. I'm a Conservative voter and I want you to join Reform. That makes it a protest. And we've just heard that it's only been around for a short period of time. And that can happen. And obviously it's been a great result for Reform, according to the exit poll. A terrible night for the Conservatives. But what it does mean is we need to regroup, rethink, regain the trust of the population in order to come back fighting next time around.
Dame Andrea, thanks very much
Thanks.
indeed. Relieved that you stood down rather than having to go through all of this.
Yeah.
Devastated.
You
but,
knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily. My passion is early years, as you well know, and I want to go and do some of that before I'm too old.
OK, well, not a bit of it. We thank you for coming in and spending some of the evening with us.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to the northeast where we had our two results this evening. Blyth and Ashington and Houghton and Sunderland South. Naga Munchetti and Sally Nugent are standing by. Naga, I'm sorry, it was Jackie from the bank who did it for Sunderland. They got in there first.
I heard Sally say that was their secret weapon, and there were lots of kind of indications here at Blyth and Ashington that we were just about to declare a few minutes to go, and then it kind of went quiet. Sally and I were messaging each other, actually, just going, who do you think it's going to be? But yes, we had our declaration for one of the 4 constituencies here that are having results. Ian Lavery from Labour winning, as you've been discussing. And interesting that Reform came second here too. A little point, there are 4 constituencies, as I said, which are going to be declared. You saw Maureen Levy on the stage there when the declaration happened, who is Conservative. She obviously didn't win, but her husband, Ian Levy, who's also up for the Conservatives, is also waiting for his declaration. That will be for Cramlington and Killingworth, which will happen around 12:45. So we're still waiting for more results here. But yes, Sally won. Sunderland won. Congratulations, Sunderland.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that.
Sally 1-0 over Naga. And it sounds as if it was Jackie from the bank who did the damage.
What won it?
What won it?
I tell you what, when I walked in here tonight, Jackie took me to one side and she said, we are going to win, which is what I told you earlier on in the programme. And I believed her. But I tell you, there's something else about this count here that was quite interesting, was that I think they quite liked being the underdog tonight. I know they weren't the favourite to take back the crown of being the first count to declare, but there was a quiet confidence. There was a little bit of underestimate us at your peril. Jackie and everybody from the bank who had been here as the A-team all those years ago and had all those years of experience of getting the result out quickly, of course, they did the job. And, you know, I was going to make some kind of joke about Sunderland and football and getting used to not winning, but I can't make it now because they won.
Oh my word! You're smiling gamely there, Naga, which is good to see. Good to see. All right, Sally, Naga, thank you from Blyth and Sunderland South there.
You see, that's friendly rivalry, but I'm afraid that elections aren't all about friendly rivalry. Some of the battles are absolutely as bruising as they come.
I was going to say, actually, Peter Mandelson just picked me up on my pronunciation of Houghton. He says Houghton.
Houghton. Well, this is going to happen through the night.
Houghton Le Spring.
Exactly, Chris.
I think it's Houghton. You see,
Thank you. Thank you.
The reason I say so, I started my career in the northeast of England and was pointed out on day 1 to me how to pronounce that particular part of Wearside.
Well, these anecdotes should normally come at about 4 in the morning.
I know,
and
but
actually,
we're starting early. What time? It's not midnight yet.
We've got serious business to get on with because Rita has got some really interesting analysis, because we've mentioned that the results coming in from the northeast were from areas where they were very strongly Leave backing, and you've been looking at what's going on in terms of the difference between Leave and Remain seats.
Absolutely, Laura. And given the conversation you were just having with Dame Andrea Leadsom as well about what sort of damage reform might have done to the Conservatives. So this is based on the exit poll information that we have. And we've done some analysis of what we think has happened to the vote share of each of the parties compared to 2019. Now, in Remain seats, you can see, I mean, the Conservative share of the vote is going down everywhere, down 15% there.
Of 18 and 30 who are supporting the Conservative Party at the moment, it's single digits. And that has to be a wake-up call.
But Joe Johnson, I mean, the brutal truth is, in 2019, your brother won a majority of what, 80?
Yeah.
And that was partly by absorbing the people who are there tonight, as far as we can see, beginning to vote reform. In fact, Nigel Farage was so satisfied with the offer that was made by the Conservatives that he stood down his candidates. Wasn't that a situation in which what you actually did was postponed the choice that you have to make as a party, and you're paying the price for that tonight? And you are going to have to make a choice, aren't you?
No, I don't think so. I think it's possible to occupy many squares on the political chessboard at once. What I think the big mistake is to be a sort of reform-like kind of party that apes the policies and attitudes and mentalities of reform without really being sort of fully emotionally, intellectually committed to them. I think that's the mistake, because it doesn't come across as authentic.
OK. I know, John Redwood, that you want to come in. Thank you for being with us this evening. Are you echoing what we're hearing there from Mr Johnson?
No, I'm not. I mean, I think that the main problem was the cost of living crisis, allowing the inflation, not disciplining the Bank of England, then allowing taxes to go up to pay for the colossal bills of a rather overextended COVID lockdown. I think that was the big thing that drove people away from the Conservatives, because we'd promised lower taxes and successful economy and didn't deliver it. And then I think the other big letdown for voters, some of whom have gone off to reform, was a very clear promise to reduce overall migration, mainly legal migration, from the 200,000 level, which was already quite high, putting pressure on housing and access to housing for young people, for example. And instead, we trebled it. And that was obviously thought to be a very big letdown. And I think the new Labour government has got to understand that if they want to solve the problem of the long waiting lists in health, and they want to solve the problem of access to housing, rented and for purchase by young people, you cannot accommodate 600,000 or 700,000 extra people every year, much as you might like to.
John, just going back to that, when you look at the legal migration figures from the last 2 years of freedom of movement, before the UK left the European Union, and then you look at the last 2 years of the Conservative government, they are massively bigger.
Yes, that's what I said.
I mean, the reason I read it is you were a massive backer of Brexit.
Yeah.
Do you think that part of this election result is that the public are saying to the Conservatives, you promised us things on Brexit and then you betrayed us, and that Brexit hasn't been a successful project, and now you are being punished for it?
Well, of course, that's part of it. That's what I just said. A lot of Brexit voters wanted control of borders. They weren't ideological about it, but they felt in the pressure of their communities that too many people were coming in, and there were these problems over public service access and housing access and price of housing and all the rest of it. And they were also worried about downward pressure on jobs, because a lot of the people invited in were to take jobs on very low levels of wage, and I and others have always wanted a higher wage, higher productivity, local labour economy. And that was very attractive to Brexit voters, and then they felt that hadn't been reflected in government policy. So, of course, that was part of the diversion, and quite a lot of people in the Labour movement understood that. They didn't want lots of cheap labour being brought in under permit. We need to do better at those 9 million people who are of working age, many of whom, with the right support, right training, right incentives, might be able to get a job.
But, John, isn't the point, though, that the nature of migration to this country has changed because of Brexit? When we were in the EU, people in their 20s would perhaps come from Poland or Romania and spend a little bit of time, then go back. But now, people are coming from much further afield. They need to bring dependents with them. And haven't you just not been honest with people about the whole migration challenge? You know, you've kind of played politics with it, really.
I've been very honest about it.
The
I've
reality
always
of it...
said, why don't we have tougher criteria so we don't have so many legal migrants? And the government then adopted that in January, but it was a bit late by then.
But the problem being, though, that there were huge vacancies in the economy, and you've just
yeah, but you have to work away at those
in a mess, haven't you, on
with the
this whole
potential
issue?
work. Yes, but you're not listening to me. If you put the wages up and help the companies with productivity, you would solve that internally. 9 million people of working age who are not seeking work or have not got a job is a very large number of people. Now, some of them are really badly ill and they should just be looked after by the state, of course, and some of them have caring responsibilities which cannot be easily
You're avoiding
dealt
my
with.
question.
But
Hasn't the
they're not
nature of
all like
migration
that.
changed in that people are coming from further afield, they're bringing dependence, and that's not something you're talking about. You, Brexiteers, have brought about this huge increase in net migration. You try and blame everybody else.
I didn't bring about any of that.
But it was
and
your decision.
I was always a voice for having tougher controls on migration, and the government has moved towards that early this year. I think it would have been better if we'd had a later election and they'd have shown more progress and shown the public that the workforce would
What isn't the truth now, though?
we solved the problem with drivers,
Just to
for
pick up,
example.
I thought Joe Johnson was speaking really clearly, and what I was saying before should be more in touch with the centre ground. That was the Conservative Party that I used to see in Parliament. I think, isn't the reality, the big mistake, you were talking about mistake, Joe, before, I look back at it and think, all of your failure to back Theresa May and her deal, that was your big mistake. Because that has led then to a lot of the chaos.
I think your views on the Conservative Party don't understand the nature of the Conservative Party, or don't understand the nature of the rupture with the public mood.
Well, you clearly don't understand it. Look at the state of you tonight. If you understand it so well, why are you in this mess tonight?
Well, because they made a series of mistakes, which some of us were chronicling at the time, and it was very sad
Liz
to watch.
Truss, I've not heard you mention her mistakes. You seem to back her agenda. She made some massive mistakes.
I did
But she
not
was
back
your
her
low
budget.
regulation, low tax.
She did not accept the advice on the budget I suggested, which had a far smaller deficit than the one she actually ran with.
John, can I ask you a question?
Include Joe as well, please.
How do you... Oh, sorry, Joe. Sorry. How do you see parallels between what's happened to the Conservative Party in this election, between what happened to the Conservative Party in 1997 and the divisions within the party in the major years? And
Well,
the way
I see one obvious bigger parallel in that, which is that was an economic problem as well, just as this was mainly, I think, cost of living, failure of levelling up, people's big squeeze, COVID, Ukraine war, inflation, however you want to explain it. The major collapse was because he wrongly put us into the European exchange rate mechanism, something I urged him not to do, and he ignored the advice. And the ERM was deeply damaging and created a recession. And that once we'd had the recession, we were finished.
It was also about huge divisions in the party over
Well, that
Europe.
became the story which Labour put out later. But actually, if you
Well,
look at the
well, I mean,
polling,
Major
the
had a
polling
confidence vote
cracked.
over it.
No, the polling cracked when it was obvious that the economic policy was a disaster.
OK.
And
Joe
it
Johnson,
never
do you want to come in
recovered.
on that?
Joe, do you think that Conservatives are being punished now for Brexit?
Yeah, look, I mean, Brexit was the flagship policy of the Conservative Party, and it has to own the fact that it's been executed in a completely shambolic way, with no clear plan, no strategy for how to make a success of it. And by and large, the British public, when asked whether Brexit was a good idea,
Sunderland
thinks it
Central,
was a
please. Sunderland Central.
OK, here we go.
For Sunderland. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993.
Number up there.
Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Wow. Yeah.
The number of rejected ballot papers.
Yeah, the same pattern as Trevor was saying that we have seen in the previous two seats.
Conservative and
that
Reform is
have
quite close.
declared. I'm not sure they're that close there, if I'm right in saying that, Trevor.
No, I
half
mean,
the
actually,
vote.
I haven't been able to look back and see what it was last time, but I suspect it's the same pattern as previously. Can I just pick up on John Redwood and Joe Johnson's discussion? I mean, John Redwood, you've just been saying, I counted the number of times you said, I said this.
Let's look at those figures on the screen as we're chatting. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, here we go, yeah.
21% down is the Conservative vote. Reform up 15%, Labour bang on the same.
Yeah.
React to that for me, please, if you would, Ruth Davidson.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen in the last 2 seats. 3 makes a trend. That is a trend there. And I think this is something that we've spoken about on the programme, which is while the exit poll shows that Reform's going to get 13 seats, and that was more than anybody was predicting coming into this, if we see that they're in second place, in a clear second place, and swathes more seats across the country, that's going to be a pretty big challenge to the Prime Minister for calling an election, I guess, at this time of the year when Nigel Farage was able to come back. It would be an October-November election. He'd be over in the United States, probably, we would expect. It's also, I think, what a number of your Conservative commentators have been saying today, which is this is an election for a government that's been in power for a long time, where they are being punished. But the Tories are being punished across the country here, with votes going everywhere.
OK, must thank John Redwood, also thank Joe Johnson. Gentlemen, it's almost the witching hour. Time to go. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot. We are heading over to Ed Davies' seat, actually. And I think Matthew Thompson's there for us. Hi, Matthew, a way to go yet until we get the results from where you are. But I wonder how they're feeling about just looking down at the exit poll suggesting the Lib Dems would have 61 seats.
Yeah, it'll be a few hours yet before the declaration happens here in Kingston and Surbiton. But clearly, the Liberal Democrats are looking at that figure of 61 seats, and they're pretty pleased with it. Let me put it that way. Officially,
not. It's an uprising. It's saying to the political classes, enough is enough.
I mean, Peter, I was talking to a Labour activist before we came on air. He was saying that on the doorstep, the response was very much, you're all the same. You're all the same. And in that kind of atmosphere, it is going to be the insurgent party, potentially, that gets the nod.
Clive, I think people over the last 10 years in all parts of the country have almost literally had the hope beaten out of them and their trust in the whole political system beaten out of them by one disaster after another. The country feels so broken. It is hardly surprising that people are very, very angry. And now what the Labour Party has to do, should it form the government, as your exit poll would suggest it will, is prove them wrong, that they can see hope restored in the future of the country, and they can see a political system which is working for them. And that is the great challenge for an incoming Labour government.
All right. Peter Mandelson and Debbie Bull, thank you both very much indeed. Thank you.
Right, well, just let's remind you of what the exit poll predicts, an enormous Labour majority with 410 seats up significantly. The Conservatives crashing down to 131 seats. That's what the forecast is. Will one of them be the seat of Penny Mordaunt, who's been leader of the House of Commons? She's been the MP in Portsmouth North. Mark Easton, our colleague, is there tonight. Mark, are you seeing glum faces or relief in Penny Mordaunt's camp?
Well, very interesting, actually. Most of the candidates are here. Penny Mordaunt is not here, and we're told that she may not turn up until very close to the declaration, which is expected at around 3:30 this morning. Incredibly busy counting going on right now. This would be, I think, a very significant shock if Penny Mordaunt was to lose. I saw Jeremy Vine earlier saying it was a blue hexagon that was going to go red. The exit poll says actually too close to call, but at the same time says Penny Mordaunt has just a 25% chance of holding on here. The swing required for her to lose, if you just look at Tory to Labour, would be 17.2%. But what the sort of chatter is in this room is that actually what we're seeing here is a big increase in the reform vote, just as you've been talking about all evening. Some people are suggesting we might have sort of 25% reform vote in Portsmouth North, which would be a huge success for them, and perhaps would be the explanation for why indeed Portsmouth Guildhall is going to see one of the big shocks of election 2024.
Mark, thanks so much. Well, give us a wave if Penny Mordaunt turns up at her count a bit later in the evening. Let's see what happens there.
Yep, 3 seats declared so far. 3 Labour wins. So far, so normal, but the turnout has been low, and the story is Reform. Their share of the vote going up in those 3 counts so far. That's not going to be an issue, we think, in Northern Ireland, because Andrea Catherwood joins us now from Belfast. Hi there, Andrea. Just paint a picture of the scene where you are.
Yes, very different here in Belfast, of course, because the people of Belfast and Northern Ireland vote for Northern Irish parties. Now, traditionally, the DUP over the last 20 years has been the party that's been the biggest Northern Irish party in Westminster. It is the party that is under the most pressure tonight, because there is a chance that that could change. There's always been either the DUP or another unionist party having the most seats at Westminster. However, the DUP have had a really torrid time of it recently. Just at Easter, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who was the leader, was charged with historic sex offences. They're charges that he denies. He resigned. His seat is vulnerable, but even more importantly, behind me, Belfast East is being counted. That is the new leader's seat, Gavin Robinson, and that is a really tight race up against another leader, the leader of the Alliance Party, Naomi Long. So you've got 2 party leaders, just 1 seat at Westminster, and that's going to be a really tight race tonight. An easier night here for Sinn Féin, the other major party. They had 7 seats at the last election. It looks like they're going to hold all 7 seats, although 1 is very tight. If they hold all 7 seats and the DUP lose a couple, then Sinn Féin could be the biggest single party from Northern Ireland at Westminster. It would be the first time ever that the Nationalists have held that position, that a Nationalist party held that position. It would be a significant milestone, and it could happen tonight.
That'll be fascinating. Andrea, thank you for that.
Well, history will be made tonight, potentially in all sorts of different ways. Let's go to James Cook, our Scotland editor, who's in Glasgow for us tonight. James, we've talked about this suggestion from the exit poll that the SNP might crash down to 10 seats at Westminster, which would be an absolutely phenomenal result for Scottish Labour. But from what your sense is of the way things are going, what's the mood in the various camps there?
I think, Laura, good evening, or in fact, good morning. It's the morning.
Is it
good
already?
Morning to you. No, it's after midnight. It is, I know, time's flying on, but we do not have any hard facts from Scotland yet. I mean, you're right, the exit poll would be an enormous blow for the Scottish National Party. The Labour Party would be delighted if that were to be proved correct. I think there's some doubt on both sides about whether that exact scale of the victory for Labour is likely to be the case. Indeed, Sir John Curtis, to be fair, has been pointing that out, that there is a caveat relating to those numbers. So perhaps putting them to one side and looking at the bigger picture here, both the SNP and Labour are accepting that this is Labour's night, that Labour are roaring back in Scotland. It had 1 MP, let's not forget, 1 MP at the last election in Scotland. And they ruled this land effectively. I don't mean they literally ruled it, but they were in charge. They were the biggest party from 1959 in every general election through to 2010. A decade or so ago, around the time of the independence referendum, Scottish politics, Laura, as you know very well, was completely scrambled. And it remains scrambled. And I think what's interesting is, why has there been such a surge in support for Labour? Lots of the voters that I've been talking to travelling around the country have been saying, 1, they want to get the Tories out. They don't think they're doing a good job. I'm generalising, of course. 2, they're not delighted with the performance of the SNP and concerned about some of the other things going on with the party in terms of a police investigation into its finances and so on. But 3, have I heard massive enthusiasm for Labour from voters? Not necessarily, and I think that will pose a challenge for the Labour Party to prove that they can deliver meaningful change for the people of Scotland, because the key thing to remember here, you know the figure, 45%. At the last general election, the SNP won 45% of the vote. In the independence referendum in 2014, people voting for independence were 45% of the electorate who voted. And what we've seen this time, we don't know the share for the SNP in this election, but it seems likely that what we're seeing is evidence at the ballot box of a detachment between support for the SNP and support for independence, which remains round about that 45% mark, according to some polls. So, of course, this will not be, if the result is as we expect, the mandate for negotiations on a second independence referendum that John Swinney, the new SNP leader, had suggested it might be and had certainly hoped it would be. But it doesn't mean the issue has completely gone away. It does mean that there is no obvious vehicle for supporters of independence to jump on at this moment to deliver what they ultimately want to see for Scotland.
James Cook in Glasgow, thank you very much indeed. So many implications from the results as they come in. But of course, the biggest implication, of course, at this stage is that Keir Starmer is heavily on track to become the next Prime Minister.
Partly because, as James was saying, there may be Labour gains in Scotland, but also potentially Howell Griffith is in Wales. Labour potentially making gains where you are too, particularly in the north.
Yeah, absolutely. If you remember, Clive, back in 2019, it was a Tory story, taking 14 of the 40 seats there. Best result in decades. Tonight, as we speak, we're on wipeout watch. Now, the boundary changes mean there were fewer seats to play for, but essentially, using that exit poll, it may be that the Tories are down to one single seat. And that comes with lots of caveat, not least the fact that it's not a Tory candidate fighting for it. It's Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, a name that's been in the headlines because of the betting scandal. The candidate there, Craig Williams, suspended by the party, but according to the exit poll at least,
Okay, Howell,
he
I'm
may
going to
well
have to
be
cut
the
into
only
you,
one
mate. Sorry
to
about
survive
that.
this
Sorry,
vote.
we've got a declaration coming up.
Swindon, tonight we get our future back. You voted for change, a changed Labour Party that would change our country for the better. After 14 long years of Conservative government, change is coming. This is the moment we press the reset button for the country, to get our economy firing on all cylinders, to invest in our schools and our NHS, to restore honesty, decency and integrity to politics. Now, as some of you may know, I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred, and I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown, a mission to ensure kids growing up here today don't have to move out to get on, a mission to build a high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded and the contribution of all is valued. It's the honour of my life to have been elected to represent my hometown. Together, we are going to put Swindon back on the map for all the right reasons. I'd like to thank everyone who has made this election run so smoothly, to the returning officer, to everyone counting here tonight, and to the police. I'd like to thank my incredible campaign team. You know who you all are. There is not a door in Swindon South that we haven't knocked on, and there are plenty we've knocked on many times. I've had to tell some people I'm not stalking them. I can't thank you and them enough. To my agent Patrick Herring, to my local party chair Jo Garton, and to the leader of the council Jim Robbins, thank you for your unwavering support and good advice. I'd also like to pay tribute to Robert. Robert, you've been a gentleman in this contest. You've been a hard-working servant of Swindon, a senior government minister, and an ardent campaigner on the issues closest to your heart. The political winds of change may be blowing tonight, but I hope your contribution to public life continues. And finally, I'd like to thank my family. To my dad, who has been my hero from day one growing up in Colebrook Road, thank you for painting my office, putting up my garden stakes, and putting out my bins when I forget them. Thank you to my mum for refilling my freezer, for providing a one-woman news monitoring service of the Swindon Advertiser, and for always believing in me. And thank you to my husband, Martin. 2 years ago, I said I wanted to come home. We uprooted a life we had built together in South East London, and you didn't blink. I simply wouldn't be the person I am without you. Thank you, Swindon. Thank you to all those who voted for me, and to those who didn't let me say this. I am here for you. I will represent our whole community with dedication and humility. Swindon, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. I won't let you down.
Well, there, Heidi Alexander, a former MP, now becomes the new Labour MP from Swindon South. That's the first Labour gain from the night. She's taken the seat from Robert Buckland, the former Tory minister. He's the first Conservative to lose. Let's listen in.
Officer and the incredible counting team that makes Swindon one of the most efficient counting centres in the United Kingdom. I know you've all been working for much of the day and for the rest of the night. There are many friendly faces here who we need to rely on for democracy to happen, and that's what's happened tonight. I'd like to thank the people of Swindon South as well, or should I say South Swindon, the seat that I had the honour of representing for 14 years through 4 elections. Although it was not to be for a 5th time, I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the tens of thousands of fellow residents who have supported me over the years and who continue to do so at this election. And to those who didn't, I say my good wishes and that my hopes go with you for the future of our town, my home, and our country. And I want to thank Heidi for her heartfelt words, and I genuinely wish her well. She is a person who comes to this with goodwill and the right motives, and I'm glad that on a personal level she is able to serve once again. I want to thank my family, my wife, Sian, my children, who have, through the 20 years that I have been a candidate and MP here, put aside their priorities, not just for mine, but for the people who I served, and for my incredible campaign team, who ignored the national polls and worked day and night to help me in this campaign, and I owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Now, tonight's result means that I cannot, for the time being, be a direct participant in our parliamentary process, which you know I value and love dearly. I'm proud of the work that I've done to advance the cause of autistic and disabled people in our country and people who live in abusive and controlling domestic relationships and the victims of serious crime in particular. I'm deeply proud of the investment that I've helped to secure for Swindon, from the new A&E at GWH to the vitally important heritage work at the Health Hydro and the Honda site redevelopment. But there's much more, of course, to do. I wish Heidi well, and I know that she will carry on the work that I have started. Now, our very political system is at a crossroads. Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust? I know what side I'm on. I know what choice I would make. And I believe with sincere and fierce conviction that my party has to make the right choice too, if we are to inspire a new generation with the real promise of a better future. Thank you, Swindon, for giving me the opportunity of my life to make a positive difference to our town and our nation.
Well, 2 speeches full of strong convictions there. The main headline, Heidi Alexander, who was a former Labour MP, has got a huge swing of 16% and will return to Parliament, this time as the MP for Swindon South. But also a very fierce speech there from Sir Robert Buckland, the former Conservative Cabinet Minister, who accused some in his party, not directly, but it was very clear what he was saying. He was asking whether they value people who work together or whether those who accept that politics is a circus and say things to be untrue. So, a taste there of some of the very fierce fights that may well be ahead for the Conservative Party as the night and the days progress after what appears to be on course to be a shattering defeat for them.
Yeah, and the civility shown, both well, it's something that you don't see that often, frankly, in our modern politics. And I think it's important that we reflect on that, Sadiq Khan, because Heidi Alexander left a very good job in Lewisham as the MP to go and work for you. And you were saying, as she was giving her speech there, that you were taking credit for that. That victory.
Heidi, I wasn't. I was with Heidi 2 days ago in Swindon North and Swindon South, 2 seats we've got to win. And looks like we're going to win those. I've got to give credit both to Robert and to Heidi for those speeches. I think you won't see 2 classier speeches during the course of this night. But it's, I think, the start of what's going to be a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. I think you're going to see across every region of the country Labour making gains. I think you'll see Labour, the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales. And it's quite remarkable because Heidi and I sat through 2019 when we were genuinely fearing our party was on the brink of extinction. Heidi came to work for me as my Deputy Mayor for Transport. Lo and behold, in 4.5 years, Keir Starmer's taken us to the cusp of power. Quite remarkable, unprecedented. And hopefully during the course of the night, you'll see more and more Labour gains, Labour gains, Labour gains. That's the first one.
Did you think this night could ever be possible within the space of one parliament? And remember, we are still talking about an exit poll here, but it seems to be going a certain way with the results.
So I've known Keir for almost 30 years. We're both lawyers together. When he first told me 4.5 years ago he wanted to be leader, I wasn't clear whether he could go on to be the Prime Minister. I was unclear what his motives were, bearing in mind how difficult the task was. But he had a sense of conviction and confidence that made him think he could do it. He made us believe he could do it, and he's worked so hard. He's built a team around him. The shadow cabinet, MPs, candidates, our staff, our volunteers have followed Keir's confidence and leadership. It's been difficult. There's been some wobbly moments. There have been times where, we've thought it wasn't possible. In my wildest dreams, 4.5 years ago, did I think we'd be here? No. Keir did, though, and he deserves massive credit for getting us here.
Sadiq, Mayor of London, you sound a bit like, though, you thought he was crackers to take it on.
Well, I love Keir, and I said to Keir, one of my best friends took on this job in 2010. We fell short in 2015.
Ed Miliband, you're referring
to?
Yeah,
I've seen great politicians take on the worst job in politics, being leader of Her Majesty's official opposition. Keir said he believed in himself, he believed in his vision. He knew about hard work, but Keir's motivation is public service. This guy took on cases for me without taking a fee. He would act for clients without asking for money. He believes in hard work. I think what you'll see is him being magnanimous tomorrow, him being humble, and him demanding every Labour MP served with humility.
Just to say that we've got another Labour hold. This is in Washington and Gateshead South. Labour have hung on to that seat. Sharon Hodgson is re-elected there as the MP. So that is 5 seats for Labour, 4 holds, 1 gain. So a lot of those seats, in fact, all those seats are in the north. No, Swindon, we had Swindon South. So most of those seats in the north. What is it about the northeast?
It's a special place, the northeast. It's just a special place. And interesting
to add up, yeah.
Well, Naga Sally told us about all the lengths that they'd gone to in the special paper and all the stuff. But interestingly, that seat in Washington Reform also, it appears, in second place there. But we'll bring you that result in detail when we have it. But Reform, just one of the headaches for the erstwhile Conservative leader Rishi Sunak. But of course, the huge move to Labour we're seeing is the biggest problem for him of all. Let's check in again with Victoria Derbyshire. Victoria, you're at the count now. Have you managed to glean anything from Conservative supporters there?
Honestly, Laura, not particularly. I can tell you that the verification of the ballot papers is almost complete, and the actual counting of the real votes will begin, I'm told, in about half an hour. There's a sort of quiet hum here as the verification continues.
There. But everybody knows that I've been a Conservative who, as we've already discussed, has often criticised my party. It's ironic that we're both sitting here. We've criticised our party from different perspectives. But I regard myself as a classical liberal in the Conservative Party. And one thing we haven't had for 100 years is classical liberalism. And that's really what's damaging our economy and our society.
OK.
It was we're all learning, trying to live at everybody else's expense, and it's ruinous.
We must let you go, but thank you for taking the time to join us. Thank you. Washington and Gateshead
Manchester
South.
Liberal.
Washington and Gateshead South, 1 in 10 adults are in poor health. Almost a third of adults in Washington and Gateshead South have never worked, which is well above the national average. So that's the demographic for you in Washington and Gateshead South. Heading up to Glasgow in just a second. But before that, watching Election Night Live here on Sky News, the headlines for you so far. The broadcaster's exit poll has predicted a landslide victory for Labour. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to win 410 seats.
Phillipson, 18,837.
Labour's taken the first seats of the night, with Reform coming second in many of those seats. Bridget Phillipson there taking her seat. And it's looking like a bruising night for the Conservatives, who are predicted to win just 131 seats. Sir Robert Buckland becomes the first Conservative to lose his seat to Labour in Swindon South, losing to former Labour MP Heidi Alexander. And Sir Ed Davey's creative campaign appears to have worked wonders for the Liberal Democrats, who the exit poll says will take 61 seats in the House of Commons. Bad night for the Conservatives, equally bad nights, I might say, for the SNP, predicted to win just 10 seats. Connor standing by for us in Glasgow this morning. Hello to you, Connor. 10 seats is the prediction.
Kay, this is a grim night for the SNP if the exit poll is to be believed. Let's remember the SNP has been huge in Scotland, the most dominant political force north of the border for more than a decade, has won every election in that period. And this will be the first time, if the polls are to be believed, that will not happen for the first time in a very, very long time. Now, I've been speaking privately to some senior SNP sources, and they are saying, look, this is bad for us. It is worse than we were potentially expecting. 10 seats was at the lower estimate. Potentially around 20 would have been a good night. What's going on here? What are the voters thinking? Well, clearly the SNP's been in power for close to 2 decades here in Scotland. It's still mired in that police investigation examining its funding and its finances that has had the arrest of its former leader, Nicola Sturgeon. She was released without charge as well. And clearly it is not really pushing the case forward for independence. It's been in a really tricky position, not able to further that cause, because both Labour and the Conservatives at Westminster have said no, they will not enter any more negotiations on that. Now, I think what's interesting from the SNP camp tonight is the narrative coming out. They're trying to push this away and say, look, this was the SNP supporters swinging behind other parties, swinging behind Labour, because they were the only party who were going to be able to kick the Tories out of Downing Street. Interesting, because given their manifesto said, page 1, line 1, that independence would be front and centre. So rather than the SNP recognising actually that the independence question is maybe heading for the back burner just now, they are flipping that on its head and saying actually this was an election about getting rid of the Conservatives. How will that hold, and will that be the position of John Swinney going forward? Look, this is a really bad night for the SNP, but here in Glasgow the polls are suggesting it could be a flip from all SNP seats, 6 seats, flipping that on its head, with Labour taking control of this city once again. It's a huge night across the UK, but the Scotland story should not be underestimated. This is potentially an abysmal night for the SNP, a once dominant political force. And what does this mean for the question of Scottish independence? Another final thought from me, a senior source from within John Swinney's inner circle has said, look, we may only be getting 10 seats potentially here in Scotland, but we'll revert back to this so-called mandate from the 2021 Scottish elections at Holyrood, where the SNP was the biggest party. So already there's a bit of manoeuvring around the question of independence and where that debate will go next.
OK, thanks very much. And Rutherglen likely to be the first seat to declare north of the border. I know we're going to go to Ed in just a second, but I know, Ruth, you want to come in. SNP could lose seats to Tories as well as Labour, and in the exit poll suggesting Labour could become the largest party in Scotland for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the poll, and we'd certainly seen particularly the way the votes stack up across the Central Belt, which is where most of the seats are, that even if there had been a tie in terms of vote share between the SNP and Labour, you would see Labour getting a lot more seats, so they would move into being the biggest party. It looks from this as if they've actually got quite a sizable vote share increase. I would just give one caveat, though. One of the authors of the exit poll that happens is the psephologist Sir John Curtis. He is saying that there is some uncertainty about the poll forecast for Scotland and some of the numbers that are in it. So we might just have to take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt.
Okay.
And members of the party in Scotland, the Conservative Party in Scotland, spokespeople have said that it is, quote unquote, and this is a direct quote, bollocks, that the party in Scotland is going to put on a number of seats, doubling their seats in Scotland. My analysis would agree with that. We're not going to be winning seats like Aberdeen South, which are projected. We're probably going to come third there. We're not going to be winning Stirling. But if we hold what we had, that would be a good result for us there. So in terms of the Scottish picture and the exit poll, it was 5 or 6 seats out last time in 2019 because of local variances on the ground. We just want to do some caveats with this here, and I think we need to see some of the results coming in.
So if you do hold what you've had, given that Douglas Ross says he doesn't want to stand again, do you fancy being the leader again?
Not a chance.
Clear to your party not to carry on behaving in the way that it has, and not to go into some kind of circus in the way that you clearly feel they have done in recent years.
Yeah, Laura, I'm fed up with performance art politics. I've watched colleagues in the Conservative Party strike poses, write inflammatory op-eds and say stupid things they know have no evidence for, instead of concentrating on doing the job that they were elected to do. I've had enough of it. I want the Conservative Party to get back to the ethos of doing stuff well and being competent, not pretending to please the media. If we can get back to that, then I think we have more than a fighting chance at the next election. But we need to do it quickly and we need to wake up now.
Who in particular are you thinking of has done that? You even say people have said things that are untrue.
Well, look, I think that we've seen in this election an astonishing ill-discipline within the party. I mean, to see articles being written before a vote is cast in the general election about the party heading for defeat and what the prognosis should be is spectacularly unprofessional and ill-disciplined. That's not the Conservative Party I joined or have been an active member of for now nearly 40 years. I expect more from colleagues. And I also expect colleagues in senior office to actually get a grip of their brief and portfolio and actually understand that politics is about hard choices, it's about doing the detail. Now, the Prime Minister understands that, and he is an admirable example of how to do the detail. But what is also missing is a narrative. What are we saying, particularly to younger voters? You know, in Swindon, I've got a younger than average demographic. What are we offering to them about owning their own home and having a share in the future of our country? Where's this ambition gone for our country? You know, the Conservative Party is more than just a desiccated management machine. We should be representing with passion the hopes of the next generation. And whilst we have done admirable things on education and supported older people in our society, we've really now got to look fundamentally at what we do for younger people. And it's not about left and right, Laura. It's about actually those who want to come into politics to do things rather than to be somebody. Now, I've lost my position. You know, I'm a member of the public again. Great, I'm Joe Public. But I tell you this, my political career is not over. And for the party that I love, I will do everything I can to make sure we are a credible party of the nation once again, because that is where the Conservative Party wins, and that is what millions of people out there are crying out for. Those people who stayed at home today were telling us just as much as those who switched that they weren't happy with the Conservative Party. We've got to do better, and we've got to accept the judgment of the electorate quickly.
And everyone watching will hear, Robert Buckland, tonight, the conviction in your voice and how strongly you feel about where it's gone wrong for your party. You say it's been spectacularly ill-disciplined and ill-judged for colleagues to talk about losing the election before it has actually happened. I assume there you're referring to Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, who did as much in the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that's not an isolated example. You know, I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb. You know, I came into politics to actually do government and to responsibly exercise power in order to make change in this country. I did that in office for many years. I'm proud of my legacy. I changed the lives of victims of crime, victims of domestic abuse and autistic people. I wanted the chance to do more for the people I care about. I've been denied that because the party around me just can't get its proverbial together. And I'm not going to use a four-letter word, even though we're well after the watershed.
Robert Buckland, Clive Myrie here. I mean, there is going to be a battle for the soul of the Conservative Party after this. If these early results are borne out more widely and the exit poll is correct, there is a sense that the party could lurch even further to the right and have those kinds of characters that you're criticising be in charge of the party.
Well, that would be a disastrous mistake, and it would send us into the abyss and gift Labour government for many years. You know, what happened tonight was a big vote for change. Now, Labour are going to get a big majority, but, you know, and congratulations to them and good luck to the new Prime Minister. But it's not necessarily going to be the deepest of majorities for them, and they're going to need to listen to those who are in the minority.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We've got a declaration here.
Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875. John Pearson, Green Party candidate, 3,228. Habib Rahman, Independent, 1,636. Yvonne Ann Ridley, Independent, 3,627. And that Chi Onwurah has been duly elected to serve as a councillor, as a Member of Parliament for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to leave the count. So I now invite Chi Onwurah to speak. Thank you.
We wish the Reform candidate well there. Ill, not able to make the count, and that's Ashton Muncaster. But they've come second. He's come second in that race. Labour holding on to that seat with a majority of 11,060. The turnout again fairly low, 54%, but Reform have beaten the Conservatives into second place, and that is, so far, and it's early, but it's the story of the night.
It's a pattern we might see replicated across the country. Let's take a closer look at the numbers. Labour down 14% in Newcastle Central. So no question whether they were going to hold the seat, really, but see a real drop-off in their support as Reform comes up by 11%, but the Conservatives crashing down by 16%. But let's show you the movement from Labour to Reform. Again, we're in the North East, but not one of the areas like Sunderland where there was such a pronounced Leave vote. A very interesting pattern we're seeing there, Chris. I mean, we should underline it's a Labour win, but what's happening between Reform underneath the surface is fascinating, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And then we can piece together, I think, an element of what we see there in the numbers, not just in that seat, but in some of the earlier ones as far as Reform's performance, and then unpicking the language, the words that Robert Buckland was using to you there, Laura, in your conversation. Robert Buckland, a mild-mannered chap, but my goodness, you could hear his fury, his anger at his own colleagues, not just that article written by Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, in The Telegraph just the other day.
Tories crushed tonight. That's what I want to stay up for. There's particular favourites that I want to see go down. I've got no shame in saying that.
Got a list?
I've got a long list, yeah.
Well,
it starts with Grant Shapps,
yeah.
Mark Harper and a few others, because I think they've done the country a disservice and they need to go. And I think that's what the public's going to do. But I think your points about Labour's fairly flat vote in the North East is because the manifesto and the offer is not bold enough. It's a fairly vanilla proposal that we've been put. People have been getting away with this Ming Vase stuff, but you can't
Mick.
carry a Ming Vase through 5 years of government. You've got to be bold.
Mick, do you not think that part of the reason that they're getting as big a majority as it looks like is precisely because it was a Ming Vase? They didn't do anything too radical and bold in the manifesto in order to try and build a wide coalition of voters.
It could well be. I accept that point, that they ran a very careful campaign and didn't want to get offside with anyone's views. So if you don't displease as many groups as possible, you may end up garnering a few votes. But in traditional Labour heartlands, they're not harvesting 60, 70% of the vote, which you'd think you'd be getting if people were really behind your programme. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be able to do anything. I'm hoping they will do. They're making good offers on the future of the railways, for instance. But on big issues in working class areas, council housing is what we need. They keep going with this term, social housing. I want people like Andy to be able to build tens of thousands of council houses under direct council control. I think an offer like that would have been very bold in areas, traditional working class areas such as the ones you're seeing coming out. That's simply not appealing to people.
Do you think that Labour, if they do get this sort of size of majority, should become more radical and bolder in government and perhaps go beyond what they promised in the manifesto?
The government's got to meet the
that's
needs of the
exactly
day.
what
And
they said they won't do.
At the moment, the economic plan is not going to meet the needs of the country. So if you go to any part of the country, there is an infrastructure need. Andy's talked about it a lot. Our railways need restructuring. Our health service needs investment. The fiscal plan that they've got will not equal the task that's in front of them. Now, Attlee had this problem. We were in a much more perilous position, and he was bold. He wasn't from the left of the party, he was from the right of the party, but he carried through a very bold and vigorous programme. And they've got to do that year upon year, hopefully for the next 10 or 15 years. That's what I hope for. But you've got to keep being bold, otherwise it will swing against you.
So is your message to Keir Starmer tonight,
bring in Margaret Hodge.
If that's your majority,
Okay.
Be more radical?
Be as
Let me just bring in Margaret Hodge and then we'll come back. She's standing by. She's been very patient. She's in the studio. There she is. Hi.
Hi, sorry I couldn't be with you, but I'm listening to the conversation.
It's good of you to join us. Thank you very much indeed. What's your view? What's your analysis of what we've seen so far this evening?
Well, let me just say something about the what's emerging on the results, because we are seeing a lower turnout. And we're seeing a bit, Labour is doing brilliantly, and I'm obviously really excited about that. But we are seeing a lower turnout and a little bit to reform. And I think it'll get me to Mick's point, because I think what that reflects is how there really is no trust in politics. We've known about that for some time. I did some work after the 2001 general election in my own constituency at that time, Barking, because we had a low turnout. And what came out of it was focus groups and things that I did, was that people were not voting, not because they were apathetic, but because they were angry. And what we're seeing now is anger with a Tory government for all the way that they've behaved with impunity, lying and, giving contracts to their friends, giving peerages, honours, all those things to their mates. That has led to huge, huge anger and distrust. Now, we've been absolutely clear in our manifesto that we'll only do the things that we can within the funding that we have available. And I think the worst thing we could possibly do to
people aren't saying this. They're really bored with the offer.
Mick, can I just say this? The worst thing we could possibly do is say, we've got this great big majority. We're going to break trust with what we said in the manifesto and immediately, unfunded promises, put up taxes. We're not going to do that. We're going to work slowly. We've all got a whole list of things that we know need doing in broken Britain, but that's why we've talked about a decade of renewal. We've got to work at it as quickly, as seriously as we can, and build that growth. And just one more point, then I will shut up. Recently, I saw the figures. Of what, for example, we take in tax and what we should get in, and they've gone up. So there's a £40 billion gap between what HMRC takes from us and what people owe HMRC. If we could just get behind that and close that gap, which I think is really doable, that is just one of the ways that we can bring more money into the public purse for public services.
This is what's wrong with this election. We cannot just keep having elections about tax where the agenda is set by the Daily Mail and the Telegraph. The Labour Party of all parties must set a vision. And what the people in Sunderland couldn't do in this election is make a list of what Labour is going to do in working class communities on the council estates. So if you look at the rolling back of the Green Revolution, they could have described that as a way of renewing our inner cities, renewing the council estates, getting people cheaper energy bills by refurbishing the housing stock. That's the kind of message that working people want to hear. And they cannot list, most people I've met will not be able to list what the Labour Party is actually going to do for the working class people of this country.
Margaret? Can I come to two things? First of all, Mick, if we put in more, it would either be in higher taxes, higher borrowing, or unfunded promises. And let me just give you the vision. Let me just tell you what just in those first steps, think of a child, a baby's born. We've said we're going to have 100,000 more places in nursery. That baby goes to primary schools. We've said we're going to have breakfast clubs. That child goes to secondary schools. We're going to have 6,500 more teachers. They then go on to apprenticeships. That's going to be grown. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for young people. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private landlords who are the problem, and they won't be in the hands of councils and authorities such as Andy's. That's the message that Attlee had in 45.
You're just so negative, Mick. You're just so negative. This is a brand new...
because we got rid of the Tories, but you've got to have something to fill the vacuum, and that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting 70%.
Yeah. Slug it out a bit. Go on, Margaret, go on.
Well, I just think, who has said that the 1.5 million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable? I completely agree with Mick.
They're not affordable. You look at any development, they're selling.
Hang on a minute. We don't know how many. We don't know how many will be.
Owner. The council should be the landlord, not these developers.
Actually, housing associations or council, as long as it's social landlords, at a price people, no, they haven't.
Yes, they
at
have.
Prices people.
Ask anyone who's got to buy a housing association flat.
Mick, can I just say this to you? If you're a person in housing need, what you want is a decent home at a price you can afford. If that is provided by a housing association or by a local authority, that doesn't matter. What matters is you get a decent home at a price you can afford. And for you, you're putting
Guys, no, you can't.
This is fundamental.
Very much
Housing associations are
fascinated to hear a party that is going to
developers.
literally have a landslide, and you're arguing about what you want it to look like.
Well, that's what politics is about, isn't it? Arguing about the future and working out what you're going to do. If you just go into a bland, vanilla election campaign, you'll get working-class communities that are not coming out.
We won.
And that's what's happening.
We're winning. Arguments on the right for arguments on the left.
I think there's something in the middle here, though, because Margaret is saying 1.5 million homes, which is the commitment, Margaret, isn't it? And I support that. But that is to build homes at the level we've not built since the 1970s. And the reason why we were building 300,000 homes here in the 1970s is because we had a huge council house building programme. So I'm going to come in and say, I think I'm in the middle of the two of you here. I actually think this will be a radical housing policy, to be honest with you, because I'll be knocking on Angela Rayner's door, Mick, and saying straight away, in Greater Manchester, we will get you up to the rate of building homes, but a big number of them will have to be council
Andy, a
homes.
politician like you will come up with clever answers, like make the pension funds, the occupational pension funds, come forward with innovative bonds that are backed by the government, that doesn't have to go on the government borrowing requirement. Nobody is coming forward with bold plans like that we are going to restructure our towns and cities in favour of working people, rather than putting them in the hands
I'm saying, Mick, is I think
commercial
it's
developers.
implicit in the huge ambition that they're setting in the manifesto around housing. And Angela's talked of an ending homelessness unit in the Cabinet Office. We're really ready to get stuck into all of that. So the truth is in the middle of both of you.
Somebody who's keen to get stuck in even more than all of the rest of you is Rachel Reeves. She could well be the Chancellor by tomorrow morning at number 11 Downing Street. There she is. Can't take the smile off her face. Good evening. Thoughts when you saw the exit poll drop?
Good evening, Kay. Yep, well, if the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, then Labour are on course for an historic victory. But it's still early hours yet, and we'll see how the results unfold as the next few hours go by.
It might be short-lived, the celebration, though, because by all accounts, there's no money.
I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that I will face, that Labour will face if we get the opportunity to form the government tomorrow. The severity of the inheritance from the Conservatives is truly awful. But we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, returning stability to the economy and improving our health service and our schools after 14 years of chaos, division and decline. We will get started in that work of rebuilding our country for the better, turning a page on what has gone before and starting a new chapter for Britain.
Rachel Reeves, it's Beth Rigby here. Just before you came on, there was a lively discussion between Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge about whether a big majority, should this poll be correct, means that you, as perhaps the first female chancellor this country has ever had, will be under far more pressure to be more radical than perhaps you would have been had you had a much smaller majority. Do you, one, recognise that this will be a live issue and problem for the Labour Party? And two, what's your reaction? What do you want to say to people that think you should go faster, further, bolder?
If we win tonight, it will be on the manifesto that we fought this election on, to bring stability back to our economy, to bring investment back to our economy and start reforming our economy, reforming the planning system, the New Deal for working people. But I think everybody recognises the huge scale of the challenge that will face any incoming government after the damage done by the Conservatives. Debt at almost 100% of GDP, taxes at a 70-year high, the first parliament on record where living standards are lower at the end than they were at the beginning. We can't promise to turn everything around straight away, but we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, bringing growth back to our economy and starting to turn around public services that have been so neglected by this Conservative government.
How much time do you think that the electorate will give you to try to start to turn the supertanker around?
Well, let us get started. We still don't have all the results from the elections. Let's wait to see how that unfolds. But whoever forms the next government, whatever composition it takes, the scale is huge. But we are ready for it.
Yeah, but my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves.
I am ready for that challenge.
Yeah, my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves, which is how long do you think you have?
Well, look, we've said that when we are looking...
Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people. And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of vindication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP colleague, Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think it's being in politics and doing the right things. How Diane was treated was wrong. And in the end, obviously, she had the whip returned and hopefully she will be returned as a Labour MP. And I think what's really important, actually, and what these results are showing is that the country rejected the Tories resoundingly, and they rejected the politics of hate. They rejected all of the culture wars. They rejected, like, all the stuff around the PPE scandals. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public. And that's what we have to take from this.
What do you make of what we were just hearing from our colleague Ali Makboul in Rochdale, where George Galloway won in that by-election back in February, but also suggesting there might be quite a few seats where actually some voters, particularly voters who are concerned about the party's position on Gaza, may have turned away from you because of that? Are you worried that Labour might actually lose out in some places where otherwise you might have walked it because of the party's position there?
Well, I think that that's something that really has to be considered. If we're lucky enough to serve in the Labour government, and these exit polls are to be believed, and they are the most reliable polls of all the polls. You know, how we do business and how we do international business and how we approach that needs to be truly considered. And I think the party's current position is the right position. It took a while to get there.
We just see Rachel Reeves there at her count in Leeds. You can just see the side of her head. She's well on track to become the first female Chancellor. We'll see by the morning if that comes to pass. But there she is at her count in Leeds.
It would be interesting. She'll make a great Chancellor, Rachel will.
We'll see if that comes to pass. What is interesting about the share of Labour's vote so far, and according to the exit poll, is that it could well be that Keir Starmer has a whopping majority of 170. But actually on a lower share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn. What are your thoughts on that?
I think really you need to compare it to the Tory share of the vote, right? I mean, at the last election, what did the Tories get? Was it 37%? The lowest share of the vote in, I think, 23 years, and they served in government. So what I think we need to talk about is, you know, they had a right to govern with that. So let's look at where we land at the end of this and what Labour's share will be. And at the end of the day, you know, we will hopefully be in government.
But given that share for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, does that potentially mean that even with a majority of 170, people on the left are going to feel that they have a right, they do anyway, but have even more of a right to make their voice heard from the backbenches?
I think what the discussion will be about is PR, proportional representation. I think there'll be lots of people talking about PR. I think if you look at...
But you're not talking about that.
Well, I think the public will be talking about proportional representation and whether we need to have a debate about it. And I've always said that we do need to have a debate about it around the country, because I think we're going to need to look at the share of the Green vote, the share of the Lib Dem vote, the share of the Labour vote, and then we need to do the number crunching when we see that.
Just one quick stat. Conservatives were 43.6% of the vote last time round, a bit higher than you were suggesting. I don't mean to just trip that into the conversation. Do you think that's going to come then, a conversation about the voting system after this election?
Oh, I think so. I think I mean, there's already. But if you think about it, there's already a debate around PR, and I think that there's always has been a debate around PR, but I think even stronger now there will be a debate around PR after this.
But not at the high echelons of the Labour Party. One suspects if on their first pass of the post you're getting a majority of 170.
I'm going to have to interject on this one because this is fucking crazy. People don't understand the system that we have. If we want to be a mad European country, like fucking crazy, like France or whatever, like, do not have first past the post. If you're worried about Nigel Farage or any of these batshit crazy little fucking mad people running around the fucking place, they're going to get in power. Like, they will form a little collective fucking weirdo group and hold the government to ransom. Bro, Italy, France, fucking Germany, all these crazy people don't have first past the post. Have you seen the fucking countries and who the fuck's in charge when it comes to, like, power sharing deals? Fucking no. First past the post is a good fucking idea. It keeps the crazy fuckers out of power. Trust me on that. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I just needed to interject because that shit was doing my head in. First past the post, good idea.
It's not resounding, really, is it? 54% was what we got in Newcastle Central. Let me show you the whole...
to govern, the partnership approach to try and unlock that private sector investment, which is crucial to improving our productivity and growth performance. So working in partnership with business to ensure that we bring wealth and prosperity to all parts of the UK with more good jobs, paying decent wages right across Britain. That's what I want to do. And of course, we have to work in partnership with business if we're to achieve that.
OK, just one last thought before we let you go. I know you've got a busy night ahead.
I also didn't say no, Keir changed the party.
OK. We'll leave that hanging. David Lammy we had on the programme a little bit earlier on, and there is some suggestion that given that Dougie Alexander is likely to win the seat back up in Scotland, they'll be vying for the post of Foreign Secretary. Who would you prefer?
Well, it's up to Keir Starmer
I
to
knew you
appoint
were gonna say
his
that.
top team. And if he becomes... Well, of course, but Keir Starmer has done more than anyone to turn around the Labour Party. He has, in the last 4.5 years, done something which I don't think many people believed was possible in December 2019 to ensure that Labour could be a viable political force again. He's done that. This is his moment. And he will, tomorrow, if he becomes Prime Minister, appoint the cabinet that he chooses.
OK. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Great to talk to you too, Kate.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Just
I think
hearing...
early priority for investment might be digital infrastructure in Leeds, I think.
I think you might not be wrong. Just hearing that Jeremy Corbyn's arrived at his count in Islington.
Been told that's too close to call at the moment
Yeah, that's
by
what
my Labour sources.
that's what we're hearing as
Yeah.
well. His team is saying they're in with a shot,
Yeah.
but the exit poll saying otherwise. Our learned friend to my right saying too close to call. We'll have to wait until they declare around about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I've got an update for that
Go
actually
on.
from a Labour source. It's
Go on.
literally just come in.
Yeah.
It's looking difficult for us
Okay.
in Islington North. So that's the latest I've got.
For Labour or for the,
It's looking
for him?
difficult for Labour in
Okay.
Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps
Corbyn.
might take it. So first I had too close to call.
Yep.
Half an hour later I've got it's looking difficult for us. So let's see.
Let's see. Let's see. Somebody who is feeling pretty confident given the exit poll. That is Nigel Farage. This is what he said.
It's midnight. There are two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Just to clarify, Mr. Farage, if I may, I'll be chatting to you later on and I will correct you then. You said no Reform people have been interviewed by the media this evening. I think you'll find that we did we not?
We did, extensively.
Yes. Mr. Ball was his name? Mr. Ball, I think his name was.
Well,
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrea Ledson's joined us. Hello.
Okay.
Goodness.
Devastating night for the Conservatives, and obviously we need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly. I think there's a very clear message for us from lots of people who, certainly from where I've been around
What's
the
the
country, well, it's that we've not been properly Conservative enough. And I don't actually think, in the end, we'll see huge enthusiasm for Labour. But I think a lot of people are very angry with the Conservatives. I think Reform have done very well out of it because they've been a protest. I think a lot of Conservatives have gone to Reform in lots of areas. And we're going to have to rethink.
Right, well, considering we haven't had any news, we're going to waffle a little bit. She just said, no enthusiasm for it. Imagine how shit you have to be. I'm just, like I said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but imagine how shit you have to be to say, Labour is so shite that we're even fucking worse as an excuse. Like, that's how garbage you are as a fucking government. That literally, if Labour is shit, which she's trying to say in English, then how shit are you? I was like, Andrea Leadsom and all these other people are the reason why this fucking country sucks balls. Like, literally. I mean, it started before Brexit. I'm going to blame Gordon Brown. I shouldn't, but I'm going to go. But Gordon Brown's a fucking pussy. Sucked Rupert Murdoch's dick. And didn't want to do fucking anything. And then he fucking lost. And the right-wing media ever since has brainwashed the fucking country. And now we've basically got fascists on both sides of the fucking channel. Kind of. We got fucking Nazi Donald Trump over there. We got fucking Nazi fucking France over there. You can't make this shit up. And our country is amazingly, for some fucking strange reason, decided, no, we're gonna vote Labour. That's perfect timing. With the oddballs, if you watch any politics about any country, you will know we're the odd ones out. Everybody's turning into fascist dictatorships. Even democratic countries like France on Sunday, 30% of the fucking population, or voters or whatever, fucking National Front. And don't come at me with this fucking RF shit. Fucking racists exist and they vote. Whether you like it or not, they still vote. You can't stop racists voting, but they do. And they're the same fucking motherfuckers who literally tell you about conservatism and we fighting against fascism, and they're promoting the same fucking stupid shit that we fought against in World War II. You can't make this shit up. Like, literally, it's bizarre. It's fucking weird as fucking ever. But anyway, I need to explode. I want you to listen to me so I can explode. Because I've still got fucking how many hours? Don't know, 2 hours left of this shit. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Fucking Nigel Farage, he's a fucking cockwomble. But I don't blame him. I think he's a symptom of the neoliberalism. I will probably go into that in another video. Because I'm actually going to make a video how neoliberalism created the far right and the crazy left. I'm going to make that video eventually. I'm going to detail how Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan and these fucking weirdos created globalization. And then, because they raped and pillaged the democracies and thought they can get away with it, they literally created fucking the far right and the rise of fascism in our countries and the crazy left. Which is weird, because if you look at the crazy left, they're a bit far right too, in their own strange little way. You'll see what I'm saying. But anyway, that's the day for another video. Let's go back to the crazy town called the United Kingdom. I know, Sky News, BBC. I don't think I'm going to go with BBC because it's actually got someone speaking on it. Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
Believe in conservative values, and I firmly believe, respectfully, Peter, that we do a better job than the other guys. So to see this kind of result and see a lot of people who I would consider friends, good, hard-working people who've put their all into being members of Parliament, who are set to lose it through no fault of their own, it's devastating.
What do you think the mistakes were? So you cited the natural pendulum swing. Some people might think, and maybe that is part of what is going on tonight, but you also mentioned mistakes. So what were the mistakes, do you think?
I think the biggest mistake that our party has made over the past probably 3 to 4 years is getting too used to being in power and forgetting who the true opposition is. You know, we are supposed to be a united force fighting against the other guys, fighting against opposition parties, putting forth a united Conservative front. And I think we lost sight of that over the past few years and have found so many factions within our own that the infighting has begun. And we've been, frankly, airing a lot of our dirty linen in public in a way that I don't think is dignified for any party. And I think that's what's led to the scale of the defeat that we're seeing tonight.
I don't know if you heard the comments from your former colleague, Sir Robert Buckland.
I did.
He was talking about a political circus. He was talking about people not telling the truth. And you say it's the last 3 or 4 years when things have appeared to be divided and voters don't really like it. But actually, maybe it happened a long time before that. You know, 3 or 4 years ago, it's only 2021. Before that, you'd already got rid of 2 prime ministers. David Cameron had to quit after the referendum. Theresa May was then had out by Eurosceptics plotting against her to install Boris Johnson. So who do you hold responsible? Because it's not like you suddenly started squabbling a couple of years ago.
No, I think, you know, the European debate has existed within the Conservative Party for decades. And as soon as that one was to some extent settled, it felt like we just had to find a new squabble, a new thing to fight over. We've been fighting over the kind of culture war issues, over economic policy, taxation, whether we should, you know, cut taxes, whatever. And it's been just really devastating to see because, as I say, airing all that dirty linen in public, I don't think there's a single individual responsible. I think for many people in the morning, once the dust has settled, well, we are in the morning, later on in the morning, once the dust has settled a little bit further, there are a lot of us who have to take a long, hard look in the mirror and I think all accept a level of responsibility for the position that we find ourselves in now. And not just in terms of the fact that, you know, we're facing a crushing loss, but also responsibility to the country. Because, as I say, I firmly believe the Conservative approach is better. I think the Conservative government would do a better job than a Labour government. So I feel like in that sense, we're letting the country down.
This is really interesting because you say that 14 years is a long time and, you know, no government could recharge itself after that length of time and it's probably inevitable that you lose power. Do you think the rot set in back in 2010? The charge from a lot of those people who are voting reform, who have moved to Labour, is that the country's gone to the dogs. So, trains, dreadful, sewage in the rivers, schools falling apart, you know, a military that cannot defend these islands, a sense of decline. Is there any suggestion that perhaps that goes back to that austerity budget of 2010?
I think there's probably a grain of truth to that, but I think when you look at the wider infrastructure problems around sewage, around our trains infrastructure, I think it goes back generations, frankly. Generations of kind of short-sighted political cycles of trying to get the next quick win and not taking those long-term investment decisions that are going to be better in the long-term future. I mean, we look at our sewage infrastructure as one example. There has been decades of underinvestment in that, so you can't pin that just to a Conservative government.
But hang on, you had 14 years.
Yes, and also your big mantra has been, we're going to cut taxes. If you cut taxes and you haven't got any growth, that means you've got no money to do all that stuff.
Well, you're right, but that's why growth is so important. It's about getting the right framework.
But that takes time.
Of course it takes time.
Isn't the problem that in the austerity years of Mr Cameron and George Osborne, the capital spending, the investment in our infrastructure was cut to shreds? I mean, there's a lot else that went on, a lot of spending on all the normal sort of everyday welfare spending and all the rest of it. But it left the infrastructure, the sort of fabric of the country and of our society and economy, so much more weakened. So that when we did experience COVID, and when we did have the unexpected outbreak of war in Ukraine, which took another sort of sway through our finances, the core of the country was just not strong enough to withstand this endless battering. And I think Clive may have a point here that it does go back to those early decisions, those cuts in capital spending, in infrastructure, in railways and just buildings and all the rest of it. That's what weakened us so early on, isn't it?
But the point I would push back on is we cannot simply keep borrowing to exist. We can't keep borrowing at every opportunity. And the big mission of that early Conservative government.
I can only take so much when I have to listen to these fucking idiots. We can't keep on borrowing. Do you understand our entire financial system is based on debt? Like, do you understand that we print our own money and then we lend it out and then people pay us? Well, sorry, let me... Fuck no. I just screwed it up. Okay, let me start again. We print our money, print it, and then we say, anybody want to buy our debt? Which is weird, right? And then people are like, we'll buy your debt, which isn't debt. Like, it's the strangest shit. You need to watch a video called MMT. It's about modern monetary theory. But anyway, whatever. Point being is, we issue currency, and then we say, do you want to buy our currency? And people are like, yeah, we'll buy your currency, which is called the stock market in layman's terms. So we issue gilts, bonds, shit like that. And then other people, like, we'll buy it and then give us money, which is where tax comes. That's how you get taxed, because you need to pay back the interest on the shit that you just created, which is debt, right? Technically speaking. So when these people tell us that debt is a thing, no, it's a function of the system in which we live. We don't use gold anymore. Look at Bretton Woods, for instance. We got rid of gold a fucking long time ago for a reason. There's not enough of it. You stupid fucking cunt. So we come up with a clever idea to use money actually as the thing that we're going to trade in, which is what we're going to choose to value, which is where you get currency markets from. It's literally that simple. Even though it sounds complex, it's very simple. These fucking idiots will tell you that your house, the money you spend, is the same as the government. It's not the fucking same. The government prints money from thin air. That's the difference. You fucking can't.
Of many, many stories, but something to keep an eye on.
And that would be if Labour was to lose that seat to Jeremy Corbyn standing as an independent, that would not be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting, according to the exit poll. We're just watching the pictures there. of Northumberland, and the returning officer with an incredible hat is back at the lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration for the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
For the Cramlington and Killingworth parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454. Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate.
Did you see her face? She's like, did I win? Like, she doesn't even know. She's like, hold on a minute. Did I just fucking win? Like, she's got no idea. Did you see her face? She's like, wait, what, me? Emma Foodie. Congratulations, Emma, you won. She's like, what? Brilliant. Her face is golden. She's left in. She's like, wow, oh fuck, I won. No idea why, but I did. I won.
From the Labour candidate. Like lots of parts of the country, most seats, in fact, they're affected by changes to the boundaries, which means some seats have got new names. People with good memories might think, oh, where is that? But this is one of these new seats, Cramlington and Killingworth. Labour takes that. But again, crucially in that result, Reform beating the Conservatives into second place. Quick reminder of the numbers. Emma Foodie there at well over 22,000. But look, very, very tight. Only around 100 votes in it between Reform and the Conservative candidate, Ian Levy, who was formerly an MP for Blythe next door, with a majority of 12,820 for Labour.
Yeah, and the turnout, again, not great, 60%. But just look at the share of the vote here. Labour up 5 points, but look at Reform. Up 13 points, and the Conservatives down 21. That has been the story of the night so far. The Greens up just 2, Liberal Democrats down 1. And look at that swing from Labour to Reform, 4.1%. Reform Party, they're not winning any seats, but their share of the vote is creeping up, and that's...
I'm going to tell you a secret that they're not literally telling you. These same people, the people who voted for Brexit, you do understand that, right? But there's more people who hate the fucking Tories, thankfully, who want to stay at home, than are literally voting for Reform. If this was, I would say, a normal general election, which makes no sense, Reform would literally be the United Kingdom's second biggest party. Like, no jokes. They would, if you was to get rid of first past the post, which wouldn't be a bad idea, like I said before, like, Reform would literally be the opposition in the United Kingdom in Parliament, not the Liberal Democrats. They would be over there somewhere, fucking idiots, right? Along with the Greens and whoever else. Like, Reform would literally be the second biggest party if you got rid of first past the post. No jokes. They are literally doing better than the Tories, which is technically terrifying, but also great, because we have first past the post and they're fucking not going to do anything for 10 years. Like, that's the great bit. But fuck knows what's going to happen in 10 years. Nigel Farage might be the Prime Minister in 10 years, if he's still alive, or I am, or you are, or whatever. But that's creepy, right? You never know. I mean, shit, they voted for fucking Hitler in Germany. I'm just saying, be very careful for what you wish for.
Clegg and his party, or Nick Clegg, the former MP. Finchley, Mrs Thatcher's old seat, would be Lib Dem under our exit poll. And the rot only stops, from the Conservatives' point of view, at Tunbridge Wells, where our exit poll suggests it stays blue. But we'll see as the night goes on what actually happens. Next board. At what point does the Lib Dem advance stop? The late Paddy Ashdown would have enjoyed seeing Yeovil back in the orange column, North Norfolk, North Cornwall, Epsom and Ewell, the old seat of Chris Grayling, who's gone into the House of Lords tonight. That's gone Lib Dem. Surrey Heath, Michael Gove's old seat, Mid Dorset, and then basically Torbay. Torbay. Let's have a look. Just down here in the southwest, Torbay is that point on the map there. in orange. So what you're seeing with the Lib Dems is this onrush of advances across the southeast and southwest, taking back seats that they would have had in years past, but they haven't had this many for a very, very, very long time. As somebody said earlier, it's a once-in-a-century result for them. It's really extraordinary, and it's caused by one thing and one particular thing, which is the crash in the Conservative vote. And if you're a Lib Dem and you're in second place last time and the Conservatives melt down, it's your seat.
OK, Jeremy, thank you. Continuing the theme of the Liberal Democrats, we're going to go to Kingston and Surbiton. Ed Davies' seat, and Nick Watt is there for us. Nick, are they feeling confident there, given how the evening seems to be panning out?
Well, the Liberal Democrats, Clive, are indeed feeling very confident. In the last minute, I've just heard from a Lib Dem source who is saying, we now believe they are saying that they've won 47 seats, and that would beat the 1997 result, which was obviously their big breakthrough. And they're saying tonight, this is an astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats. One seat they're claiming to have won is Tunbridge Wells. They are saying the disgusted of Tunbridge Wells have spoken out, and the significance of that is that seat last voted Liberal, as it was then known in 1906. But Clive, what is interesting about all those seats we saw Jeremy pointing out is it's a mix of the old and it's the new. It's old seats like Yeovil and Eastleigh. Those were the seats that took them into coalition, and new seats like Wimbledon and Woking that have not been Liberal Democrat in recent memory. And what the Liberal Democrats overall are saying is they think this is their best result since 1923, because their view was that all they need is to make 29 gains, extra seats, and then they're doing better than they've done since 1923 in terms of gains. And obviously they're saying that it's 47 they've won. Well, the exit poll is talking about, I think, 61.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. Just pictures of Ed Davey there looking pretty chipper.
It's cock a hoop.
It has to be said. Let's talk to Chris, who's with us. That strategy, Chris, of trying to get headlines, of trying to get at least the public seeing what the Liberal Democrats had to offer, it does look as if, possibly, according to the exit poll, that might have actually worked. And we were hearing that from Daisy Cooper.
So I think that there's two elements to the Lib Dem strategy that are interesting. There's the very visual one. I was stood on a windy hill in a field in Hazel Grove about 10 days ago as Ed Davey was painting a bit of pottery with a bee on it, which was one of his more sedate activities of the last 6 weeks. Didn't quite match the bungee jump that was to follow a little later. So, yeah, firstly, there was that kind of visual strategy. Here is a party that gets squeezed the whole time by the big beasts at Westminster of the Conservatives and Labour. How do you capture attention? Ed Davey does this kind of midlife crisis for 6 weeks on camera. But there's a more interesting element, I think, to the Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this. They have, in the past, been punished by the electoral system. In other words, they've had lots of supporters in lots of places, but not enough in enough places to win many seats. They don't like the electoral system. We heard Daisy Cooper saying as much a couple of hours ago. But they thought, if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to work with the system we've got. In other words, focus ruthlessly, geographically, on places where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat. And, to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort. And it would look like that is bearing fruit with them. They're also conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives, that they could be the vessel for that anger, the recipients of that anger, if you like, in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly southeast of England, southwest of England.
The other thing that's changed, though, over time, hasn't it, is that the Lib Dems used to try to face both ways, really. They were trying to take Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory votes in others. They've recently, ruthlessly put their money and their resources and their political efforts into going after the Tories. I mean, Ed Davey was even sort of trying to say during the campaign they were the real left-wing alternative compared to the Labour Party. And indeed, some of their policies, like spending loads more on social care, raising taxes to spend more on health.
Yes. Oh, they have been, under Ed Davey, a proudly anti-Conservative party. And, of course, you know, it's not a million years ago that Ed Davey was a minister in a coalition government where the Conservatives were the primary party. But he has absolutely shifted its attention to being just that, and tried to, in so doing, cleanse them as they might see it and others might see it, given the hammering that they took in 2015 following their time in coalition. It's nearly a decade on from that, and you know, and they were in the doldrums for years and years and years until it would appear tonight.
And stepping aside in some of those seats that they're not really going to win.
Well, I mean, what's interesting here, because you often have a conversation, there's been a bit of a conversation the last couple of years around all of this about, oh, you know, talk of deals and all that kind of stuff. The nature of the political geography of the UK, and in particular England, has tended to be that where the Liberal Democrats are competitive, i.e. can win seats, Labour are a million miles behind, and vice versa. So, yes, it looks like there could be evidence of people voting tactically, effectively voting anti-Conservative tonight, but the parties haven't really necessarily had to.
You need to vote tactically in Britain. Like, there's so many dumb fucking people in this country, honestly, when it comes to, like, the fucking map. Like, literally, most of the reason why... Okay, fuck, this is a weird explanation, but I'm going to try. Normally, if this was a normal election, which it clearly fucking isn't, but let's just say it was, hypothetically speaking, you would need Scotland in order to win. Because the Tories are so garbage, like, literally garbage. Oh, Rachel, shut up. I'm going to listen to you in a minute. Because the Tories are so garbage, and the SNP have literally fucking stuck the thumb up their own bum in a magical kind of weird way at the same time as the election. Fucking Labour's got free reign. But you normally need Scotland in an election because of the electoral map. The disproportionate amount of MPs from Scotland in the Constitution is required. So that's why you get loads of SNP MPs in Scotland. That's because we actually fucked Scotland and got married, just so you know. So Labour, because the constitutional map, shit, which I just said, Labour needs Scotland normally. In this case, because everybody hates the Tories, including Tories, it's fucking done and dusted. And I'm glad to see the back of the SNP anyway, because they're a bunch of whiny bitches. Oh, I was going to call him Tony Benn. Fucking whatever. Just two great conversations. Which one shall I pick? Shall I pick Rachel Reeves, my ex-wife, or John McDonnell? Oh, I'm going to pick John McDonnell.
Oh, extremely so. You know, there's just a little bit of difference there. But I think the messages of the campaign sometimes haven't reflected some of what's in the manifesto. Do you look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways,
yes, yeah,
building of council homes?
Yeah. I can see shades of the 2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
Foundational document.
You're trying to tempt me, aren't you?
John, Andy, what I didn't say was, as you two were having this discussion, you and Margaret, sorry, not you, Mick and Margaret were having this discussion, a senior Labour figure texted me and said, more seats does not mean more money. The point being that even though the majority is going to potentially be very big, it does not change Labour's position on tax, spend, investment. Are you intensely relaxed about that, John?
The situation is this. They're going to have, I think, the most toxic inheritance any Labour government has ever had. That's the first thing.
True.
Second thing, they've got a limited programme that they've campaigned on, the 6 policy areas. They'll implement those. But the reality is, within about 6 to 12 months, they'll have to recognise that they'll need to be a lot more radical. And they can be. I think they can be. And it would only require elements of some... I'll just give an example.
What does that look like?
Well, I'll give you an example. One of the key issues that's come up on the doorstep with me in my constituency, and I don't think mine's much different from others, 30% of our children are in poverty in my constituency.
Child benefits.
Child benefit, but also the 2-child limit has got to go, you know? So there's issues like that I think they'll shift onto, because it's almost inevitable if we're going to really fulfil the mission of a Labour government.
OK, so this is interesting.
Can I just explain while we're looking at Ed Davey, and then we'll come back, because it looks, well, it definitely, the Lib Dems have had their first gain in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Former Andrew Jones Transport Minister
Former
losing.
Conservative stronghold.
Exactly so. And those are how the numbers are looking. Labour fourth, look at that. I mean, is that tactical voting? Looking at that right there, what do you think?
What we're seeing right the way across the country is people are just voting to get rid of the Tories. And they're doing it in whatever way they think is appropriate. And I think that is tactical voting.
But, John, if we could go back to what you just... Because this is interesting, because you obviously are on the left of the party. There's a big chunk of MPs or candidates to be MPs potentially on that side within the party. Just what you're saying is that in 6 to 12 months, you think that the government will have to become more radical. You want to see them scrap the 2-child cap on benefits, which Keir Starmer very clearly in the interview I did with him said he would not do, and that extended to the entire... that extended to the Parliament.
Beth,
so you're here to, in a way, just put down a marker, aren't you, about what you expect from them as time goes on?
I think it's not just me. I think the whole of our party will expect more, because things are so bad out there. And what I think people will expect is to, yes, let's get this first wave of policies implemented, because you'll restore confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are, and therefore there'll be a second wave of policy discussion. There always is, even under the Blair government. If you remember, they had that first 2 years where they held by the Tory budgets. After that, it then became much more radical. And Gordon Brown in particular took on the issue of child poverty.
Beth, the thing you need to remember is the radicalism may come from devolution, because we're making a pitch to say, look, let us try things that might then be, you don't have to make a national change. We're saying give us more devolved control of the DWP budget. We'll get more people into work.
£1.5 billion.
We will save money and get more people into work. That's that's the radicalism that may come.
The vehicles are there now to do that, which we never had before.
One more thing, and then I will... Just in terms of this, so John, are you suggesting that if necessary, you do think that Rachel Reeves should raise some taxes around some of the grey areas that they haven't ruled out in order to, for example, cut or increase the child or get rid of the child cap?
I agree. I agree that the importance is to get growth back in the economy. But I also know how tough that is. So just a 1% growth in economy would bring in about 14 billion. That's how much tax revenue it would bring in. So, yeah, you've got 14 billion to spend once you get that growth. In the meantime, in my constituency, there are a large number of people living in poverty. We've got a housing crisis, and our public services have been run down after 14 years of austerity. So I think inevitably what will happen in government, people say, well, we'll recognise the scale of the problems, and they will have to review after that first wave, as every government does, where we go next. And I think that will be about growth, but it'll also be about redistribution.
Makes sense, John, but...
Guys, let me just interrupt. I do need to interject on occasion to say that Gillian Keegan looks as though potentially is going to lose her seat to the Liberal Democrats. And that's in Chichester.
She'd had in the schools of England, I would say.
She'd had 60% of the vote in 2019. The latest we're hearing is that potentially she's going to lose her vote to the Lib Dems. Trevor, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the 1997, the Blair government, you're completely right. Things changed, but they actually came in with some quite a radical programme. Bank of England independence didn't tell us until the day after, but Sure Start, minimum wage, Human Rights Act,
education. Remember?
So they actually came in with quite a radical prospectus. That's not true about this Labour administration, is it?
That's true, and I think many governments get radicalised in power as well, and I think that's inevitably going to happen with this government. Otherwise, this is my fear, and we've seen it with the rise of reform. Reform will breed off disillusionment, and we can't disillusion people. Otherwise, we'll go the way of Germany, France and Italy. And that's why it's important to recognise and be honest with people about the scale of the challenges, of course. And saying to people, now let's prepare for the second wave of policy making. This government will inevitably have to undertake, and that will have to be more
How
radical.
long are you going to give them before you start holding their feet to the fire?
I think this is really interesting, Trevor, because I think John is an incredibly important voice that's going to be in there. If the size of the majority is as big as this, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer from all different wings of the party. Now, one of the problems our party had, particularly near the end, was part of it was cows. So the Brexiteers kept asking for more of the One Nation guys and the ERG, and the One Nation guys got timider and more timid and more timid and more timid. Actually, you need balance so that if Keir wants to do something or not do something, he can say, well, you guys are asking for money for this, but this other set of people are saying we can't do that. So this balance between kind of Rachel Reeves and her Treasury
team... broad
and
church approach.
yourself, exactly, the broad church approach. As you go through a parliament, that gets tougher and tougher to do. What's really interesting listening to you now, John, is how you're framing this as the money has to come in first. Now, as sort of almost the grey beard, the kind of mystical leader of that left caucus, you are going to be an absolutely pivotal voice for Keir to keep largely on side to do this. It'll be really, I'm going to find it fascinating to see how he navigates the eddies and currents of his party and the role that somebody like yourself is going to have in that.
Don't exaggerate my role. We've got a huge young generation of radicals that have come
through. The Gandalf of the British left.
Well, I love it. There's a whole new generation of radical socialists that are in Parliament now, incredibly creative. But I think Keir's going to have to govern a broad church approach. That's the first thing. And I think we need to be preparing for that second wave of policy making, because the crisis is so deep. On the doorstep, what came across is that broken Britain concept. Nothing works. The NHS in crisis. In schools,
only 10 seats declared, and he's already working on the second phase of policy. You're playing 4D chess, and Keir doesn't even know it yet, John.
The point is, Keir Starmer doesn't have to govern the Labour Party as a broad church in the sense that he has a majority potentially big enough that he can ignore the left of the party.
We shouldn't be talking about...
But you do accept that,
yes,
don't
but
you?
you shouldn't be...
You would have been better with a narrow majority.
Yes, but the scale of the problems that we've got, we're not going to be able to overcome them in one period of office. We've got... By the time you get to that second year, you're staring down the barrel of another general election. So you've really got to be producing then, and then also giving people hope of what a second period of office would be. And the point that Andy's making, the vehicles are out there now. Give them the resources and we can deliver.
And I think the point that's being a bit missed in the conversation is the manifesto has more in it than any of the manifestos I stood on when I was in the New Labour. Rail. Wait a second, though. Wait 1 second, though, Trevor. Rail. One second. We never touched rail in those. We never went near it. Just look at it now. This manifesto is talking of renationalisation. The energy market, Great British Energy, that is to be shaped. That is holding out the possibility of locally owned energy, cooperatively owned energy. That is exciting. The housing stuff we've talked about. I think there is more in the manifesto. They've not talked about it perhaps as much in the campaign, but there is lots of stuff there that will allow us as mayors to work with them and shape it. And actually, I would say, bring through stuff that the new Labour government should have done something about and didn't. For instance, re-regulating buses, which I've done in Greater Manchester. Now everywhere can do it in our manifesto. These may never get the Westminster attention or the kind of political world's attention, but these things really matter on the ground. And I think it's a manifesto that actually goes further, certainly than the 2001, 5 and 10 ones that we stood on.
Okay, can I just say that may I just say that we're waiting for Nuneaton, first seat in the Midlands, classic bellwether seat. This one, wait and see. Marcus Jones, of course, also waiting for Basildon and Billericay. We were expecting that to come shortly after midnight, 2 hours later or thereabouts. Still waiting for that. That's important because it's Richard Holden's. Our first Conservative hold has just dropped as Rayleigh and Wickford, the first Conservative hold, Rayleigh and Wickford. Just telling you about Richard Holden, who is the chairman of the Conservative Party. 1 in 3 chance of not holding on to that seat is what the bookies were suggesting. Waiting for, what else are we waiting for? Broxbourne. That is quite late as well. Not sure what's going on there. Labour has gained Stroud and also held Jarrow and Gateshead East. So that's an update. I'm also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to very badly with possibly as low as 10 seats. So that's the update where we are so far. Nuneaton, no boundary changes, declares relatively early. Still, it's 2 o'clock. Relatively early, depends on your view. Labour should gain it. It was Labour 1992 to 2010, as you were. What was your point that you were making?
That was ages ago. I've nodded off.
But when you look at, I mean, in all honesty, when you saw the exit poll and you realised that, you know, your party was going to be the party of government potentially for 2 terms, did you look back at 2019 and think, you know, if we played it a little bit more middle of the road, then we could have been in government already?
I was the person they always sent out for the exit polls, you know. So in 2017, I went along. And again, everyone thought we were going to be crushed then. And we came level with Theresa May, basically. I had a Tory minister beside me. I can't remember who it was, but his face completely drained. I thought I was going to have to do compression on him or something like that. So they're tough. Then in the 2019 one, it was just all Brexit. It was just a nightmare. No matter what we did, we couldn't change the dial in the discussion, so it was Brexit. And our party was divided over it, realistically. That was the problem with us, you know. But again, my view is this, and that you might think I'm wrong. This is cumulative defeat by the Conservatives. First of all, austerity, biting, and Osborne and whatever. Then Boris Johnson comes along, and to be honest, he's a congenital liar. And those images of the Queen burying her husband and they're partying at Number 10.
How do you feel when you see this guy, Jeremy Corbyn?
He's my friend. He's my friend and always will be. And if he wins tonight, I'll be arguing for him to be restored to the Labour whip. That's what I'll hope to do. That's what they did with Nye Bevan and others who lost the whip. But to finish my point, I think the turning point for the Conservatives was the Liz Truss budget. If Sunak had been elected rather than Liz Truss, I think he would have most probably had more of a chance of a run-in and the losses wouldn't be as great. I still think they would have lost. But they lost economic credibility over Liz Truss, and that was it then. They were out.
Is he going to win?
From what I hear, it's really close.
Labour sources saying to me that they think it's going to be difficult for them to...
Yeah, it's a huge popular support. It's been there 40 years.
I know, I live in the constituency next door, and there has been so many Corbyn stickers and posters and things that I see just wandering around.
You had 1,000 people out.
There's a real irony here. It was the first general election I reported on, and you will remember this, John. Jeremy Corbyn fought that for Labour against a guy called Michael O'Halloran,
That's right,
who had left the Labour Party to join the SDP, and Corbyn came in for Labour, beating a defector from... So it'd be very interesting to see what happens tonight.
Clearing their throat in Nuneaton, as you can see. Waiting to hear from there. Blackpool South as well, we are hearing, is likely to declare very shortly, and the reason for that, interested obviously because it's the Northwest. I'm sure you've been to Blackpool many times before, but also Nuneaton declaring. Here we go.
15216. John Robert Homer, the Workers' Party, 967. Robin Adlington Howard, Reform UK, 9059. Marcus, the Conservative Party candidate, 11737.
Labour.
Keith Anthony Condicore, the Green
I wouldn't have
Party.
thought Greens are going to beat them. So there you go. Conservatives into second place, a Labour gain there in the West Midlands. There are 2 pages. When you see the 2 dots, top right-hand corner, that means there is a second page, but I don't think it's going to impact on the results there. It's an unchanged seat that won some notoriety in 2015 when it was the first marginal to declare. A swing to the Conservatives made it clear that Labour were not going to get close to being the biggest party and that Cameron was going to stay Prime Minister. You can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands, again, one of the red wall areas.
But the drop for the Conservatives
yeah,
there is...
I mean, that's given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect.
And Adam, hello. Hello. 2 Adams are better than 1. Right, so how do you feel about things so far?
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, personally very pleased.
Because?
In particular because of the swing in Eastleigh, which is where we're from, in Hampshire. So really keen to see Lib Dem take that back.
Okay. How about you? Family agreement?
Yes, definitely. Very pleased about the Labour majority, probably, but scared too.
What, scared about what?
Well, looks like Reform's going to get quite a few new votes, which is...
Why would that be such a bad thing?
I just don't agree with a lot of their policies. I think they're quite scary as a party.
That's what I'm saying. Our literal political system is so bad. The guy asking the questions doesn't live on planet Earth or literally in the United Kingdom. Why is Reform vote bad? Are you fucking dumb? Like, hello. I'm not going to pay any attention to the fact that I live on fucking planet Earth. But I'm going to ask you questions anyway. Yeah, answer my question. Like, the woman is literally saying they're fucking creepy racist. Like, what part of that didn't you just get in that interview? Oh my fucking God. This is what I'm saying. Our media is so weird. Like, they don't exist where we live. So they ask the dumbest fucking questions like, what colour's chocolate? What the fuck do you even mean? Like, why are you asking me stupid fucking questions? It's fucking it's like, just wow. Oh my fucking God.
But I'd say cumulatively of all the ones we've seen.
Yeah, but this is a key seat, isn't it? This is
But to put it into context, if you look at Johnson's 80-seat majority in 2019, he got 43.6% of the vote. In 1997, Blair got 43.2% of the vote. In 1979, Thatcher got 43.9% of the vote. Yes, Theresa May got 42.3% of the vote.
We're likely to win on under 40%, aren't we?
Yes, exactly. And so, like, if you think of this as one of the historic landslides of 79 to 97, to 2019, actually, in which that was the biggest majority.
But the reason for that, though, is we've almost got five parties polling now, haven't we? Which is, that gives the Lib Dems are polling, Reform are polling.
Yes, but that's the point, isn't it?
No, the point is you just use statistical analysis really incorrectly. They're saying, well, nobody's come out to vote, so therefore there's not much of a landslide. You dickhead. It's proportion of the vote. Clearly someone didn't do math at school. That's why I hate Sky News. They're so Rupert. They're like Fox News, but like a British version. I really hate them. And fucking this bitch should have already got the sack who's the fucking host anyway. And that other woman's got a fucking dick. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go back to BBC. Fucker.
Just had enough. You know, so many lies, so many things going wrong. The economy wrecked. It's been awful.
Right, thank you very much, you three. I hope it's not too awkward now sitting next to each other for the next 12 hours.
Recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Gibson, Conservative Party candidate, 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party, 16,621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party, 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats, 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK, 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark. There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives. They took...
Carve this seat into two constituencies. Mr Hunt is fighting Godalming and Ash. The other one is called Farnham and Borden. Some here think perhaps he made a mistake in opting for Godalming and Ash because it always looks a bit more marginal than the other seat. He has worked so hard, though, to try and hold this seat. He has campaigned tirelessly when you might have expected a Chancellor of the Exchequer to be in London taking part in TV debates, interviews and so on. He has spent the last 6 weeks pounding the streets of this leafy constituency in the Surrey Hills in a desperate hope to try and cling on. If he does cling on, it will be an amazing personal triumph for him. And of course, from what we're hearing, he'll be one of the big beasts left in the Tory party in Parliament, one of the grown-ups, if you like, experienced politician. If, on the other hand, it's the end for Jeremy Hunt, he can look back on a 19-year career in Parliament in which he's held 4 cabinet posts, including 2 of the so-called great offices of state, Foreign Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. All the signs are, looking at what's happening around the country, Mr Hunt is probably going to lose here.
Yeah, just also seeing, while I've got you, before we move on to Amanda, a Liberal Democrat source saying school's out for summer for Gillian Keegan. We're confident of clinching a win in Chichester, making her the first cabinet minister of the night to lose her seat. Quoting a Lib Dem source here, this seat has been Conservative for 100 years. Winning here is an extraordinary achievement which has unseated the Education Secretary. Your response to that, John?
Sorry, Kay, I didn't quite hear that.
OK, basically, the Lib Dems are saying that Gillian Keegan's lost.
Yes. Well, you're right, that's been a safe Tory seat. It was Andrew Tyree who chaired the Treasury Select Committee for many years, and that is a shock. She will not have been expecting that. The point about this seat is that, I mean, people have said, and in fact Mr Hunt has said, oh, there might be another Portillo moment. Think about Michael Portillo's defeat in '97. That was a shock. Gillian Keegan is a shock. Mr Hunt himself has talked about the prospect of losing here. He told his children a few weeks ago, he told us, Daddy might not be Chancellor of the Exchequer, he might not be an MP. He knows he's in a tough battle here, and if Mr Hunt does lose, it won't be a great shock. Yes, I think Gillian Keegan going is a shock. I mean, this area also, like Chichester, has been Conservative since 1910. Classic blue wall. I mean, you drive around here and you can imagine it's the £5 million homes and so on. The majority of people either own their own home, they own cars and so on. We are talking one of the most affluent areas of the country. And if the Lib Dems do win here, that is a massive scalp for them.
OK, thanks.
The interesting part about that is, like, Chester is over the water from Liverpool. It's full of fucking shabby farmers, like Cheshire Oaks, whatever. Anyway, it's full of fucking cunts who were literally chavs, rich chavs, basically. They all think they're all up their own arse. And the Lib Dem thing doesn't surprise me, because if you know anything about Lib Dem voters, they're just Tories with smiles. Rest of soul, a friend of mine, we used to joke about it because she used to actually vote Lib Dem. She was a Lib Demer. Lib Dem people vote Tory, and Tories vote Lib Dem rather than vote Labour. So for all the swings in the Tory seats, it's mostly Liberal Democrats, mostly, and which I'm glad. I mean, I hate Gillian Keegan. She's basically a fucking wool anyway. Sheep shagger, that's what we call people from Chester, by the way, and people over the water, sheep shaggers, because they fuck it all, like literally. They pretend to be like posh when they're just fucking chavs, really. Ugh. Anyway, I'm glad she's lost this seat. She's got a Scouse accent, and she's a Tory. She reminds me of that with a fucking depraved twat. What's her fucking name? Oh, I don't even want to remember. Anyway, she's got blonde hair. She's a depraved twat with also a Scouse accent. I think she's from, like... she's from Walton or some shit. I forgot a fucking... What's the stupid fucking name? My God. So much beer. Oh... You know her if you've seen her. But she's technically not Scouse. She's also fucking Walton. From Walton. Lol. Yeah, she's a cunt. The fucking Minister for fucking Common Sense What's her fucking name? Fucking damn it, that stupid fucking cunt. Anyway, I hope she loses her job. She's a fucking moron. Anyway, sorry. I'm interrupting because it's getting close now, innit? I just want to see Tories fucking constantly crying. The weird thing is, what's going to happen tomorrow? The newspapers is the important part. Because Keir Starmer's going to be Prime Minister. I bet you a tenner. The papers talk about Nigel Farage more than the actual Prime Minister of the country. Like, literally. That's going to be more fucking on the news. Nigel Farage in BNP Light, which is fucking reform. For all you people who vote reform, you're just fucking racist. Just suck it up. The BNP didn't go anywhere, bro. I've been around since the 80s. Fucking BNP voted Labour and Tory. You fucking idiots. Who do you think voted for Brexit? Party affiliation don't matter when you're talking about racist, bro. They vote for anybody who sounds just as fucking retarded as them.
People watching tonight might think it wasn't just that you didn't do the things that you promised you would do in 2019. It's also because of the way that Boris Johnson went on to govern. And it's also because of things about Partygate. But we'll get to that. Declaration in Barnsley. Let's take you straight there.
For each candidate at the election is as follows. Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs, Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas, Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius, Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore duly declare Dan
seat in the north of England, Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some...
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead...
Honestly, before he starts the count, I was like, I swear that's a clone of Rachel Reeves. It's fucking Rachel Reeves.
Elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job. And she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is a huge honour and a privilege to have been returned as the Labour Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. Let me begin by thanking the returning officer, the counting agents, the polling clerks and the police who make elections possible. Let me also thank the other candidates in this contest for the campaigns that they have run. I want to thank my team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carvley, Farsley and Pudsey. I could never list all of those whose support and friendship I have been so grateful for these last 14 years or more. But special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis, and also to my predecessor, John Battle, whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word too for somebody who isn't with us today. Jane Hill, who ran my constituency office for the best part of the last decade, was a great friend to so many of us. She was Labour through and through, but she died a few weeks before the election took place. Many of us will miss her this evening, including me. But thanks above all goes to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. I've been so proud to represent Armley and Bramley for the last 14 years, and I will do everything in my power to repay your support. And to the people of Carveley and Farsley and Pudsey, who have returned a Labour Member of Parliament for the first time in more than 14 years, you have put your trust in me, and I will not let you down. My job now is to speak for the whole constituency, those who voted for me and those who didn't, and I promise I will do just that. I will fight for you every day to deliver the change that people in Leeds West and Pudsey need and deserve. I do not want to preempt the results that are still to come. But if what we have seen so far holds out, then it is clear that the British people have voted for change. That in the coming hours, after 14 years, people will wake up to the prospect of a new government. The first Labour victory in nearly 2 decades. A page turned. A new chapter started. A chance to look ahead to a brighter future that seemed so remote for so long. You have put your trust in Labour. Thanks to Keir Starmer's leadership, a changed Labour Party in the service of ordinary working people. We have promised to end the chaos, to turn the page and to get to work on rebuilding our country, and we will do so. We have sought the opportunity to govern not for self-interest, but it's to serve in the national interest, to tackle the cost of living crisis and make work pay, to rebuild our health service and our schools, to drive growth in every part of our great country, and to restore the stability that Britain has sorely lacked for too long. But I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face, or about the severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will demand hard work and harder choices. I am ready for them. And to those of you who have put your trust in us, we will not squander that trust. We have set out the first steps that we will take towards that better Britain and the missions to underpin a decade of national renewal. There is much to do. We have campaigned as we mean to go on, as a government of unity, not of division, a government of wealth creation, and a government in the national interest. Country first, party second. That is our promise to Britain. That is my promise to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. We will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I can't wait to get started. Thank you very much.
Rachel Reeves saying she can't wait to get started, talking about a decade of national renewal. She also said that the results tonight could mean a page turned, a new chapter started. And Rachel Reeves, if the night pans out the way that she clearly seems to think it will, she will become the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer. And that, frankly, would be quite a moment.
Our speaker.
I'm drinking coffee and eating biscuits. I'm drinking beer. I got coffee, beer, cookies. This is a celebration. The weird part is, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Do I think this is the most enthralling Labour Party ever? No. I like Jeremy Corbyn because he was mental. I like the idea of nationalising the fuck out of everything. Why? Because why should I pay tax to give rich people fucking more money if they're already rich? Fuck them. If governments can't run their shit, then change your government. Don't sell it to a private corporation. The entire point of a private corporation is to make profits. Just saying. I've got no problem with Apple making iPhones and Samsung making fucking Samsung Galaxies. That's called consumerism, you fucking cunt, right? That's an option. I don't want to pay tax to make shareholders fucking rich. Keep your hands off my tax, because I don't have a choice by law to make you fucking rich, which is fucking fundamentally fucking corrupt when you think about it on any scale. So fuck off. Fuck private companies. I don't mind private companies trying to help. That's fine. But I ain't paying you any tax. That's fucking retarded. So get out the NHS. Any form of tax we pay should not go to any shareholders whatsoever. None. Nip, zip, nada. Anyway, I forgot my train of thought. So what's also fucking else? Yeah, anyway, point is, she had a job. You know where her last job was? Before she was an MP. She used to fucking work for the Bank of England. The people who print the fucking money in the first place. I want you to be the Chancellor because I know she can count to 10. Do you know what Rishi Sunak's last job was before he was an MP? He used to work for Goldman fucking Sachs. The people who rip you fucking off, who literally broke everybody's fucking economy. The same fucking cunts who broke the economy in 2008. That fucker used to work for clearly doesn't give a fuck, does he? No. So do I like Rachel Reeves? Yes. Am I enthralled by Labour's vision? No. I'm a bit more like left-leaning than they are. But I understand why they're being a bit weird. First of all, our media's right-wing as fuck. And that's weird. But it's not weird, it's normal. But they're right-wing as fuck. And second of all, Britain is a stupid country. You heard it here first. Like, literally dumb as fuck. Like, they voted for Boris Johnson. Need I say fucking more? I mean, come on. Anyway. I suppose I just intervene while burning my face with hot coffee.
The set sometimes can't get its head round why these jobs are so much better.
I get it, which is why I asked it, because I've never been an MP. I've never sat in the House of Commons. I've always sat in a devolved administration. And people say, don't you want to? Would you never want to be Prime Minister? You don't want to go back in? You won't want to go in the front line? And the answer is, actually no, because politics happens all over the United Kingdom. It doesn't just happen on the green benches.
I think we would both feel, though, that we're going to have an era of really big profile on cities, devolution. Sadiq, that's what we both... Growth won't come without it, will it?
Can I ask Sadiq? Sadiq?
You can. Let me just tell people what they're looking at. Lee, which is Lee in Atherton, the seat that you used to have, waiting for that declaration. South West London, Ed Davies' seat as well. Let me tell you that Labour has gained Blackpool South, you'll say, but it was already a Labour seat after that scandal with Scott Benton. Thank you very much indeed. There was a by-election, but for the purposes of saying who had the seat, we go back to 2019, the by-election subsequent to that. So we are saying Blackpool South has won that seat. Waiting for Lee, waiting for Ed Davey. And Vale of Glamorgan as well, first seat in Wales, waiting for that one to come through in just a second or two. You were saying?
No, I think Trevor was trying to come in.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Trevor.
I know you want to shut me up, but anyway...
Yeah, that's what happens when you try and say it's your programme.
Trevor, so early in the night.
Yeah, it was, it was a schoolboy error.
Kay Burley is going to punish me all night for a momentary lapse of judgment.
Yes, I am, because here's Lee. Yes, I am. Here we go. Here's Lee.
I never got... That's not Lee.
Is it not?
Sorry, here's the declaration.
Is it not Lee?
That's Vale of Glamorgan.
That's Vale of Glamorgan, I'm told.
This is the declaration of result of the poll for the election Parliament for Lee and Atherton on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, James Winterbottom, being the Deputy Returning Officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Buckley Craig Allen, the English Democrats, putting England first, 376. Jones Amelia, the Green Party, 1,653. Platt Joanne Marie, commonly known as Joe Platt, Labour and Cooperative Party, 19,971.
Joe!
Thomas Stuart David, Liberal Democrats, 1,597. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,483.
Now that's a majority.
Yeah. Second on the hit list,
Ronnie
wasn't it?
George.
It was
For Labour.
fantastic, honestly. It makes me feel whole again that Lee has gone Labour. Honestly, it feels so good.
You
And
have to
Jo
declare an interest. She worked for you.
She did, and I got great affection for Jo. She's been, I say, brilliant for me. But she's worked hard, and there she is. She gets her reward. That is just
Look at that
a great
reform
result.
vote again.
Yes, I would have expected that. And as everyone has said, and I would say, I understand why people feel disillusioned. I understand why they've kind of voted in the way that they have. And as I think Sadiq was saying, there's a job to be done to bring people back, and we need to work at that. But that is a really good result. The Tories won this seat by a couple of thousand last time. Almost 20,000 Labour votes there. Jo Platt deserves every single one.
Do you want to listen to her?
Thank you to the people of Lee. And let's hear from Jo.
Returning Officer, Electoral Services, Council staff and the police for their hard work in ensuring today's smooth operation. And I also extend my gratitude to the people of Lee, Atherton, Tilsley, Goulburn, Loughton and Astley. After 14 years of Conservative failure, you've demanded change. We ran this election as a changed Labour Party. Thank you for putting your trust in us to change the country. This is a vote for a Labour Party that is focused on the priorities of working people. We will fight for economic security, cheaper bills, safer streets, the NHS back on its feet, secure borders and better opportunities for our children. I do want to acknowledge James, the outgoing MP. Though our politics differ, he always held these towns close to his heart. Thank you for your service and for representing this great constituency. Losing this seat in 2019 was deeply painful. Not just for me personally, but for those who desperately need a Labour government. It was a moment of reflection and realisation for us all. Over the last 4 years, under this Conservative government, things have got worse. The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back, supports their aspirations and enables grassroots regeneration. Labour is ready to be that government, building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today, but Ian, this is for you. Also a heartfelt thank to my 3 children and Cian, who's here with us today. Another thanks goes to the Labour...
in what people should be paying in tax and what they do. If we can just close that gap by a little bit, that would release a few more billion, which we could put in investing in the public services, which have been so destroyed after the 14 years of the government.
I covered that race in 2015. I was down there with you.
2010.
2010. And what's interesting is that, yes, you managed to vanquish the BNP, but Reform are not the BNP.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Reform are not the BNP. Well, no, they're not. They're called Reform. But the same people who vote for the BNP vote for Reform. I mean, what kind of fucking ludicrous... Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, we gotta... Okay, I'm gonna hate to fucking say this, but I'm gonna fucking say it. Fucking house niggas are real. Like, literally, I went to school, literally, in the most racist part of Liverpool. No kidding. You can look it up. It's called Shawfields. It's a fucking horrible school. Horrible place to go to school. I literally seen a black dude as black as him stand next to a bunch of fucking white dudes shouting nigger at my fucking bus. No kidding. Like, they exist. If you literally think people are not capable of being utter fucking cunts, they are. So when Clive, with his big brain, just literally said, well, the BNP aren't reformed. No, they're not. Clearly, you fucking idiot. Because they changed the name. Just like the National Front is called National fucking Rally. You fucking clown. They just changed the fucking name. It's the same fucking stupid retards. You still vote for these fucking racist fucking cunts anyway. And because they're so fucking dumb, because they're racist, they don't see any difference anywho. Like the whole Red Wall shit, 7 months before any fucking shit happened, I predicted the whole fucking collapse of the Labour Party with Brexit. People called me mad. You can't literally pay attention to fucking reality. Don't blame me. You think fascists don't fucking exist anymore because you read it in a history book? They're fucking living right next door to you, motherfucker. Like, literally. Have you just seen what happened in France, like I said before, or in the United States? They just made Donald Trump a fucking dictator because they got right-wing fucking Christians on the Supreme Court. Because apparently, most Americans think literally the Constitution was made by fucking Jesus. You can't make this shit up. You shouldn't give stupid people the ability to fucking speak. Here's a fucking clue. When you was in school, was you bullied or was you not bullied? That's life on the internet right now. There's dumb fucking cunts who were bullied at school, who literally have the biggest mouths ever. And fuckers like me who used to bully fuckers like you. And they're the people running the show. The fucking clowns. Literally the feeble fucking cunts you would never speak to in class run your fucking economic system and your fucking life. Literally. Take that as a fucking understanding of the reality in which you fucking live in. And these fucking clowns want to tell you different. Don't be fooled. There's gazelles and there's lions. You take your pick which one you want to be. A fucking lion or a fucking gazelle. Just saying.
Debbie Solomon, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well done, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independent, putting people before politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected.
So Lee Anderson becomes the first Reform MP of the night. He, of course, defected to Reform from the Conservatives. His majority there, 5,509, and again, a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives, and an ex-Brexit Party representative there, beaten into 4th place, and Labour into 2nd place. So that Reform's first MP and first victory tonight. We're going to hear Lee Anderson now.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They worked incredibly hard, and all the people who've worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to the Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they've now backed me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place which I call my home is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
So, Lee Anderson, the first MP for the Reform UK tonight and ever. Lee Anderson there, as I say, started out as a local councillor there in Ashfield, went to the Conservatives, became an independent, now he's Reform. Chris?
Well, it's the first on the board, isn't it, for Reform UK, and perhaps the first one that they would have looked to tonight, irrespective of the exit poll of a few hours ago, to see if their first MP, courtesy of a defection, could win on his own on his own ticket, on a Reform UK ticket, and there he has, and done so with, with a reasonable margin of victory. Conservative.
Put in by Rishi Sunak. People, when he defected, thought, yeah, you'll go to Reform, but you will lose that seat in a general election. And now he has come back with a big vote,
Beth,
absolutely eclipsing. And he said there will be. He said it just then. There will be. This election will be a reckoning.
But you heard
that's
it from
what
Andrea
he said.
Leadsom before, and I asked her about this. She acknowledged that they should have taken them on more. For instance, if the Conservatives in Parliament had taken on Reform over its position on the NHS, I think people would have understood Reform's position on the NHS. Currently, I don't think they do. And that is their failure.
It goes back even before that. The idea that Lee Anderson was made a deputy chairman of the Tory party when he was being a right old pain in the backside.
Well, that's why he was
to
made
people
deputy
that were there.
chairman.
Exactly. It's the appeasement doesn't work. You've got to challenge them. You've actually got to take them on and fight them on the issues and see what they actually have to do. And having a parliamentary group might actually expose what they believe, what their party positions are, and some of the things that people care about. Because at the moment, we don't know. They're a blank sheet of paper to anybody.
This is a sick of politics.
Okay, let's bring in Charles Walker and Anne-Marie Trevelyan, should we? Hello to you both. Interested to see your immediate reaction to Reform gaining its first ever seat in the mother of all parliaments. Anne-Marie, to you first of all.
So yes, interesting to see that Lee has indeed won that seat. Obviously worked hard, charismatic and a very front man for Reform. Up here in the northeast, what we're seeing is Reform, as you said, coming second. It's a very loud voice from Reform. It's, in Labour facing and now winning seats here, they're taking Labour vote. What that Reform message up here on the northeast doorsteps is about illegal migration. It's sorting it out. My worry for them, to your point about what do they stand for and what will we hear from them in Parliament, is that they have taken away the one party that was actually delivering what they wanted, which was the Conservatives. So I think it's going to be a challenge for them to persuade Labour to do something other than stop the Rwanda flights and allow greater illegal migration. So it's going to be an interesting challenge.
Charles Walker?
I'd just like to point out, because you were looking at the exit poll, that Broxbourne, my former constituency, has just been held with a majority of 3,500. The exit poll had Labour taking Broxbourne when it came out at 10 o'clock. So I'm really interested in the work you're doing on the exit polls. It doesn't seem to be as accurate as it has been at previous general elections.
Well, let me just say, if I may please, Charles Walker, that the Conservative vote was down 27 points in Broxbourne and the Reform vote was up 20 points, and they hadn't stood there previously.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that the exit poll that you've been focusing on and saying the Tories are doing a bit better than the exit poll suggested had Broxbourne going Labour, and Broxbourne's been held by about 3,500 votes.
I think on the exit poll and just the way the seats fall, we are seeing some individual results that aren't reflected in that. So in the time that we've been talking, in the last half an hour, we've had both the Barnsley seats come in that were down to be a Reform in that poll. They were supposed to be part of the 13. One of them's been held by Labour by 8,000 votes, and one of them's been held by Labour by 5,000 votes. Now, that would indicate what Beth was saying earlier about the campaign to make sure that the votes get piled up by Labour in the right places where they're under pressure. So we might be seeing that while the vote share is right,
Keir
from the
Starmer
exit,
being applauded as he arrives at his seat.
the seats don't necessarily
and
go the right way.
Pancras, hold that thought, please. Carry on, sorry. We just wanted to get the
I was just saying that while we've had, Ed's been showing us great graphics of how close to the mark the overall picture is, what everybody that's been involved in politics knows is that national pictures don't always relate to individual seats. And so that's 2 of the 13 that Reform are due to get tonight by the exit poll, that they've lost, one by 8,000 and one by 5,000. And that's a pretty big whack.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan, I mean, when you saw this exit poll, your heart must have sunk, no?
So I think it reflects what will definitely be a tough night for us as Conservatives. Not as bad as perhaps some have said, and I think we're seeing this 36%, 26% turnout rather than a gap that's more dramatic. It will be interesting to see exactly as you say at an individual seat level, and it's good to hear about Broxbourne that actually those shifts are very variable, and it is the hard work on the ground, it's the incumbency, and indeed it's the effort across the piece. So I think we will have to wait and see as the evening goes on how that rolls out. So you can see, but there's no getting away from it. This is a really tough night for the Conservatives, and we will need to regroup and really pull together on what those key policies are, which speak to our constituents, and we know what they are, and we need to make sure that we're focused on them going forwards.
How much is this down to Trussonomics, would you say, Anne-Marie Trevelyan? I remember chatting to you when I was in Downing Street, and there were rumours that Liz Truss would be losing her title within 44 days, and I said, I'm going on holiday for a fortnight, will she still be in power when I get back? You said absolutely. She didn't even make lunchtime.
So I think, interestingly, on the doorsteps in my campaign, that wasn't what was raised. Issues around migration, cost of living, going forward. The challenge is real anxiety about the risk of tax cuts. Small businesses in my patch very worried about what Labour might do in terms of squeezing them. But no, the Truss era was not something that was raised with me at all, interestingly.
OK, Charles Walker, just hearing that Torsten Bell, Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, has been elected in Swansea West, former head of policy for Ed Miliband. The Conservatives, 5th.
Yeah, not a great result that. But just going back to Lee Anderson, the Conservative Party should never have entertained him as a vice chairman. Many of us warned the high-ups in the party that he wasn't a fit and proper person to carry the Conservative flag, and sadly we were ignored, and he's done our party enormous damage. And we're partly responsible for creating him. So I think I owed you a direct response to your opening question, and I've now given it. As far as Swansea's concerned, look, it really doesn't matter whether you're coming 5th, 3rd or 4th or 2nd in a seat if you're not going to win it. And Swansea is a seat that we were never, ever going to win.
Charles, when you reflect on the campaign and the months running up to it, what do you think were the big mistakes? Because I know you felt very strongly about the divisions within the Conservative Party.
I mean, look, no campaign runs like clockwork. The biggest mistake was having the polling day on July the 4th, not sometime in November, December. It is clear that Nigel Farage has ignited reform by his return to frontline politics. And that has done us enormous damage, and there's no hiding place from that. It's a great shame that we went early, and we didn't benefit from what I suspect will be interest rate cuts over the coming months, and the fact that Nigel Farage would have been busying himself in the US with Donald Trump.
Are you angry with Rishi Sunak about that this has been a massive miscalculation? Are you angry with Rishi Sunak because of what's happened to many of your colleagues because of the decision?
I'm not angry with Rishi Sunak. I'm enormously fond of the Prime Minister. I think that it was a strategic error to go early. Obviously, the bones of this defeat will be picked over in the coming weeks. And a post-mortem will be done. But, I'm so tired of being angry. Politics is too often about anger. I'm disappointed. I'm terribly disappointed for my colleagues who are going to lose their seats tonight. Okay. And by the way, if we'd had the general election in November, we still wouldn't have won it. Labour would still have won that general election, but I think we would have had a better result.
OK, we must leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Labour has gained Rushcliffe, which was Ken Clarke's old seat, stepped down in 2019, waiting for a declaration in Basildon and Billericay. That was a recount, so waiting for that. Meantime, let's bring in Mark Austin, who is at the count in Holborn and St Pancras, I should say, otherwise known as North London. There he is. We heard the applause as he came in. Mark, hi.
Yep, Keir Starmer is in the House or in the Camden Council offices where we are, and he looks very happy, understandably. It's an enormous night for him, and as the next few hours unfold, it will become very clear. the responsibility that he now will have to take over. But for the moment, he's worried about his own seat here. Not really worried about it. He's defending, I think, 27,000. He got 64% of the vote last time. So that's another reason for the smile you see there. And his wife, Victoria, there with him,
Pictures,
with
but I just
Labour
want to
members.
Put to you a slightly trickier point. So our number crunchers under Sir John Curtis have discovered on this point, looking at the first three declarations in your beloved Wales, Labour support has gone down by 5 points. So what's gone wrong there?
I'm not surprised in many ways because there has been an organised and very deliberate and completely understandable, even though I don't agree with it, campaign against some of the policies of the Welsh Labour government in the Senedd in Cardiff, specifically and particularly the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. And that is in the process of changing, but nevertheless, I know that people wanted to register resentment and opposition to that. So that's part of the story. The difficulties encountered by the First Minister
Vaughan Gethins, who
recently,
got into trouble over some donations.
Yeah, taking a donation which was legal and within the rules, but nevertheless alienated people. There's no doubt at all about that. There's a third factor, and it's difficult to audit it at this stage in proceedings. That'll come a bit later. And that is, I anticipate that partly because Labour's been in power in South Wales in the Senedd for 25 years, a proportion of those votes going to reform will come from the Labour Party. Most of them will come from the Tories. Some of it will come from the Labour Party because reform in South Wales, as in the North East, as in parts of the former Yorkshire coalfield, as in parts of Lancashire, is offering very simple answers to desperately complicated questions, and that always has a magnetic effect on a certain proportion of the electorate. And that phenomenon will be seen in South Wales.
And just as we've been talking, there are some pictures there of Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. We spoke to a short while ago on the programme, who was blaming the results partly on the removal of Boris Johnson. We can see him there at his count in Bath with his wife there, and I think one of the mini-Moggs, as they're known, one of his many children. But Jacob Rees-Mogg, very prominent Conservative who might be in trouble tonight in his seat in Somerset. There are also some pictures I think we can just show you. There's John Swinney. Just don't walk out of the shot, First Minister. There we are in Glasgow. Well, we'll keep an eye on that and we'll try and bring you that.
Got
but the First Minister, John Swinney.
Declaration coming up.
Rochester. Wandering around.
500.
Have you seen the number then?
11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773. Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin David Sabin, Green Party, 1,212. Paul Ward, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,020.
Paul Ward has won.
Yeah.
So George Galloway defeated and felt that he didn't need to, as a result, go onto the podium to hear the count. You're offended by that?
I'm not offended by it. I think it's true to form. I mean, we've seen George Galloway move around the country. He is very good at exploiting a single issue, starting a new party with a new name. We've seen him win in by-elections. We've also seen him not then continue to take the seat in the next following general election. I think what's really interesting about this seat is this was where a lot of the conversation about how would the Muslim vote affect Labour came from this by-election that was, earlier in the year. We then saw that play out in some of the local elections in May, and particularly around the mayoral elections. So we heard your reporter in Birmingham talk about that, and if you look at the boxes that came out of Birmingham Yardley, Jess Phillips's seat, she would have lost that on that vote as it was projected. So there was a huge concern within Labour about what that would do, and they moved very quickly to shore up these seats. The fact that this has gone back to Labour. The fact that it's Paul Waugh, who is a candidate who's from Rotherham, but had come to Westminster. Part of when he stood to be the by-election candidate, didn't win this election, was that he was a kind of, he'd gone London, he'd gone a bit London, you know, and he was coming back. And then the Labour candidate had said some things and wasn't allowed to, you know, had their support withdrawn. He then became the candidate for the general. You know, this is an urbane former journalist, you know, not somebody that's taken a particularly strong view on Gaza. So the fact that he's won it and taken it back off of Galloway, I think, is quite significant and will ease a lot of fears within Labour for some of the other seats.
Swinney is in Perth.
Also,
just have a look at these. Just bear with me, Beth.
Okay, sorry.
John Swinney just arriving in Perth.
Yes.
Cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, 13,936. Jordan Cowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,527. Bex Glen, Scottish Greens, 1,237. Lillian Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 19,055. Stephen McNamara, Independent, 401. William Thompson, Reform UK, 3,472. Edward Thornley, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 850. And that the said Lillian Jones has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency.
So Labour taking that seat, Kilmarnock and Loudon, our first seat and declaration in Scotland there, with a majority of over 5,000 from the Scottish National Party. Is that, Chris Mason, something that obviously Labour will cheer? But
yeah, it is, and it's one of many, many seats, particularly in Scotland's central belt, those towns and cities in and around Glasgow and Edinburgh that Labour have been eyeing for at least the last couple of years, seen as absolutely crucial to them, not just in assembling a majority, perhaps less crucial given their performance in England, but being able to make an argument that says that they can govern for the whole of the UK because they can point to representation in England, Scotland and Wales in sizable number if results like that are replicated.
I think also the psychological impact.
Our communities. And we don't work like that in Greater Manchester. We're a place that kind of thrives on the fact that we are quite unified and we work together, different communities. So I'm glad to see the back of him from Greater Manchester. I think our communities will be relieved to see him gone. So, well done, Paul, though, a great result.
Absolutely. We're hearing that there's a recount in Chelsea and Fulham. That's Greg Hand's.
Can I also just add another one in that's come in?
Really quickly.
The Conservatives have held Castle Point.
They have.
Which, it might not seem that significant, but that's another one where Reform were supposed to win. It's another one that was supposed to be part of that Reform 13. So if that's 4 now that was in that list that they've not taken...
But the vote collapsed, the Tory
Oh, completely collapsed. I'm not saying this is a good night for the Conservatives. I think I used the word massacre at the start of the programme.
Ed Davies' declaration, here we go. Let's see whether he comes in on a skateboard. I don't know what he's going to do.
As I said, the Honourable Member for Alton Towers.
I'm just not getting 30.
Ready? Over his face. I don't know if that's a hug of consolation.
Yes,
maybe that's a hug of
means.
consolation, and he might have lost his seat. That would be a huge humiliation for the Conservative Party chairman, somebody who attends cabinets. But there's another declaration coming in. Let's go straight there. Ed Davies' seat.
I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 230.
Thank you.
Deberji Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dame, Labour Party, 6,561. Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency.
Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats there, more than doubling his majority on his previous win. Ed Davey there, 25,870. He's the MP. The Conservative, Helen Edward, in second place. Turnout not bad, 66%, 17,235. The majority Reform coming in fourth place there with 4,000.
And in a second, we'll hear from the jubilant Lib Dem leader who's probably happy about their national performance, but let's just show you the change, see what happened here. It was the Conservatives crashing down that has put that big smile on Ed Davey's face.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We've put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis, so that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them. And so your loved ones get the high-quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day.
You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, To the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to fulfil. It is a vote for change. It is a vote to an end to division and to bring our country together, to replace self-service with public service, to take what is broken and begin to rebuild it, and to restore the belief to those who have had hope taken away. It is with a real sense of pride that together we have changed the Labour Party to offer that unity of purpose, that vision of renewal that our country so desperately needs. Today is our chance to turn the page and start a new chapter, to tackle the cost of living crisis and to make work pay, to give working people the New Deal we deserve and to provide homes that we need, to rebuild the public services on which we rely and to ensure that every community across our country shares in our national success. I am proud of Ashton-under-Lyne. I am proud of Britain, a great country, a great people, and I am proud to serve you all. Thank you.
For your flash photography, right-hand side of your screen there, Nigel Farage arriving at...
To the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges.
What do you want share-wise?
As many as possible.
Lee Anderson.
I've no idea. You're the clever one.
Do you think Lee Anderson
Lee Anderson was one because he had the courage to jump to reform. There are many Conservative MPs who tonight will lose their seats because they lack that courage. And the really big message is this. Geographically now in most of the country, a vote for the Conservatives actually splits our vote and is a vote for Labour. The argument they've used against us can never be used again.
Would you like to be leader of the Conservative Party now, Mr. Farage?
The Conservative Party? What a terrible idea.
We'll be talking at once there. Mary Cray, I should just say, Coventry East. She has been re-elected, old friend of Angela Rayner. Steve Barclay used to be Health Secretary, DEFRA now. He has been one of the rare victories for the Conservative Party, waiting for the declaration for Keir Starmer. That will, when we hear his speech, it will be his acceptance speech, but also potentially one or two things that we will hear from him about how he plans to run the next 5 years for this country. That coming up in Holborn and St Pancras. Before that, Gurpreet standing by for us in Clacton. Gurpreet.
Well, Nigel Farage has just made his way over here to the Clacton Leisure Centre. He spent the evening at the local Greek taverna as the exit polls dropped with his team. A few of them peeled over here early. I spoke to them. They were quietly confident, but they were staying calm. But they were quietly planning some of the raucous scenes later if Nigel Farage, as the exit polls suggest, does win here. It won't be an easy feat. It will require overturning a 25,000 Conservative majority. But I've spent the past few weeks with him on the campaign trail here in Clacton, and there is a lot of love for him in Clacton. At the rally on Wednesday, he implored voters to come out and vote for him, and it looks like they may have delivered him a victory. He will no doubt be buoyed by that exit poll, which suggests that he could win here. This is a man, of course, that's attempted 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he's failed despite his outsized influence on British politics. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said that...
Yes, I remember, yeah, indeed, yes. He looked as if he was sitting on the floor a little bit earlier, actually, but he wasn't. He was on a chair. They had a recount there, and it was very, very close indeed. And we're just wondering what the result is.
His aide or colleague shrugging. We don't know if they're shrugging to say, we don't know what's going on, or if they're shrugging to say, you're sorry. What a contrast there. Richard Holden looking despondent, Keir Starmer tucked on the side of the stage, looking absolutely delighted, shaking of heads there. And Richard Holden cutting a very, very lonely figure. Remember, the Conservative Party chairman, who traditionally in that role should be leading the campaign, should be out on the airwaves, defending and making the argument. We've seen almost nothing of him until tonight.
And remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate there, because the local party were unhappy. He was parachuted in.
Pacing up and down.
He's actually making a moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring Conservative, who was retiring, asked if he wanted to appear in that seat. He was invited, I was told, 8 times by the constituency party. And don't forget, he was chairman of the Conservative Party. To be their candidate, and he went south to this seat, and he might squeak it, he might lose it, but I think the electorate have made a moral judgment about it.
Just tell us, though, Neil, because you can see the Labour candidate there also looking anxious, looking at those bundles of paper.
Yeah.
What's it like at a recount?
Well, the only recount I ever experienced, and it gave my mother-in-law chickens, because she was up there in Anglesey, and there was a recount announced in my constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit, and which they lost. And she was very relieved because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers. And they phoned her back and told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures, another few results coming in for the Labour Party. They've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe as well. The new MP, Nick Dakin, who used to be in Parliament some time ago, they've taken that from the Tories with another whopper of a swing of 15%. So we are getting into the part of the night. We can see Richard Tice, senior member of Reform there, but we are starting to get into the night where things start to come in thick and fast.
We're going to start getting a flood of results.
Yeah, the sort of night of 1,000 stories really kicks into gear, doesn't it? At, nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing the Lib Dems have won in Bicester and Woodstock in Oxfordshire. A little detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor to George Osborne when Mr Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex?
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see in the distance behind me Mr Farage with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration, but in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster. The MP for Clacton will have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that that is the most likely outcome. And of course, that would be, so far this evening, the party's 2nd MP MP to be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the Count Hall, and you can see Mr Farage in the distance consulting with some of the Reform UK supporters and his election agent. The counting's sort of wrapping up now in the hall behind me, and I think, I'm told, we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so, so that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be it.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice.
And was very...
Here's Keir Starmer's declaration.
All right, well, let's listen.
Great. Oh, look, there's Cuddle Me Elmo on the stage. Did you see that? They're all there.
A little bit long, so I'm going to just step off for a minute. Lovely.
The Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford from the Conservatives, and Bolsover has gone to Labour.
Ah, good news for Dennis there. He'll be pleased.
Dennis Skinner, of course.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansell, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
Confirmation for you that the new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour gain. A key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's, the Education Select Committee, was his old seat. He was standing down.
223, and they were
and you can see 3 pages of people standing, waiting for their moment in the sun by standing with the would-be Prime Minister in Holborn and St Pancras.
I love the idea that we have, and I don't think it's same across all democracies in the world, that you've got incidents that happen, and the way our democracy works, you can have an Elmo character standing on stage with the potentially future next Prime Minister and get 19 votes and has exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had throughout through the campaign itself, there was a lovely Ring doorbell that captured Theresa May, up in Perth and Kinross, just chapping on the door saying, "You're not in."
The next Prime Minister.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So let me tell you about Sir Keir Rodney Starmer. He's been an MP since 2015. He's hoping to go one better, and it looks as though that is going to happen. He's been the leader since 2020. He was a leading member of the Corbyn Shadow Cabinet, knighted for services to law and criminal justice. He has 2 children, and his daughter has said if he wins, she just wants him to know she isn't moving into Downing Street.
She is,
I think she might be.
She is moving into Downing Street.
He was named after Keir Hardie, first leader of the Labour Party. Presently 216,000 followers on Instagram. I'm just going to say that's probably going to go up a little bit as a result.
I think
Although
so.
it is worth bearing in mind, polls suggested that half of people don't think that he will be a good Prime Minister.
I think, though, what you got there is a hint of what he's going to say on the steps of Downing Street. You heard it there. His whole campaign is about serving humbly, about putting politics back in the service of working people, about ending performative politics and having politics that is about public service. And that is what his whole rhetoric has been all through this campaign. And I think when you see him tomorrow on the steps of Downing Street, it will all be about this. Is it today? I don't know where I am anymore. But it will be all about, and also about uniting the country, because to come quickly back to what I was talking to Andy about with Scotland, apparently when he became Labour leader, he said to his team, I cannot tolerate having one MP in Scotland. Like, I have to be a PM if I win that governs for the whole country. And so this whole aim to try and win big vote shares in all 3 nations, and they now think that they have achieved that they will be the biggest party in all 3 nations where they fielded candidates, is really important for Starmer. But the other flip side of this, Kay, is the vote share is looking like it is going to be pretty low. We don't have a number yet, but
Just looking at the fact that his vote's down 17%.
Yeah, well,
what is going on?
Well, this because they're not trying to stack up votes in safe seats. So they are. The whole strategy, and this was Morgan McSweeney, who is his campaign chief, who came on board with him to become Labour leader many years ago, or 4 or 5 years ago. They're not trying to stack up votes where they think they can win seats. So they've just redeployed resources to all of these target seats to try and win there. And
There was a massive and orchestrated campaign undertaken mainly through social media in order to target him personally over Gaza. So that's inevitable. But the more important point is that he's not a performative politician. He's not like one of these bog standard politicians who goes in for sound bites and photo opportunities. He's not a sort of circus performer.
Well,
he is a
quite
doer.
a lot of photo opportunities and sound bites in the last 6 weeks.
Well, he certainly had to do that, but he much prefers doing than talking. He's a diligent, professional, focused man who grasps all the issues, and that's why in my
Member of Parliament for Welwyn Hatfield on Thursday the 4th of July 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Under pressure from Labour, we should say.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
Grant Shapps is in a lot of trouble. Spencer.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Bye-bye, Grant Shapps. Bye-bye, Defence Secretary. You are no longer in the House of Commons. Labour, having taken this second, first Cabinet Minister to fall to Labour.
He's the second.
Yeah,
yes,
first
yeah,
Cabinet
and Alex
Minister to fall
is the
to
second
Labour.
Cabinet Minister to go.
Well, I mean, obviously, you work with people, and I've got on well with Grant in some ways, but he really started this unpicking of our plans for rail in the north, and he really alienated a lot of people in the way that he went about things, the way that he treated people, particularly my good friend Steve Rotherham. So in our part of the world, there's not going to be many tears shed, I don't think, at this result at all.
Beth, do you want to have a look at that? Thoughts
Well,
on that?
this is a massive blow. Grant Shapps wanted to run as leader. He's the Defence Secretary. He's gone. Look at the vote, down nearly 20 percentage points. And he's the second Cabinet Minister to fall. Now, in 97, 7 Cabinet Ministers lost their seats, and I just wonder if it's going to tick past that tonight. Alex Chalk, who's the former Justice Secretary, also lost in Cheltenham to the Lib Dems.
Let's see what happens with IDS. Ian Duncan Smith, another big beast in Chingford.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Egan, Acting Returning Officer for the Chingford and Woodford Green constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Chris Brodie, Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
Looks as though IDS has held on. Looks like IDS has held on.
It has.
Yeah.
Well, I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier. I think this is where Labour could have played things differently. Faiza, I don't know her well, but I know enough to know that she'd really worked hard in that community and was kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works to sort of try and take someone out like that. You know, if Labour is to be the government we all want it to be, it has to have breadth and depth, and it has to have voices from all sides coming towards it. And there's been a little too much, you know, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in others. And that didn't happen in the Blair era. It didn't happen in the Brown era. There was a little bit more kind of live and let live.
But they were doing that.
We would have won that seat, though. If we would have won that seat, Beth.
I know.
If they had not taken it out, we would have won that seat.
But you know why they were doing it. They were worried that they've got this massive majority heading, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40 hardcore of left Labour MPs. But I think that's what they're doing.
It's a misplaced thing, though, Beth, is what I'm saying to you. They didn't need to worry like that. And also, as I say, you need voices from different parts of the party. I think the current government has failed because it went too narrow, because it took away some of those other voices, and it was only talking to the Brexiteer
It's happened in
group.
Leicester East as well. Have a look at these figures.
And I don't make this a major criticism.
Yeah.
I just think they need to rethink this approach to things.
Happened again.
I think your problem...
There you go. Same thing
the
again.
problem here, Andy, is that I don't think the party's quite worked out what to do about the issue of Gaza and Muslim votes, because exactly that, what you've just been saying, is what happened in IDS's constituency, and that's exactly what's happened
And
here.
other at the bottom, I should just say, is Keith
I think
Vaz.
Claudia Webb is
And we've seen in some other constituencies, I haven't remarked on it, but we've seen in some other constituencies, and what seems like an unlikely fall in Labour votes, and actually I've been ticking it up, a lot of it are in constituencies which are in the top 20 of Muslim, with Muslim constituents. So I think this is, I mean, it's not enough to have dented Labour very seriously, but it's a problem that the party's got stored up for.
I think what's on page 2 of that one as well, with Claudia Webb, is you've also got Keith Vaz, the former Labour MP.
That's what I was
in there
saying.
too.
Yeah. He's the other. That's what he is.
That's not a straight read across. I just think the Chingford one stands out slightly different.
8%. That's pictures there of Nigel Farage waiting for his count in just a few moments'
Can I talk
time.
about a Labour big beast that's just won a seat in Scotland?
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people
Dougie?
what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result.
Well, of course, if at any point Keir Starmer wants to come on the programme.
advise? I would advise that, I mean, unless there's some gap in the cabinet, if some member of the shadow cabinet, for whatever reason, loses their seat. I mean, they're a very, very good team. They know their portfolios. They know their files extremely well. I'd be surprised if they're not translated into office as members of the cabinet.
Let's listen to Grant Shapps, who's just lost his seat.
On your victory this evening, tonight. You will take over the mantle of representing Welland Hatfield, a privilege that I've had for the past 19 years, after I won my seat on my second attempt and 5 times in total. I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm, and my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer, and so will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even through a change of government here at home. What is crystal clear to me tonight is that it's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it. On door after door, voters have been dismayed by our inability to iron out our differences in private and do that and then be united in public. Instead, we've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched. Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you. We forgot a fundamental rule of politics, that people do not vote for divided parties. Now, for the sake of the United Kingdom, I very much wish this new government well, but for the sake of a strong democracy, the Conservative Party needs to play its part too, by recognising what has gone wrong and using its time in opposition to refresh and rebuild. The Conservative Party should have a natural advantage, that of being at our best a party that mirrors the aspirations and hopes of the hard-working British people. But there's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition that fails to hold the government to account effectively. We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer. And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years in my constituency, in Parliament, and in my many different ministerial offices. To my agent, Nat Chapman, and all of those who've filled his role before him, to the thousands of voluntary party workers who've helped me over the years, and of course to my family, my wife, Belinda.
A visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative Party, looking really quite shaken by what has happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat of Welland Hatfield, one of those kinds of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing cabinet minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there, but also pointing the finger at colleagues who failed to agree in public, whose indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats. I'm glad he's gone. He's a fucking clown anyway. I hate a Grant Shapps, that fucking weasel little cunt. Why is he running around on the screen? Can I just say, I hate the BBC's graphics when it comes to they're so garbage. They try and like updo it every fucking election. They're all still shit. I could do a better job than fucking Maya or fucking Houdini or some shit. Even Unreal Tournaments. Unreal Engine, I could do a better fucking version, and that's shite. Madness. Grant Shapps gone. Bye. Depressed though, because Ian Duncan-Smith kept his seat. Fucking cunt. I forgot who that lady was. Sheeny. I forgot her name. I apologise. Anyway, the Labour candidate. She recently got wrecked by Labour. She couldn't stand for some crazy tweet. Apparently, she made a tweet or whatever. Don't know what it was about, but apparently she made a tweet, and then they said, "Oh, you can't stand for Labour because you tweeted some mad shit like 1 billion years ago," which is kind of shit, to be fair. But whatever. I mean, she can always win the next election, because MPs get elected all the time, innit? So it's not a big fucking deal. We just want the Tories out, really. Get rid of these fucking clowns. But I want to see Liz Truss crying on stage, going full Liz Truss. Like, that's all I'm waiting for. Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak's seat, fucking brilliant. He's probably going to survive, though. He's a fucking short little looking cunt. Jeremy Hunt, still waiting for that fucking cunt to get fucking the sack. So, I don't know. Interesting shit, though, is, of course, Nigel Farage. Like, Sky News is up his ass. I think everybody's up his ass, to be fair. But I want to see some more. I want to see more Tories. And I want to see the SNP. There's not much going on about Scotland. Fucking lazy Scottish bastards. Come on, running around with the boxes. I want to see some votes. I want to see Labour win Scotland. That's actually my biggest, like, thing in terms of what I think is nationally important is the SNP vote. I know, like, I'm talking about, like, MPs or whatever. That's great. But nationally, this is going to be the first time, I think, since 2010. I thought it was 1997, to be fair, before that. But apparently, we're going to have 3 governments who are all going to be Labour. That's mad. Was it 2010? Was that Gordon Brown then? So Gordon Brown. And then after that, SNP took over. It might have been, probably. But I haven't. It's been a long time. Is the point. And it's gonna be weird. 1997, 2010. So how fucking long were they in power then? 9 years, give or take, ish. Because we have midterms, don't we? So it's gonna be interesting though, because now we've got a massive, like, Labour's gonna. I'm not going to say stupid majority because it's the stupidest fucking word ever. But it's going to be interesting to see Labour. And just think, when you wake up in the morning, you don't have to listen to Rishi Sunak. Well, you might have to listen to Rishi Sunak because he's going to make a speech. But we're going to listen to all the beautiful people singing Keir Starmer. You know there's going to be crowds outside 10 Downing Street, like Tony Blair. I doubt with flags. They might be, I hope so. If it's sunny in London and there's enough mental people, we might get like a mini 1997 Tony Blair thing. I hope so. Because I fucking hate the Tories. We should have a national holiday today, like America. It's kind of ironic that the 4th of July, of all the days in your brain... This is why the Tories are fucking stupid anyway. Imagine picking the election on the same day as the independence of the United States of America from fucking Britain. Like, let alone you fucking left D-Day early, you prat. You utter fucking prat. But you picked the same day to have an election on the same day as the 4th of July in America. You can't make that shit up. It's ridiculous. I don't know who this is. I better shut up. I'm talking too much.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, independent, 24,000. That's 24,100.
If I don't do it, nobody else is gonna do it. Oh, Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, Jeremy. To be fair, I like Jezza. He was a shitty leader of Labour, only because he's too nice. Let's accept some facts. Jeremy Corbyn is way too nice to be the Prime Minister. You need to be a boring cunt. anything like Keir Starmer, I'm ruthless. Or Tony Blair, or the Tory, basically. He was too nice. He's got his heart in the right place. Like, if you listen to him, he does make sense in what he says. And in an ideal world, he'd be great as a Prime Minister, honestly he would. But in the world in which we live, fuck no. He's too nice. But I'm glad he's won his seat. And he should never have been thrown out the Labour Party, ever. That's something I totally agree on. Same with that lady who did the tweet. She never been thrown out. So I want to listen to her speech. So I'm just going to let the lady suck bollocks for a minute. But I like Jezza. He's a nice guy. But, I mean, so's John McDonnell, to be honest with you. I like him too. Like, I've never heard anybody at Glastonbury sing a Prime Minister's voice, or maybe Prime Minister's voice, or whatever. Not voice, name. At Glastonbury, when he was running for Prime Minister, and this is something that they always forget to mention on the news, Jeremy Corbyn had the biggest majority since 1948, and then he lost it. They always talk about what he lost, not what he actually gained in Labour support. That's the maddest shit. They never say, oh, by the way, Jeremy Corbyn massively increased Labour support until they went after him. But if you listen to even right-wing politics like I do, because you have to if you like politics. Oh, are you going to speak? Oh, go on, Jessa. Go on, lad.
To people, can I ask you how you're going to vote? And they said, yes, we're going to be voting Labour. We've always been Labour. We're backing Labour. Therefore, and we're going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn.
We've now got a declaration, indeed, at Clacton.
Okay. I am now going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac.
I don't need to hear the results. He's won. Oh my God. This Parliament is going to be batshit crazy, bro. Like, think about it. He's literally going to be in Parliament now. Oh my God. PMQs is going to be fucking insane. Like, because he's the party leader. They're going to have to call him anyway. Whoever it is who's the speaker. They're going to have to call him. Don't worry, I'm going to listen to his speech. Oh, come on, Nige. Say your mad shit, bitch. Oh, not yet. Anyway. Mad. Oh my days. What a fucking mad day this is today. The Tories are utter shit. Oh, here we are. Don't want to miss him.
Nigel Farage, at the 8th time of asking, becomes an MP representing Clacton in Essex as the leader of the Reform UK party, just moments after Jeremy Corbyn beat Keir Starmer's Labour in Islington. But Nigel Farage, whose party, Reform UK, of course, following in the footsteps of UKIP, then the Brexit Party, now Reform, and now in Parliament.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country. We are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
The first steps of something that's going to stun all of you. Nigel Farage with a thumping win.
He's done well, and like I said, Parliament's going to be fucking interesting with him, isn't it? But I think he's a bit misunderstood, to be fair. If you look at who's voting for the reform, it's just the people who voted for Brexit. Like, literally, I've been doing this shit for fucking longer than he's been fucking running his fucking mouth in terms of, like, bullshittering people. Like, literally, I used to stream Nigel Farage in the fucking EU on my other channel before it got kiboshed by YouTube. So I know this guy pretty well. He talks a good game, but he's mostly full of shit in terms of the bollocks he comes out with. Like, anybody who supports Donald Trump has got to fucking screw loose anyway, so fuck them. And they're mostly racist, which I just pointed out. And I can show you, statistically, the BNP, which people think went away when they haven't, which is, like, magical in Britain's media circle. Like, people think there's no such thing as BNP voters. Where do you think they've fucking gone? Like, literally, do you think they don't exist anymore? Because they fucking do. And the Reform Party has just collected both sides of their fucking stupid shit. Right? So Reform has just collected the racists from the Tories and the racists from the Labour Party, which are the very same people who voted for Brexit. Don't you know? I mean, it's not hard. Use your fucking brain at this point. It's that Kemi Badenoch. I hope she loses. She's a racist cunt. And she's black, which is amazing.
My goodness, we'll hear plenty from him. I suspect the kind of pulpit of the House of Commons will be one that will work well for him in terms of
never knowingly walks past the microphone, even outside the House of
Commons.
Commons.
Well, indeed. So having that stage, if you like, of the House of Commons, I think will be very significant. And then, yes, Jeremy Corbyn, the man who led Labour into the last general election, managing to defeat them and defeat them comfortably.
Chris, we're just going to cut in there because we've got Jeremy Corbyn's speech. Him, of course, an independent, and Victor in North London.
Was a positive one. Our campaign did not get into the gutter of politics, as is too often happening in this country. Ours is a positive campaign trying to bring hope to people who are in housing stress, who are homeless, who are going through mental health difficulties, who are worried about their future. And the political system has to produce answers to those concerns and those worries. Demonising refugees, demonising people from other countries won't solve those problems. The only way we solve the problems of our community is by uniting our communities. And our campaign was utterly determined to bring that degree of unity to it. And so this result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, And in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also looking for a government that on the world stage will search for peace, not war, and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time. So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear, isn't going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society. My job in Parliament will be, as it's always been, to deal with the individual problems that many of our people face, but to speak up where necessary in criticism in order to bring about the social changes that this country needs and my constituency needs. And I'm humbled and proud and very grateful to the people of Islington North, who I've represented for so long and have taught me so much. I owe my life and my learning and my abilities entirely to the people of Islington North. This victory is a dedication to them, and steadfastness in the face of opposition, steadfastness in the face of abuse. We have shown what kinder, gentler, more sensible, more inclusive politics can bring about. I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight. I'm proud of our team that brought this result. Thank you very much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn, his voice cracking there towards the end, seen by many as a very good local constituency MP, and that probably helped carry the day against the official Labour candidate there, and Jeremy Corbyn winning that seat with a thumping majority.
Well, who'd have thought in 2019, as he crashed to defeat, that in actual fact he would have fought his seat as an independent and would have managed to take it off the Labour Party. But look, it is about 3:30 in the morning now. We're getting to the point of the night we are really being able to update our initial numbers. Let's go to Jeremy, the other Jeremy Vine, not Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy, we are making some new calculations. Can you take us through them, please?
Yeah, so we had our exit poll. We now have some real results. We put the two together. These aren't quite the numbers we started with, but they're close. Let's just see, first of all, of course, Labour moving to the government benches from the opposition benches. We're forecasting now 405 Labour MPs, so they will have gone up from the last election when Mr Corbyn was their leader by 204 seats. So 405. They'll be a bit squeezed in there on those benches, those MPs. It's quite close to Tony Blair's total in 1997 as well. Let's have a look at the Conservatives now on the opposition benches with room to spread out. 154.
Like, think about it. The next time I stream PMQs for you beautiful people, the Tories are going to be on the other side and Keir Starmer is going to be the Prime Minister. Oh, I want to orgasm. That just sounds awesome. Like, the fact I'm saying that, the amount of conversations I've literally had with people about politics and the whole spiel, it's mad to think that we're like, yeah, done. And the Tories are not in power anymore. It feels great. I honestly feel like 1997. I feel better than 1997 for one reason. The Tories are worse than Margaret Thatcher, and that says a lot. I'm Scouse. For me to even say that, which is weird, is mental. I'm more happy to get rid of these fucking clowns than I ever was when Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister and she got booted out. I remember putting Margaret Thatcher on a bonfire when I was a kid. Like, no jokes. That's how much of a fucking cunt she was. We used to put it on the top of bonfires. No jokes. Like, she was the Guy Fawkes, man. Burn that bitch. So, to be even more happy that these fucking clowns have gone, amazing. Reform doesn't bother me so much yet. But I know what our right-wing media is they're gonna go full Trump. I know that already. Like, as soon as Keir Starmer's like boring, they're gonna be like, Nigel Farage. And then it's gonna turn into like fucking the madness of the Tory party is going to be the news for the next couple of weeks. The Tory party's utter fucking failure to do anything. And Reform's madness, plus Golden Boy is now in the House of Commons, which is Nigel Farage. It's going to get very interesting. My streams, I'm going to fucking enjoy them at least. Because I didn't enjoy them before, really. I was just the same old bullshit, talking shit. Now, it's going to be mental. Now I have to blame fucking Labour for being useless fucking cunts, which is going to be weird. Horses for courses, shall we say. So, yeah, it's going to be mad. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. I just wanted to say that. Because it's my guy, old man. Sorry, old man.
Second to the Conservatives. Now, the truth is, our forecast for the Conservatives is not quite so bad as it was at the beginning of the night. Then we were saying 131, now it's 154. Well, that's essentially because we're saying that the Democrats might not take quite so many seats off them. And you will have noticed that our number for Reform has now come down quite markedly. And that was one of the things that we said at the beginning of the night we were very uncertain about. That said, north of the border, where we were also nervous about suggesting the SNP might only win 8, well, actually, we've now dropped it down yet further, with more results to come. But so far, if anything, the swing from the SNP to Labour in Scotland has been rather greater than even we expected in the exit poll. So broadly speaking, the story we told you at 10 o'clock looks as though, unless the later results are spectacularly different, to be roughly where we're going to end up at the end of the night. Though, of course, the numbers won't be exactly there.
So you're saying, John, that at the moment, a Labour majority is about 160?
Correct. But just bear in mind, as we've been saying throughout the night, the party that's advancing in terms of votes, the party that's going up most in Conservative-held seats and thereby ensuring that the Conservative vote falls most heavily in the seats they're trying to defend, are Reform and not Labour. Labour's advance in this election is relatively modest. I think we have to say that on the evidence of these results so far, this is an election that the Conservatives lost much more than Labour won.
Interesting. OK, we'll see what happens throughout the night. Thank you.
Say click, click, click. That's what I was saying before. If you look at it in the round, the Tories are being battered by Reform. Like, okay, I know I was calling them a bunch of racists and shit, but they probably are. But let's just say, who cares? And just look at it statistically. If we didn't have first past the post, like I was saying before, they'd be fucked. Like the opposition, if you was to look at the nation how we've voted so far, the opposition would be Reform, not the Tories. If you was to look at, but they came second in how many fucking seats? And Tories have come third. Reform, if we didn't have first past the post, I'm literally telling you this is how it would work in our system. If we didn't have it, Reform would literally be the opposition. Like Lib Dems wouldn't even be the opposition. Fucking Reform would. That's how mad that's how mad it gets. So yeah, the Tories are in trouble, more so than ever, because Nigel Farage literally just won as an MP. Mental, great TV viewing. I'm not gonna lie, but mental. And second of all is, how are they going to get more right wing than Nigel Farage? That's the guy who literally spooked them into calling it Brexit vote, because they were already losing the election. If you actually have a brain, before they called the election on Brexit, or the vote on referendum on Brexit, they were already losing. The reason why David Cameron literally went to the British public, who are xenophobes, might I point out. Clearly, I can show you that statistically on the TV that you're watching, that Britain is full of xenophobes and racists, most of them. No offense, but it's true. The voting ones, anyway. The rest of them don't give a fuck, clearly. Which is a different statistical numerology fucking bullshit clownery anyway. Put it this way, more people don't vote than vote, as you can tell. Anywho, how the Tories going to combat this madness if Nigel Farage, the leader of the woke right-wing party, is now literally in the House of Commons, Suella Braverman must be literally fucking biting their fingers off. All these right-wing fucking idiots in the Tory party are fucking screwed. Nigel Farage is literally, he might have the smallest number of MPs, I give him that. But fuck me, have you seen the vote share that he's got in all these fucking things that we've been watching? They're huge. I'm not gonna lie, that's madness. He's come second nearly every single fucking shit we've watched. He's nearly come second, well, mostly second in every one of them, right? Okay, he got third in that one, whatever that is, right? But he's, look, 3 seats for a party that was made 6 weeks ago. That's madness. He's got more seats than the fucking Greens. That's crazy mad shit, bro. I don't know who this fucker is. It's just mad. Oh, this is the bitch. Oh, yeah, fucking Mrs. Cheshire. Fuck, I want to see you lose, bitch. Hold on.
High Sheriff of West Sussex, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540.
25,000 for the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
That's it.
Bob Seeley's
I think you can see from Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just making. There's been a period of the evening where
I'm so fucking impressed with this fucking reform votes. It's mental. Oh, fucking hell, another one. Jesus fucking Christ. So many. I can't give up.
Being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterloo election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnivall, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533.
So Suella Braverman has held on to her seat. At this rate, she might be the next leader. Brandon Lewis.
well, I think we're going to have to see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going.
Suella Braverman kept her seat. Like, what the fuck? The next, oh my god, the next parliament's gonna be mad. So let's just, did Kemi Badenoch win or did she lose? Like, who won or who lost? The Scottish guy who won. Wait, did he win? Fuck God's sake, there's so much shit I can't keep up. I don't want
I was hearing a lot more about
twat.
the fact that 1 in 6 of us in Scotland are on NHS waiting lists. And finally, the SNP's failure in policy was actually catching up with them. My sense is here in Scotland, just like right across the rest of the country, people were actually keen not just for change, but for the kind of programme that Keir Starmer and the team were setting out.
But yet, for you as a former cabinet minister, also a former Department First Secretary, we're going to stop there, Douglas. We're going to listen to Suella Braverman, who is victorious in her seat in Hampshire, but she's now going to be speaking at the podium there. She's somebody who has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party, who's been a very strong critic of Rishi Sunak. Let's listen.
Hughes.
Firstly, thank you to Pharaoh.
I'm not fair or balanced. I am not the BBC. I'm not Sky News. I don't want to listen to this fucking cunt's voice. I just don't. I'd rather listen to this shit over here. Fuck that bitch. Fuck off.
Give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fraser, Edward George Watson, known as Ed Fraser, Green Party, 1,115. Freeston, Oliver Daniel William, Reform UK, 10,533. G. Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in
Christopher,
third
Social
place.
Democratic Party,
Again.
108.
Thangham's just lost Bristol.
And Thangham Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, no, to the Greens.
Greens.
Yeah,
Of
yeah, do you remember?
course,
Yes. So she's a
joint
Green
leader.
gain from Labour in Bristol Central, so that's the shadow culture secretary or would-be culture secretary. So that's two cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government
Yeah.
that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangham.
And for
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland
and
that we haven't
for
talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries who have lost
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see these odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in F5 parties, isn't it?
Yeah. One of
Which
the
is
things
what exit polls will struggle with
Go on,
because they've
Ruth.
not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from third there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign.
Wow.
They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes.
Yeah.
There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38, they're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? They're losing 38 seats. That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running the exit polls that have now revised down that figure, so it might be an even worse night.
Okay.
Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, the biggest party
It's
in
not a crime
Scotland.
yet.
This was also the third biggest party in the United Kingdom. They had a national UK platform as well, and this is a big change of the night.
Basildon and Billericay, let's just look at that. We'll come back to you in just a second. Basildon and Billericay. After a recount,
20 votes in it, I heard.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I've got
20.
This is a declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk Stewart, The Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's just squeaked in. Just squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
In a seat like that, that's far too close for comfort.
Yeah. But you
He's the
still have a
chairman of the party, is.
Yeah.
You still have a chairman.
Yeah. I mean, look, every seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount, and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And
also, can I just say...
20 odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close in Godalming and Ash.
Yeah,
I've just... Have you got the
I've just got
intel?
a Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes.
Okay, here's Richard Tice's. Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Robert, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510.
Richard Tice is the third Reform candidate that will be returned to the House of Commons, 15,520. Into second place is the Conservatives. Reform are going to have to be a party that whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take.
Yeah, I just said that. Like, you better be scared. Richard Tice and Nigel Farage are both going to be literally on PMQs. Like, it's just mad. Bros and broesses with nipples. This is mad. This is literally fucking batshit crazy. This is the weirdest election ever. But it's brilliant. I'm not going to lie. Like, as much as I shit on Reform, the viewing quality is going to be fucking 10 out of 10. I'm not going to lie to you. Richard Tice, Mr. I Like the TV. Nigel Farage, I Like the TV. Fuck knows what the Tory party is. No SNP. It's going to be fucking nuts. This is the best election ever in all kinds of weird ways. As someone who literally fucking watches this shit all the time. Apart from the election because it's a bit boring. But normally, who streams it to you beautiful people. This is fucking brilliant. Like, literally it is. This is the weirdest shit ever. It's going to be mad. Just think about PMQs. Like, whenever we get there, I don't know when we're going to have the next PMQs. But when we have PMQs, just think about it. The speaker is going to be like, Mr. Tice. And he's going to stand up and start chatting bollocks. It's going to be brilliant. And Nigel Farage. Like, the only time you ever see Nigel Farage is literally on the telly. Or clips of him on the telly in the EU Parliament. Now he's going to be in our Parliament, and that's going to be fucking mental. I'm going to say this, I'm going to call it. I know this is really early doors. The Tories are fucking doomed. The new political party, literally, I'm going to say it right now, the Tories are dead. Just the same way Labour and Lib Dem splits with the SDPR and all that fucking bullshit, right? The new Labour Party, the new fucking Tory party is Reform. Look at the shit that they're voting. All the shit we've seen, people. Like, that's what I'm saying. If we didn't have first past the post, they would already be the opposition in the House of Commons. Like, no jokes. Please, God, don't remove first past the post, or we're fucking doomed. We'll end up like Italy or some other godforsaken backward nation. It's mad. Think about that, people. The next election is going to be so fucking crazy. Because I don't think the Tories are going to survive another election. Like, literally. If Reform UK, they can't do anything, technically speaking, when it comes to the laws. But if their performance makes sense to voters, and this is where you got to understand the British public are fucking weird. We do like the madness of the House of Commons. Like, it's literally a thing. That's why I stream it, and that's why people find it fascinating, because no other democracy really has the madness of our democracy, especially in the United States. The United States, if you even thought about the presidents having a debate with somebody, no. Who the fuck's he going to debate anyway? Because he doesn't have a leader of the opposition. So it's a bit mad. But like, it's crazy to think about next Parliament in terms of its constituent parts, shall we say. The SNP are fucking toast. So that's going to be weird. In terms of who, I want to know who, because I don't even know yet, as someone who actually is drunk, but also tries to think about math. Who's the biggest party? And is it still the Tories, technically speaking? And if that's correct, they have less, if you look at, well, so far anyway, if you look at the share of the vote, they have less share of the vote than Reform do. So Reform can claim that if we got rid of first past the post, which I would do, because that's the first thing that just comes to my mind, I can say, you're not the official opposition, we are. And that would actually be true if let's say it pans out the way it's supposed to pan out. And they keep getting second and second and shit. And keep beating the Tories. They don't have to win seats, remember this. They don't have to win seats. We have a first past the post, you don't have to win the seats. Just saying. Right? So if they get second as a proportion of the vote of the constitution, the fucking constituents, that means they actually have more right to be the opposition than the Tories do. Right now, they're already beating the Tories if we didn't have first past the post. That's mental. Like, this is fucking mental. And they're both, can I just say, they're both Labour supporters and Tory supporters and probably Lib Dems. Because we're weird voters in the UK. Like, I can call them bullshit racist or whatever. But at the same time, a lot of people, honestly, if you watch a lot of politics like I do, and people get interviewed and shit, a lot of people are fucking dumb. Like, honestly, they are dumb as fucking pig shit. Like, like, literally, it's just, like, I feel sick watching, like, interviews with common people. I'm common too, but I hate when, like, are you going to vote Labour? No. Why? Because they scare me. Like, I just know you got, like, an IQ of 10 at that point. So I don't want to listen to you. But that's the way people vote. You can't stop them voting. So if you look at them statistically, Reform better than the Tories. And the funny thing is, what are the Tories going to do next? Their whole entire spiel of being Tory is to be politely racist. One would put it politely. With black people in charge, so it doesn't seem that racist, even though they fucking are. The Uncle Tom house nigger fucking reference that I made before. It's that exact same shit. But now, they're up against some real motherfuckers who are literally fucking racist. But got a way better game plan. Like Marie Le Pen in France. Marie Le Pen took over the dad's fucking party. Who are a bunch of racist, anti-Semitic, Muslim-hating fucking crackheads, right? Did they just win 30% in the fucking French elections on Sunday? Yes, they did. And a black lady, which is the most astonishing shit I've ever seen, said, I don't give a fuck because they all sound stupid like fuck. So why should I give a fuck about the National Front? She said that and she was black. When a black voter votes for fascists, you're in fucking deep trouble. Like, no jokes. The stupider people fucking are. You're seeing smartphones, smart devices, computers, AI. Bro, people are getting fucking dumber, not smarter. That's the problem. The people are getting dumber. They ain't getting smarter because you got a smartphone. Don't make you smart. You still can't count to 10, you dumb fucking cunt. You're too busy watching Netflix or fucking some other TV show that no one gives a fuck about other than you. But if I ask you who's the Prime Minister, you don't even know who the Prime Minister is. Like Americans, 33% of America can't find America on a fucking globe. That's a big fucking number of people, considering there's 300 million of them. And they don't know where they live on planet Earth. I find that fucking shocking. I want to fucking get this bitch and get her fucking sacked. Yes, you. You ready, ladies and gentlemen? Dun, dun, dun.
To hang on to her seat. We should be getting the results any second now. All the candidates are on the stage there. We're waiting for the returning officer to decide. I mean, we've had so many ministers, 10 so far.
It's gone up to 15.
Go. It's 15.
15 ministers.
It's now 15. So a real bloodbath for the Conservatives tonight. The BBC forecast officially is that we're on course for a Labour landslide with a majority of something like 160 seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's count there to be declared.
Just seeing a Liberal Democrat and Conservative candidate in conversation. I'm hearing from the Liberal Democrats that the situation in Jeremy Hunt's seat in Surrey is too close to call. That is a fine battle between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. The suggestion there might just be 100 votes in it.
One of the things that emerging from the night so far is that this is not just about the Conservatives taking a hammering, but it points also to a real changing of the guard. So faces that have been familiar to our viewers over the years, whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, people who've been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are on their way out. Will Penny Mordaunt become the latest of them? Suggestions from Labour about half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile? We should know just in the next couple of minutes as we wait for the declaration there at Portsmouth North. And Portsmouth North is the type of seat that goes with the winning party. Known as a bellwether, follows the straws in the wind, and hopefully the declaring officer, resplendent in that, I was going to say fancy dress, but that would be terribly rude. Official dress, will be giving us the declaration anytime soon, but it looks like they're still waiting for one of the candidates to turn up on the stage. Just as we wait, we can tell you...
There's a Labour candidate we're waiting for, apparently.
Oh, lip reading, excellent. It's a handy skill on an A like this. Clive, it comes in very, very useful.
Well, there we go. So we might get the result any second now that everyone is now on the stage.
Of results for Portsmouth North constituency, and I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare the results.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth
Leader of the
North
House,
constituency.
wannabe Prime Minister who ran to be the Conservative leader the last time round and still had aspirations of doing it, becomes the 16th Minister to lose her seat at 8 minutes past 4 on the morning of July the 5th, with a majority to the Labour candidate of only 780 votes. So a tough and tight fight, but Penny Mordaunt is out.
Yep, Labour did it on a turnout of 59%. Again, a little bit low. Look at the share. Labour, 35%. The Conservatives, way down. Minus 28. And look at Reform, up 20. And the swing from the Conservatives to Labour, a whopping 18%. Peter Mandelson, Penny Mordaunt losing her seat there. That is indicative of what we've been seeing throughout the evening so far, reflected in the exit poll, and now coming to pass.
Well, it is a bloodbath.
and it's a bloodbath brought about by the failure of the Conservative government in so many policy areas and the anger felt by the electors, voters about that, but also as a result of the intervention of Reform UK. So there has been a sort of pincer action, policy failure, intervention by Reform, and a very, very strong Labour Party, transformed, changed by Keir Starmer, who have come through. I just say this about Penny Mordaunt. I feel that she's the sort of Conservative who would want to fight Reform, and I'm sorry that in that sense she's gone, whereas there are many other Conservatives like Suella Braverman who want to become Reform UK, and that is the fault line now which is emerging in the Conservative Party as a result of what's happening tonight.
Diana Davidson, when the result came in, you looked absolutely gutted.
Yeah, it's safe to say that was not a weak response from me at hearing that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat. I mean, I think she really does exemplify the best of the Conservative Party. And I'm devastated. I'm devastated for her, but devastated more so that a lot of Reform voters say that they're incredibly patriotic. They want someone who is a Brexiteer. Penny Mordaunt exemplified that. She exemplified the kind of leadership that I think the constituency needs. And it's such a shame that it was such a narrow margin. But incredibly brave of her to put on such a brave face on stage.
And we'll listen to her in a few minutes when she gives her speech after the winning candidate from the Labour Party. But I wonder there, I mean, Peter Mandelson was sketching out what he was claiming is already a dividing line. We can see, we heard it from Robert Buckland on stage, urging his party not to go in one direction. We heard then Suella Braverman, and we know that she comes from the right-wing tradition of the Conservative Party. She said that Nigel Farage should be part of the Conservative Party. I mean, where do you want to see your party go next?
Well, there's a reason that I tweeted out that I fundamentally agreed with what Robert Buckland said earlier on this evening. I never thought that I'd be sitting on a panel on election night saying I agree with Peter Mandelson, but he said earlier that absolutely that the Conservative Party will only win from the centre ground.
I'm going to stop you there because we're going to listen to Penny Mordaunt. We'll come back to you in a second.
Let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them, and I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place, and in all things I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who...
In 1997, there were 7
Yes.
cabinet ministers that lost their position. That has now
Been
matched.
Yeah.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone. And there's still more to come, potentially. Rishi Sunak has arrived at his count. He is the Prime Minister for now. He won't even be, I'm guessing, the leader of his party by tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Brandon Lewis staying with us until 6 o'clock. Leader of his party, leader of the SNP, is joining us now. Perhaps a reluctant leader of the SNP, some might suggest. It's not looking that great for you tonight, is it?
Not at all. It's been a very tough night for us, Kay, and a lot of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are going to lose their seats, and I'm very sorry about that. We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
I refer to my honourable friend here who's been monitoring what's been happening up in Scotland very closely indeed, country very close to her heart. Thoughts?
So, John, you've been in the game even longer than I have. Quite often in Scotland, there's a kind of almost bonus for being in the top 2. I think some of the results that I've been seeing coming in Stirling and Strathallan, in Aberdeen, in Ayrshire North and Arran, in East Renfrewshire, we're seeing Labour vaulting over both of our parties and coming from sort of in the low single thousands into 20,000 plus in some cases. It looks like the exit poll for Scotland may be underestimating the success of Labour in Scotland and overestimating perhaps both of our parties' tallies. Would you think that's fair?
Well, certainly from what I've seen so far, the results are very difficult, and I think the exit poll was tough enough news when it came out at 10 o'clock. I suspect we may not reach that exit poll level, but there's a lot of ground still to be covered tonight. But regardless of where we end up, this is a very difficult night for the Scottish National Party, and we need to look at this carefully, talk, listen carefully to what the public are saying to us, engage with the public, and begin the rebuilding of trust with the public in Scotland, which is the absolute foundation of any political success that's got to be delivered. And I'm committed to making sure that's exactly what we do. We listen to the public, we learn from this election campaign, and then we point forward with what we can do to deliver for the people of Scotland, because by delivering for the people of Scotland is how you bring forward success.
You inherited a position from your predecessors that winning a majority of seats in this election would be a mandate for another independence referendum. That's clearly not going to happen. I know we've still got a lot of seats to come in, but it's not going to happen. Do you regret keeping that as your party's position when you came in as leader?
No, because there's got to be a means of addressing the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland, which in 2021 elected a Scottish Parliament with a majority that wanted there to be a referendum on independence and a majority that was committed to independence. And I don't think it's healthy for a democracy to have no route for people to express their democratic wish on the future of their country. And that proposition lay at the heart of our election campaign to make sure that that mandate could be taken forward and
turned into reality. And I think we've still got a situation today where about half the public in Scotland support Scottish independence, but we haven't managed to ensure that people attach the priority to that to vote for the Scottish National Party in sufficient numbers tonight. And that's one of the things we've got to take away from this election. We've got to think about, we've got to consider, and we've got to engage with the public on how best we take that forward.
OK. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for staying behind for us when they're clearing up all around you. We do appreciate it, John Swinney. Thank you. Just to clarify, Brandon Lewis, when we were saying that Therese Coffey had lost to the Greens, she's actually lost to Labour. But she did
that
still
makes
lose.
more sense, as I was saying, yes.
Exactly that.
I was going to say John Swinney was putting a brave face on it, but I don't think he was. He looked devastated, didn't he, in that interview just now? I mean,
I mean, he only became leader for the second time. You know, a few weeks before, pretty reluctantly, and he said just a year before that it was time for him to take a step back. When Nicola Sturgeon had gone and he was the deputy leader, he was going to take a step back and he wouldn't be back in the front line at all. When Humza Yousaf fell, he was the kind of natural steady the ship. And in terms of how his campaign had gone, actually, he probably did steady the ship. I think it could have been an even worse night. Where was Humza Yousaf still in charge? But they've taken a battering. The police investigation that's hanging over them has damaged their credibility. Their record in government is not good, and they had no money to fight a campaign.
Are they paying a price for doing too much on independence and not enough on delivering on public service?
Well, how it's always worked in the past is that the caravan, so the number of people that support independence has been bigger than the number of people that support the SNP as a party. And by making independence the biggest issue, which they've always tried to do, they've managed to gather up. They have a bigger tent, and it's worked as a vehicle for them. And the pro-UK vote is split three ways between Labour, Lib Dems and the Conservatives. What has happened, he was talking about there, was the proportion of people supporting independence and the union hasn't changed that much. I would say that an 11-point win in a binary referendum, we have since found out is actually quite a big result. Thanks very much. But what has happened is that the importance isn't there. So the reason that it drives people out to vote, it's gone down the list of priorities from being in the top three to now being below cost of living, below NHS, below public services, below local councils. And that's made a huge difference. That prism of independence being the only thing that decided your vote, that's gone. But for a while, for 2015, 2017, 2019, that was a really big part of what decided people's votes.
And I just think there's an interesting dynamic that you can see in Northern Ireland as well. I think the reason Sinn Féin have been doing well is they do not base their campaigns on their constitutional argument in Northern Ireland. Their campaigns are on local issues, providing housing, the issues people want to care about. It's been really interesting over the last couple of years to watch how Sinn Féin have dropped back. They still want, obviously, a united Ireland, but it's not the forefront of their campaign. It's almost conspicuous by its absence in their literature and their arguments on the ground.
And what's also interesting is how they're trying to make themselves a progressive party of the left. So they've talked much more about LGBT rights and in a huge counterpoint to the DUP.
So they've learned from the SNP failure.
Absolutely.
Brandon, can I just go back? We've got some data out with half the votes counted. The Conservative vote share seems to be down almost 20 points at just 22.3%, a record low, and lost 124 seats. 7 cabinet ministers already gone
then you get
and counting.
absolutely gubbed, would be the colloquial expression in Scotland, as they have been tonight by the Labour Party. And those of us in Alapa have been trying to say, look, refine the way forward to independence. And that, of course, is now going to be the debate. Because Alapa's election was never tonight. Alapa's election is going to be 2 years' time in a proportional system, where that argument about using elections as the mandate for independence is going to be a very convincing one for many people who believe in independence. Remember, independence support's not the problem. It's at 50%. The SNP's the problem. It's at 30%.
Well, as you suggest, independence support has, it stayed basically two big blocks between unionist opinion and independence opinion in Scotland for a long, long time. However, when it comes to the SNP falling back like this, they went to the electorate and said, if we get a majority of seats in Scotland, sending MPs to Westminster, we believe we'll keep pressing the case for independence and we'll be able to do that. Do you think tonight, if they are, as they appear, they're going to be not the biggest party in Scotland, that has gone? That argument has gone, their mandate will have disappeared?
Well, yes, of course it is, but they didn't fight this election on independence. It
was page one, line one of the manifesto.
They fought this election on opposing austerity, which of course is a noble aim. But it's not something that people in Scotland thought they could deliver or could do, and therefore they weren't going to vote for it. But why vote to oppose austerity when you can vote Labour to get rid of the Conservatives? It was a daft strategic thing to do. So that mandate's gone. The 2021 mandate's gone. Therefore, you have to seek a new mandate. No point in asking Sir Keir Starmer for a referendum. He's not going to give you it. He wasn't going to give you it even if you'd won all the seats in Scotland. Therefore, you have to use elections as giving a mandate for independence. Luckily, the second vote, the regional vote, in a Scottish election, the proportional vote, is actually the ideal ballot box opportunity to do that.
But you've said then crystal clear the mandate for the SNP to push for independence has gone based on tonight's results.
No, the mandate to say we should have independence is gone, but you've got an election coming in 2 years. What you have to do in these 2 years is get the strategy right.
But we're talking about tonight. I just want to be clear on this point, because the SNP went into this election saying if we still have a majority of seats at Westminster, the signs tonight are they're really not going to.
Well,
you've said that mandate will have gone.
Because people would laugh at them if they tried to maintain that position. But luckily, there's an election for us in 2 years' time. Now, you have to come to terms with the huge number of frustrated people in the national movement who are so frustrated that in 10 years there's hardly been a move forward towards independence. Again, luckily, that election, a proportional election, gives the opportunity to do it. So instead of fighting each other in the first past the post election, you actually in a proportional election have the ability to build a majority between the independence parties.
Except even in a proportional system, your party tonight is picking up 0.5% share of the vote.
Well, we only contested a third of the seats. So, I think we're saving
0.5%.
Well, OK, 2 deposits I think Alapa candidates will save tonight. Remember, in the Scottish election, you get seats on 5% of the vote. So don't dismiss the possibility of an Alapa breakthrough in 2 years' time. Otherwise, we might be back here in 2 years' time and I may have to remind you about it.
Scotland's voice at Westminster is going to be a little bit diminished now, isn't it? If these results pan out.
Well, the easy stuff is gone. I mean, you know, I was at Westminster when the SNP had 6 members of Parliament, and that's likely to be roughly the case again. You don't get, handed 2 Prime Minister's questions every week. Therefore, you have to be inventive. You have to be determined. Right. You have to make the weather as opposed to sitting back and just accepting your place in the system. Whether the 6 or 7 MPs who survive have the capacity to do that, we'll see. Incidentally, whether Nigel Farage has the capacity to do that, we'll also see, because he'll be in the same position. The House of Commons is a big place. Small groups can be very lonely in that cavern of the House of Commons.
Who do you blame? So you said the SNP's not made the case for independence and they've lost out for that, and they've also lost out because they haven't displayed competence. You were very close to Nicola Sturgeon once upon a time. She, of course, went. Then Hamza Yousaf had to go before that too long, the second First Minister in a matter of months. Who do you blame?
Well, I mean, both Hamza and John Swinney have been handed a poisoned legacy, and the real descent into total chaos. Well, chaos and incompetence dates back 3 or 4 years. The obsession with issues which are both divisive and not central to Scottish opinion, like self-identification. I mean, that took 2 years, consuming the Parliament's time, dividing the country. Now, Hamza Yousaf and John Swinney, and the difficulty there, excuse me, is that instead of sweeping the boards, saying let's have a fresh start on the people's priorities, let's reformulate our strategy for independence, they tried a sort of continuity, slightly moving things to one side. And as somebody said in an SNP leadership campaign quite recently, continuity doesn't cut it.
OK, Alex Salmond, leader of the Alba Party, former First Minister and former leader of the SNP. Thank you very much indeed.
We're going to show you what we think is going to be happening with the BBC forecast, which is a Labour landslide. And that's what we're suggesting. Labour on 410 seats. And Keir Starmer would, of course, be Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak would be, and the Conservatives would be on 144. That's the BBC forecast now. The Liberal Democrats, it would be a good night for them if this is borne out, 58 seats. And the SNP, just talking to Alex Salmond there, 8 seats at the moment. And what time is it? It is just before 4:30 and the sun is beginning to rise. There it is, just beginning to rise. On what? is going to be a new dawn for British politics, and what is very, very likely to be a whopping Labour majority and a new Prime Minister in Sir Keir Starmer. What will this country look like in 2-3 years' time?
I think it's time for Swing Armature. Jeremy.
When in doubt.
Finchley and Golders Green seat back in the
right.
day. The reason that it's a new Conservative candidate is because Mike Freer stood down. He'd been the MP there for a while. And one of the reasons that he stood down was the amount of abuse he had, the amount of attacks on his office, the amount of anti-Semitic things that were written about him, the pressure and the threats to his family. So this idea of personal and cultural identity spilling over into not just how you exercise your politics at the ballot box, but how you exercise your politics throughout your actions and sometimes in direct action is something that's becoming more and more prevalent. And I think it's something that we're going to have to watch as we go forward and find a way in which we can
just to be
explain to people.
Just to be precise about that, Mike Freer is not actually Jewish.
No, he's not, but he's been a huge friend to the Labour
to
the Labour community. But he was explicit in his resignation letter about the pressures that had been on his partner and on his family and on his staff and the attacks on his office. There was a fire attack on his office. It was really quite a bad one. So I think these are one of, we've had a couple of MPs that have been murdered in the last 10 years. We really have to look at how heightened the political debate gets in this country, and I take all of the views that people have spoken about people feeling disconnected from their politicians.
Darren Jones has kept his
Very
seat
hard to
in
stay
Bristol.
connected when you don't feel safe.
Darren Jones has kept his seat in Bristol. Andrew Mitchell, he of Plebgate and Deputy Foreign Secretary, he has also kept his seat in the Midlands. I need to go to Anna, who's standing by for us. In the Prime Minister's constituency, there's not a lot, I'll say it again, it's late. Not a lot of love lost for the Prime Minister from his former, one of his former cabinet ministers, it has to be said, Brandon Lewis, who thinks he'll be gone by the morning.
Yeah, I was listening all about that. Here in Northallerton Quay, there is that hushed tone of anticipation now, because we're waiting for the Prime Minister to face the public for the first time, having delivered what looks like a historic defeat, when only 5 years ago Boris Johnson gave the Conservative Party their third biggest ever seat tally since World War II. The Conservatives have never fallen below 30% share of the national vote. Now it looks like they have. Plenty of questions for the Prime Minister. For example, will he, as you suggested earlier, or you put it earlier, throw in the towel tonight? And if he doesn't, how will he phrase his speech this evening, acknowledging the losses some of his closest colleagues have had? Will he travel to London and make a speech outside Downing Street? Will he stay on as Conservative leader as that tussle begins to try to work out who will lead this perhaps now unruly party? Plenty of questions. So let me bring in Darren.
Good morning, everyone.
There we go. Sounds like we're getting the returning officer. Should we just have a listen?
Please have your attention. All the counting teams for the Richmond Northallerton constituency have now been completed and all the votes counted. The control tables have undertaken their checks, and we are now in a position to share the provisional results, which, as a part of the process, can only be done with candidates and their election agents. So this will be done in a private area towards the back of the room. So can I ask all the candidates follow me when I leave this stage? We'll go down the centre of this room into that private area. I repeat, only candidates and their appointed election agents, not counting agents or any other guests. Please can you follow me now so we can share the provisional results. Thank you.
So we wait to see Rishi Sunak then for the first time. We know he's been in a private room here with his wife. I was just going to bring in Darren McCaffrey, who's been following the Prime Minister throughout this. The other question I was going to pose is, does he stay in this seat?
Well, so my expectation is that the Prime Minister is obviously going to stay for the current result. He's just about to emerge from the other side of this room, where he's going to find out here he is indeed. This is the Prime Minister with his wife. Walking to the back of the room, he will be told, Anna, in the next minute or so that he remains the MP for Richmond and Northallerton here. He's going to win this seat, we think, relatively comfortably, but he will then take...
So hugely, hugely grateful to everyone who's voted for the Greens. And I think it's because
Well, to be honest, we know that voters like our policies. There's been some independent polling that has showed large public support for policies like an increased minimum wage, better investment in public services, and even support for increasing taxes if you're doing it in a way that invests in public services in the way that it's so obvious to everyone needs to happen. And so we know that people agree with Green Party policies. For some people, their hesitation was whether the Greens could get in, but we're demonstrating comprehensively over the last 5 local elections and now in the general election that if you want Greens, you can vote Green and you'll get Green MPs.
The problem is, however, for you, that you're only likely to get 2, 3 seats maximum, potentially. And getting your voice out there, being heard in the Commons. We're still waiting for Brighton Pavilion, of course, which is the seat that you've had for quite a long time. Is still going to be tricky, isn't it? Despite your increased vote share.
Yeah, the UK does have a very unfair voting system. The first past the post, the only other European country that uses it for general elections is Belarus, hardly a club that we should want to be part of. However, the
and the rest of them use crazy, not first past the post. Have you seen the kip of their governments? Like, literally, they're fucking crazy. Italy, Germany, they've got more coalitions than you can fucking throw a cat at. Like, if you think watching this election right now is batshit crazy, which it is, imagine if we didn't have first past the post. The fucking madness would be about 10 times worse, at least. And that's a small amount. Oh, someone's going to get sacked or hired. Let's see.
While we wait for that, let me tell you that... let me just
Jeremy
say
Cunt.
while we're waiting...
It's Jeremy Cunt. Oh, we're going to get Jeremy Cunt. I have to get sacked. Wait, no. Oh, fuck. See, it's hard because I don't know whether I want to sack him or keep him. Fuck, my bingo card is really scrappy at the moment. If we keep him... See, I want the Tories to, like, literally destroy themselves, per se. So if Jeremy Cunt wants to stay, then he's going to clearly go for a leader, isn't he? Oh, we got Rishi Sunak at the same time. It's all kicking off at 5 bells nearly. What time is it? Fucking 20 to 5. Oh, fucking hell, it's all mental. I love it. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, by the way, of my mad dual stream of Sky News and the fucking madness that comes with it. Also, me being drunk. I do apologise, but it's fucking mental, isn't it?
In 74, 10 in one election here. And we're about to hear from...
Chancellor to lose his seat, but let's listen.
Jesus Christ, we got two of them at the same... We got Jeremy Corbyn and... Jeremy Corbyn. We got Jeremy Hunt. Shut up. We got Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak at the same... Oh, no. Okay, they switched. Thank God. I was so confused. Like, I don't know which one to play. Rishi getting sacked or Jeremy Cunt. Fucking hell, let's see.
Find ourselves staring at a screen.
Oh my God, stop talking over it. Let the guy speak, you faggot.
815.
There's Sunak as well. Ah!
Good morning, follows Paul David,
No,
Liberal Democrats, 22,402. Hunt, Jeremy Richard, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
Held on to his seat. Jeremy Hunt has held on to his seat. 23, just, but he's held on to his seat.
Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and we address the
So,
stand.
the Prime Minister for now, Rishi Sunak, holds his seat in North Yorkshire. Quite clear.
I swear to God, I was going to say when we wake up in the morning, it's already fucking stupid, the fucking clock in the morning. Why am I interrupting the fucking pre-em? Hold on.
I look forward to continuing to serve.
Shit, wrong fucking one, God damn it.
Sure that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, to congratulate Labour on winning this general election. So, from the words of the losing Prime Minister,
Honestly, I need more computer screens. I've got so many buttons and fucking things. I'm going to be honest with you. As batshit crazy as our country is, and we all know it's fucking stupid and crazy. Can you imagine Donald Trump saying that shit that he just said? Like, as much as I hate Rishi Sunak, I don't hate him as a person. Right, honestly, I don't. I think even I can over fucking egg shit a lot, which I do. But in terms of, if you compare us to the equivalent nation, which would literally be America, because they fucking wanted to be Britain with an empire and all that bullshit. But it's just gigantic compared to Britain. But if you look at like how we didn't literally just do America. Can I just remind people who watch my stream, the last time an election was important, the United States is nearly overthrown by a crazy fucking retard called Donald Trump, who is now literally running to be president again, which is impressive on so many fucking levels of stupid I feel like you'd have to be a fucking alien to quantify it, because I can't as a human being. And my favourite subject is quantum mechanics. I don't understand how fucking stupid you have to be, or whatever, to literally make that fucking guy run again as president. As much as Joe Biden is a fossil, literally a fucking dinosaur, a walking mummy, whatever the fucking memes you want to call him, he didn't overthrow or want to overthrow the United States government live on national TV that everybody watched, by the way. It's not like it's a fucking, like, conspiracy theory. We watched it on the TV. People literally went to the fucking building in the United States and tried to stop the fucking government changing power from one fucking retard to another retard. That's called a banana fucking republic. As much as I hate this Tory government, oh my fucking God, he just stood on stage and said, I lost, goodbye, senor, I'm done. That's the way it should be in a fucking democracy with people with an IQ above fucking 10. America, pay attention. Jeremy Cunt, I hope you lost. Please say you lost.
I grew up in and love,
oh,
and
no,
after a grueling campaign...
Fuck no, you won. God, anyway. But the point, Mr. fucking Beer, fuck him, he's a cunt. Yes, you are. But I'm just glad that I still live in a country where the fucking Prime Minister, regardless if I think they're a fucking arse clown, with my colourful language, or whatever, at least he said, I fucking lost. Goodbye. At least that. Like, of all the things which I'm proud of, we still actually have sane people, somewhat. I'm not saying they're perfect, but at least they haven't gone that batshit crazy where they literally want to overthrow the fucking government and then fucking elect the same fucking moron who tried to do it and then blame the other guy for it because he's old. Bro, I would give me an old dead person any day than a fucking guy who tried to turn my country into a dictatorship. Like, imagine being American, priding yourself on this bullshit of we hate the English because kings and queens, and then try to elect a dictator? Are you fucking batshit crazy? You might as well just kept us as your fucking supreme leaders, you fucking clowns. I don't know why I'm banging on about America. Maybe I just feel better about my life when I do that. Because I hate Americans, because they're fucking stupid. No offense, but you fucking are. You can't even spell colour correctly, you fucking clowns. Anyway. I don't care about fucking this cunt. I'm just glad I literally just watched the Prime Minister say goodbye. But I'm still waiting for Liz Truss. Like, just show me Liz Truss losing. I don't mind some of these fuckers actually staying in power because it makes it interesting in the coming days and weeks to what's going to happen next. Like, Suella Braverman kept their seats. She's a fucking bitch. She definitely wants to be Prime Minister. Pretty sure she doesn't understand how politics works because the last time I checked, it takes a couple of them before you get to be Prime Minister. Ask fucking, I don't know, David Davis, William Hague. I mean, the fucking list is endless. You get the point. Whoever's going to take over the Labour Party, Jesus Christ. Whoever's going to take over the Tories right now is in a world of shit. Plus 10. First of all, they're never going to be Prime Minister, so have fun with that shit. And second of all, did I just mention Nigel Farage is an MP officially? You're fucking toast. The fucking Tory party is in a weird predicament right now because Labour Party has just done something which technically it should have done, which is win the centre ground. Somehow. Well, it didn't somehow, it did because the Tories are so shit. The Tories have just literally fucking screwed the pooch, clearly. But their nemesis is not going to be it's not going to be Labour. This is how weird this gets. Their nemesis now, when fighting, is going to be Nigel Farage. The Nigel Farage, if you look at his manifesto, literally is fucking funny. But if you look at it, right, they want to make that minimum wage higher, which the Greens do. Fucking most people would anyway, right? A lot of their stuff is literally Labour-esque, right? Like, no jokes, like fix the tax system and tax the rich. Not that Nigel Farage wants to tax the rich, because he literally is fucking rich. But the idea of them attacking Labour is basically boring. Like I said, Nigel Farage has never been an MP in the House of Parliament. He's been an MEP, which is basically bullshit, because they get paid to do fuck all anyway. But now he's got to stand up at PMQs, which, you know, I stream, and we all talk about it. Well, nerds do. Brain dead fuckers don't, but nerds do. So it's going to be really interesting how he's going to attack Labour when he knows we've got no money unless we tax the rich. And that's going to be Labour's problem, because Labour knows we've got no fucking money too. And the only way to make some money pretty quickly is put taxes on the fucking rich. I'm pretty sure they will. I agree with the old fella. Forgot his fucking name. But they're going to have to put up taxes in 2 years, whether they like it or not. Unless somehow like a miracle fucking happens and we grow faster than ever. Which might happen in terms of if inflation comes down in a weird way. You get a little bit of money, but you won't get a lot of money. So they're only going to have to fucking put up taxes. But they don't need to put up massive taxes, though, and this is interesting. You don't need to put up huge taxes. Mostly, anyway. All you need to do is rejig some high-rate taxes, and they'll bring in a bit of money. Because don't forget, they're already doing the whole NHS shit, right? Now, what's the next thing that they're going to do in terms of what's the main issue? Cost of living crisis. Well, the first thing you can figure out there is they need to raise the minimum wage somehow. Which is already kind of penciled in anyway, because the Tories already penciled that shit in. So a minimum wage hike would be nice, but with a bit of a bonus. Now, I don't know what Rachel Reeves is up to, because she's too calm, that bitch. And I like her, because she used to work for the Bank of England, so she can count to 10. So she's going to do some jiggly-pokeries with math and come up with extra billions, if I'm being honest with you. So, they're going to put up taxes. I don't know how many times I've watched Question Time about people saying, I would rather pay an extra 2p on taxes. Like, literally. I mean, I would. Fucking make the NHS work properly. Thank you very much. If I asked people in general, would you rather pay 1 pence more in insurance or whatever the fuck it is, tax? I don't know. Whatever tax is, a penny. And it only goes to the NHS. 99% of people in the United Kingdom would say, hurry up already. Like, literally, we don't care about taxes in Britain. We've been plebs since fuck knows when, right? The problem is, where are my taxes going? And that makes fundamental sense. People don't mind paying tax if we know where the fuck it's going. If we're paying tax and you're giving out contracts for PPE to some random rich fucking cunt and then giving them peerships like, I know that bitch fucking more, then you got issues. That's why people don't trust politicians, because they say shit. We know they're lying because they don't want to tell the truth about how the system works, because most people get fucking angry because you're a slave, etc. But if you just tell them, okay, you're a slave and you need taxes, but you tell them, but this is what you get, like, surprise, they'll be like, okay, I'm stupid, can I go and watch Netflix? They'll be like, fine. So just tell them what the fuck you're spending the fucking money on instead. Like I said, we print money from thin air. It ain't new. I don't know why people get so mad about, like, the debt of the country. Bro, the entire fucking system on planet Earth is based on debt. It's, like, not that hard to figure out. Like, everything's based on debt. We don't use gold fucking coins anymore to value fucking money. We just literally make bank accounts and then charge you credit. It's called a fiat currency. So when people say, well, we're in debt, yes, because we created the money. You can't get in debt unless you print the fucking money, you fucking clowns. Like, literally, it's like 1 + 1. I don't know why people are so fucking weird about it. We've never been in the black as a nation. Most countries on planet Earth, to be quite frank, since we've used the monetary system that we're using today. I've never been in a black. Only one country in 2008, which was Canada, and then they crashed anyway. Their economy crashed, so it doesn't fucking matter. So, this whole we're in debt shit is bollocks, because people will buy your debt anyway. For 40 years, that's how long fucking bonds for government bonds are. They're like 40 years or 10 years. They don't give a fuck. Just make sure you're going to pay me interest on what we just borrowed in your currency. That's why currency markets are important. Because if the pound goes up and down, the reason why it's fucking crazy is because you pay more fucking interest if your currency goes fucking down. Duh. Right? The problem with the fucking Tories before Liz Truss, great idea if you cut taxes, but who's going to borrow what you're saying that you're cutting taxes for? Because you've still got 100. If you got 100 and you cut money from the 100, you're still going to have to fucking pay the 100, right? Or a proportion of the 100. She went to the fucking markets and said, you're going to pay for my tax cuts. And they were like, no, we're not, because that doesn't even make any sense. Instead of saying, we're going to economically change the structure, so when we borrow the money that we're going to lend you, bullshit, whatever, here's how we're going to pay the interest. She didn't say anything about the interest. She just said, you're going to pay and give us money. And the stock market said, that's fucking mental. This isn't Venezuela. Or whatever. No. And the stock market, well, the stock market didn't crash. Fucking Britain crashed. Because the people who were supposed to buy our debt that we issue, inflation, etc., said, fuck off. Not a chance. We ain't paying you twice, bitch. We ain't paying you to give you money anyway, and then you're going to tax cut and then make us pay for it. It's fucking stupid. That's why it crashed. That's why it never worked. Growth is okay if you can show how you're going to pay for it, which is people. The fucking country's paying for it by fucking going to work and paying taxes. You can't cut taxes and then expect rich people to give you money from fucking nothing. No. I'm already waiting 10 years, you fucking idiot. I'm not going to wait another fucking 10 years. I'll be dead by then. Shut up. Go away. These free market fucking marketeer people get mad when the free market tells them that their free market idea is fucking stupid. Hence Liz Truss. And where was Liz Truss, ladies and gentlemen, by the way? In the United States. Sucking dick stood next to Steve Bannon, who just got convicted for contempt of court in the United States for not going in front of Congress. These people are fucking crackheads, and I'm so glad we got rid of them. I'm so glad. Jacob Rees-Mogg, oh my God, you're next. I see you there, you little bitch with your little weasel face. I don't need to listen to this baldy guy. He's just probably lost his seat. He's the leader of the SNP in the House of Commons. It's baldy cunt. I mean, he makes some good points, but he's still a fucking clown. With no fucking hair. I shouldn't make fun of people with no hair. I've got none myself. Just pointing out. But I don't know. Rees-Mogg, where are you? Did he win? Has he won? I don't know.
Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739.
What? 20,000? Rees-Mogg has lost his seat.
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg. You're happy, aren't you?
That's Moggs it. That he's gone. He's gone.
That was your Portillo moment, wasn't it?
That's the Portillo moment, definitely. Moggs it.
Fuck off and look after your kids. Now he can go and learn how to change a nappy. You know, he said that once on TV. He said, I've never changed a nappy in my life. The guy's got about 20 kids and he's never changed a fucking nappy. Bro, what kind of stupid shit's that? And people, yeah, I'm glad you got fucking booted out. You can fuck off to GB News and stay there now, you fucking Weasley fucking, what's that guy's name? Where's Wally? He looks like fucking Where's Wally without the fucking stupid hat. Twat. Pop looking cunt. Oh, I'm so happy. Goodbye, Muggage.
Miliband, forgive me. And here is the soon-to-be new Prime Minister.
Brilliant. Gets better this night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Friday. 5 a.m. Here on the 5th of July, Friday morning. It's a new dawn for the Labour Party. It's been a night of big wins, historic losses, and more than a few surprises. Beth Rigby.
Yeah, Keir Starmer will be making a similar sort of speech in a few hours on the steps of Downing Street there with a big party atmosphere. And Tony Blair said back in '97, a new dawn has broken, has it not? And Starmer there with his version of that was walk into the morning, into the sunlight of hope. That speech had 2 or 3 main elements. The first was what he said all along the campaign trail about wanting to govern, to restore government to the service of working people, return politics to public service so it can be a force for good, to fight for people's trust, to put country first, party second. He said this repeatedly throughout the campaign. He also, and he's quite sombre often, had a celebratory moment. He said to everyone, enjoy the moment. He said it feels good, I have to be honest. He said that. And he said he would govern for every single person in the country. He then did another section which I think will be talked about a lot in the coming months, which was the patience. So when he talked about change in the election, I often thought he meant change equals patience, because the whole premise of the Labour manifesto, the campaign they run, the messaging they put out was that change in the country, as he put it himself, in his words, is not like flicking a switch, it's hard work, it's patience work. And they come with the public finances in a way that it is going to take time. And I think that was the message too. But I go back to the point that this election actually has been a story as much, or could become a story as much, not just of this amazing Labour victory, the second biggest majority they've ever got, it looks like, but the rise of the other, with Reform on the rise, winning some seats and then coming second in dozens of other places, it seems, with the Liberal Democrats on the rise, and indeed the Greens. When we were looking at vote share a little while ago, it looked like 40% of the votes are going to other parties. And it looks like Keir Starmer has won a massive majority on just 1 to 2 points of vote share gain. So that is going to be a massive challenge, to have this huge majority, but not necessarily be taking the whole country with you.
Okay. And it's been quite a night of surprises. As I said, we'll get to those in just a few moments. I want to bring in Mark, who was down at this celebratory party right.
Can I make me a biscuit? He doesn't need to take the whole country with him, you fucking idiots. Like, he just literally is the PM. He just needs to make sure he doesn't fuck it up. That's all. Look at Sky News always likes to shit on a parade, innit? Like, I'm glad. When was the last time we had a fucking victory speech from our Labour Party? Like, literally. Oh, yeah. Fucking Tony Blair. Like, literally, we haven't had the Labour Party in power since Tony Blair, I know, right? Fucking long time ago. Not only are they in power in the United Kingdom, or England, I should say. United Kingdom. Not only are they in power in England, Wales is Labour, and soon to be Scotland, which is fucking mental. Like, wow. Like, British politics has changed. As much as I shit on Reform, they're going to be an interesting force in UK politics, and interesting when I stream. The SNP fucking just got eviscerated. 9 MPs, they're basically the Lib Dems now. Or it should be. So it's brilliant in terms of the mood. The mood's brilliant. But I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm going to shit on Labour. Like I shit on the Tories. If they come up with some bullshit ideas, I'll shit on them. As usual. There's politics in it. So I hopefully, they'll do useful shit. I mean, sorry, I'm trying to literally swallow a fucking biscuit at the same time. It's going to be mental, because when Labour got in power, they introduced a minimum wage, and the Tories voted against it. It's like all these little things that you're going to think about. Like, if there's literally no Tories, which is technically the truth, what are Labour going to do? I don't want to say supermajority because it's weird, because it is American and doesn't make any sense in British politics. But they've got a fucking whopping majority. Like, they own the country. Put it that way, in terms of whatever they want to do. So even if a couple of them decide to like cry about it, they can pass any fucking law now that they want. Is the facts, and they can. But so could the Tories, which is amazing, and they fucked that up. They had the 80-seat majority. I don't know what the majority is. It seems fucking bigger than it. Terrible. So they can pass any law that they want. Will they pass anything interesting? We will see. We know the bullshit that was in the manifesto, which I'm going to be honest was weak source bullshit anyway. I mean, the only thing that was slightly interesting for me as like an observer is the fucking Great British Energy thing. I don't know why we don't have a fucking a sovereignty fund anyway. It makes no fucking sense. It's in like we pump oil out the fucking ground. So the Great British Energy thing will be interesting. The council houses, which if you watch my streams, you fucking know that's my bugbear anyway. I don't understand why people are obsessed with buying houses. It's fucking crazy. Especially when the government is supposed to build them, like, literally anyway. Like, that's what we pay tax. You're supposed to build council houses. Not build houses and then make me buy them. That's not what the government's supposed to do when you pay tax. It's like, literally, when you pay tax, a part of your tax is for them to build houses. Council houses. So every time they say affordable houses, I literally want to pull out my fucking hair, and I don't have any. So that's annoying. So housing, I want them to make a big fucking deal about that. So that's weird because it's planning permission. Is that going to be one of their major first things in Parliament? Passing a new bill on development rules or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know how to explain that in English. But how did they pass that? Because the Tories could never pass it. Even though they kept saying it. You could never pass land reform, shall we say. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do there. Anyway, is Ed Miliband. That guy got fucking slated when he was the leader opposition. Let's see what Ed Miliband's got to say.
For those who didn't vote at all, who say, nobody can really fix this. I heard that a lot of times on the doorstep. Nobody can really fix this. And we intend to show that actually government can deliver for people. That's our challenge, and that's the challenge we will get stuck into right away.
Ed Miliband, Clive Myrie here. Are you going to be able, do you think, with this whopping majority, to restore some faith in government? So many people on the doorsteps have been saying that their faith in government is gone. And it's a responsibility that you have now, and it's a heavy one, to try to restore that faith in politics and in government and in public service that you've talked so much about on this campaign.
You're totally right, Clive. And you are right to say that this doesn't just stretch back 14 years, it goes well beyond that. And if you look at all of the evidence there is on this, you know, that is part of our job. I mean, of course, our job, as I say, is to deliver on what we promised. But in delivering what we promised, we have to try and restore people's faith that government can be a force for good in our society and politics can make a difference. And, you know, that is in the interest not just of the Labour Party, but all political parties and our country as a whole. You know, as always, the most frightening conversations you have on the doorstep are not necessarily when people saying they're voting for someone else, they're bad, but it's when people say, I'm not going to vote for any of you, I've never voted for any of you. And, you know, look, I think his seriousness, his decency, his non-flashiness is actually a massive advantage in that respect. This is a serious guy for serious times. He's not running, as he said, to be the circus entertainer. He's a man of deep integrity. I know him very well. And he is the right man for this moment, as the British people have decided.
Okay.
Ed Miliband, thank you.
Let's talk to Aisha Hazarika, now Labour peer, one-time aide to Ed Miliband. When Keir Starmer was speaking, when the result came in, you were, I hope you don't mind me saying, you had tears in your eyes and you look still now.
I am really quite emotional, to be honest, because I think for so many of us who have just had this really long, difficult time in opposition, long-term Labour Party supporters, what Keir Starmer has done tonight is nothing short of performing a miracle. If you go back to what happened in 2019 at that general election campaign, if you had said to us that in such a short period of time we would not just be on the brink of power in a hung, we would have taken a hung parliament, but to actually have this majority, it's so overwhelming. And I think the question that you asked, Clive, picking up on what Keir Starmer said, that there was nothing inevitable about this. Yes, of course, you can argue that there was some luck involved in terms of Boris Johnson, Partygate, Liz Truss, all of that stuff. But let me tell you something in politics. Luck, you make your own luck in politics, and luck comes from years of hard work and preparation, meeting a moment of opportunity and converting that into political advantage. And that is what Keir Starmer has done with his team. And I know people feel very disillusioned about politics, the absolute state of how broken this country is. But if you look what Keir Starmer has done in 4 years, I just think he will do really good things for this country because he is decent, he is hardworking, he is sober, he is committed, he's got something noble about him. We are sick of the out-of-control car crash circus that has been in politics, which we as Westminster watchers, it's quite fun for us to follow. Out there in the country, it's affected people's everyday lives. They can't pay their mortgages. They can't get food on the table. They're worried sick about their kids. They can't see a doctor. They can't get a policeman round to their house. This country needs fixing. And I genuinely say with such hope that I do think Keir Starmer is the man to do it.
OK, Aisha, well, thank you very much indeed. I can see it really is genuinely a moment that means a huge amount to you, but my goodness, what a weight there is now on Keir Starmer's
Absolutely, he has to
shoulders.
deliver, and he has to win with humility and concentrate on deliver. No frat boy hubristic punching the air. He's got to work hard and deliver.
I can't quite imagine him ever punching the air.
No, that's true.
Maybe in the football stands, but I can't.
Maybe that's probably true.
That's pushing it a little bit. Pushing it a little
private, who knows?
We go from the future Prime Minister to a past Prime Minister. Liz Truss and her seat in southwest Norfolk. Apparently, Ros Atkins is reporting for us down there. It's on a knife edge.
Hi, Clive. It really is. We've been speaking to people from all of the parties who've been overseeing the count in the last few hours. And, well, the message from Labour has now been consistent for several hours. They believe they're in a tussle with reform for this seat. Some Labour sources are saying they believe Liz Truss may be in third. They've told us in the last few minutes they're confident. The Tories are telling us it is very close. They're not saying any more than that. Some other parties have also said they believe this is either a three-way race or a two-way race that doesn't involve Liz Truss. Now,
oh my God, I swear that she, oh my God. Like, this is the icing on the cake. Like, to be fair, I've got to stay up now till like fucking stupid o'clock, even more than it's already fucking stupid o'clock. Because I want to see a speech at number 10. That's going to be fucking, when is that? I don't even know when that is. A couple of hours, probably. Have I got enough beer to keep me awake, even though I'm like half asleep? I just want to see Liz Truss get sacked. But there's a side of me that's like, no, don't sack her, keep her. Because I want the Tories to literally be rats in a sack. So, I've already got 2 rats in a sack, when you think about it logically. We've got our mate, Jeremy Cunt. He obviously wants to be leader of the party. And Rishi Sunak, what? Don't know what's going on there. Is he going to resign as the leader? Probably going to get taped out anyway, because there's only a few of them left. And then we got Suella, I dream of fucking migrants on boats, Braverman. She definitely wants to be leader. I don't know what's happening with Kemi Badenoch. Is she not allowed or allowed? I don't know. Does she still exist as a human being? Probably not, because she's fucking cunt as well. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. But Liz Truss, Lizonomics, oh my God, brilliant. So, I don't know. Shall we keep Liz Truss or bin her? on the bingo card? I don't know. Oh, so many questions.
Because there's an amazing sort of nugget that's come out from Professor John Curtis, the psephologist, who's saying that if you look at the breakdown of the vote share across the country, the Labour vote in England is pretty much unchanged. Pretty much unchanged. And the only reason that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen that the percentage has gone up is because of those massive gains in Scotland.
Yes.
Because it's such a...
Like, I could have told you that shit. What have I been saying in, like, every other stream that I've ever streamed? You can't win in Britain, literally, if you're the Labour Party, that is, without Scotland. Like, if it was just England, Labour would not have won this election. Like, no jokes. You need Scotland, like, to literally win. You need Scotland. Saying that, though, the choices have been pretty crap. But that's still normal times, inverted commas. You would need a stupid amount of people to vote Labour, or just have a really bad Tory party in order for Labour to win. But you definitely, trying to reach maybe, yeah, you definitely need Scotland in the equation, because it literally, if you look at the House of Commons, or the seats in the House of Commons, it's literally disproportionately given to the MPs in Scotland, because that's how the constitution works. So that's why we have so many Scottish MPs, considering how small Scotland is. It's because it's required, because they're technically in a proportion. Oh wait, fuck, who's getting sacked? Who's this?
Fennaf 2024 yn 50,998.
I, Deborah Hill Howells, being a Deputy Returning Officer for the Monmouthshire constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast in this constituency on the 4th of July 2024 is 50,998.
Mae cyfanswm y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar gyfer pob ymgeisydd fel ag anlyn.
The total number of votes cast for each candidate.
Just to say, this declaration is in Welsh and also in...
Yeah, we worked that out already, you dumb bitch. You don't need to fucking tell us. What language is speaking? Fuck knows. Is it Welsh? It literally says it on the screen, Wales. What fucking language is... Fucking shut up.
Edwarth, the Green Party, 2,357.
2,357.
David Thomas Charles Davis, Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 17,672.
17,672.
June Davis, True and Fair Party, 255.
200
pages, remember here.
Catherine Ann Fuchs, Llafur Cymru, Welsh Labour, 21,010.
21,000.
Has...
Oh, that's interesting. He just got nuked. I actually like David Davis, to be fair. He's still a tit because he's a Tory, but he's, you know what? He's like an OG Tory. So I don't, you know, like Kenneth Clark and these kind of geezers, like you don't really mind them because they're not mental. Like David Davis, honestly, like for the amount of time I've covered politics, he's never been that crazy. I've never really gone, he's a fucking clown or whatever. He's still a tit, don't get me wrong, because he's a Tory. But that's you could say no about any politician, to be fair. But it's sad to see him go. That's weird. I mean, it's not sad, but ta-da. It's just another game for Labour. Like, there's so many Tories that are going to get sacked. Like, if you said, who would you rather keep? David Davis or Liz fucking Truss? I mean, I'm pretty sure if I asked a group of 10 people randomly, I know which one. First of all, they would say, who's David Davis? And second of all, no. Liz Truss is popular for one reason in British fucking psyche. She lost to her fucking letters and was Prime Minister for 40 odd days. If she wins their seat, I literally fucking am confused. Reform better win there. I swear, if they don't like Labour, fucking Reform, pull a rabbit out of a hat and get rid of that bitch. Really. Okay, I'm going to cheerlead for Reform right now. I don't care. Reform, you better fucking win that seat. I want Liz Truss gone. Fuck that bitch.
Have won the right to govern the country. They are not necessarily backed by a very high proportion of the country, and they've still got an awful lot of people to win over during the course of their term of office.
Sage words.
Bro, more, like, in case people don't know, they're trying to make this narrative where the proportion of people who vote equals that somehow the country doesn't give a fuck. The only people who fucking vote are the people who give a fuck. And that's all that matters. Like, literally. You don't need to worry about the rest. Because if you actually pay attention to every fucking stupid election that we've had in recent fucking history, the vast majority of people don't fucking vote anyway. They just don't vote. They can't be fucking bothered. It's that simple. No jokes. If you look at the elections all the way through until fuck knows when, the vast majority of people don't vote. More people don't vote than do vote. That's a fact. More people didn't vote in Brexit than did vote in Brexit, but we still got Brexit, didn't we? You fucking clowns. So it doesn't matter. What matters is the people who actually fucking do vote and what they vote for. That's what matters. So stop making hypotheticals about some other bullshit. Because the same people won't fucking vote in the next fucking election because they can't be bothered.
Interestingly, I was just chatting to one of them who lost his seat here in Glasgow, Labour winning everything here in Glasgow, David Linden, and he said he didn't really think this election was about independence, which is odd, because this is the manifesto, and that's the first page of it, and it says vote SNP for Scotland to become an independent country. So the SNP understand that they have to regroup. The Deputy First Minister, Kate Forbes, was saying that very early in the night. They need to reassess, they need to regroup, they need to rethink, but they're doing so from a much, much lower base. They're no longer the third largest party at Westminster. That means the loss of money that you get that's associated with that. So that's one issue for them. And Labour, on the other hand, absolutely cock a hoop here in Glasgow and across Scotland. Are they back for good? That is the big question. Labour were the dominant force in Scottish politics for decades, from 1959 all the way through to the general election of 2010, until they were swept away in 2015 as Scottish politics was convulsed by the independence referendum the year before that. So the question is, what will Labour do now? Will they build on the success? They very much hope they will. They're looking forward to the 2026 Scottish parliamentary elections to see whether or not they can get control of the Scottish government, and that, they think, would be yet another indication, if they manage to do so, that they have pushed the idea of independence right off the table. But the big question is, and lots of voters I've talked to around the country have been asking this, what does meaningful change from the Labour Party look like when the party has promised to stick to Conservative spending constraints, and also to some Tory welfare policies? There's many other questions, but, you know, it's clearly an amazing night for the Scottish Labour Party. Now, the hard work will begin.
Absolutely. James, thank you very much indeed. Scottish Labour really winning every corner of the country. Naheela Nayyar.
It's like people forgot, like, the idea of stealth taxes. Come on, bro. Every single government, you and me both know, they say one thing and then they get in power and they're like, yeah, we changed our mind. That's what Labour are going to do. They're going to be forced to raise taxes on some fucking poor bastards, or hopefully the rich bastards. It's inevitable. We've got no money. Like, literally, well, we can print it from thin air, but then you get inflation. That's a bad idea, especially when inflation's already fucking the country. So printing money's not a good idea. Do you want to borrow it? Oh, well, I mean, interest rates are kind of low, so you could borrow. But you need to borrow you can't borrow to cut taxes, because that means you require growth. And that's a bit of a needle. Because we haven't got enough people in work to get the revenue. So where are you going to find it from? The fucking rich. Where else? You just take it off the rich. They're the only people who've got all the fucking money. You can't tax the fuck out of poor people. They've got no fucking money already. So you're gonna have to take it from the rich. They're gonna put up. I reckon they're gonna do the higher rate tax. They're gonna have to, They're going to put up by like a penny or 2 pennies or some shit. I don't know what it is. What is it, 45p or some shit, 50p? They're going to have to put that up. They're going to have to put up some mad tax or do some mad jiggly pokery with how pensions, they mentioned something about pensions, which is sneaky. Maybe that's like a stealth tax. They're going to stealth tax. Whether you like it or not, Labour's going to put up taxes. And they don't have to kiss anyone's ass now because they're in fucking power. What are you going to do? Complain about it? What are you going to do? We're not going to lose an election. We already fucking won it. So taxes are going to go up. I don't think they're going to put taxes on fucking normal people because that's... you'll be out fucking... No. So, rich people are going to have to pay. And rightly fucking so. They got all the money. I mean, imagine paying these twats all this money and they do fuck all anyway. I mean, I think politicians get paid far too much fucking money. 90 grand, they don't do fuck all. So, yeah, tax the rich people, please. Not like people who go to work, like nurses and train drivers and fucking other people. Fuck them. They already get taxed as shit. They haven't been paid in like 14 years. Don't forget, we had 10 years of austerity under these bastards who dreamt it up based on ideological fucking whims and tried to tell you that we're all in this together and the rich got richer. We've got more billionaires in the United Kingdom than we've ever had before, and we're skint. Why is that? Because, I don't know, the billionaires have got all the fucking money, maybe? Fucking 1 + 1 = 2. Just saying.
All right, Andrea, thank you for that update from Northern Ireland.
Let's go then to Wales. Our colleague Hywel Griffiths is in Cardiff for us. And all of the seats in Wales have now declared, we understand. How does it look?
Wales looks once again like a Tory-free zone. The first time in almost 2 decades that the Welsh Conservatives again largely red. So we were down to 32 constituencies, 27 of them going to Labour, 4 to Plaid Cymru and 1 to the Lib Dems. But really it's the Tory losses that are the story. The safest seat of all, at least you'd have thought so just a couple of weeks ago, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr. That was held previously by Craig Williams, the MP caught up in the betting scandal. He was suspended as a candidate. He was relegated to 3rd place behind Labour and then Reform. In fact, Reform doing well, coming second in several seats. The Tories also losing to Labour in Monmouthshire, where the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, was quite quick to declare himself no longer an MP. He said that at the start of the evening. And over the course of the evening, some of his predecessors as Welsh Secretary, Alan Cairns losing in the Vale of Glamorgan, Stephen Crabb losing in Pembrokeshire, Simon Hart, also the Chief Whip, a key figure in the Sunak government, or what was the Sunak government. He's also gone, losing Caerfyrddin. That seat going to Plaid Cymru. They've had a pretty good night. Their expectations were low, talking about 2 seats. Actually, they got 4, and their vote share in several seats went up. Vote shares are pretty important in Wales, not so much for this election, but for next time. There's a Senedd election 2026, and that's where Reform may be very, very confident now. Coming second in several seats, doesn't get them anything tonight, but may well augur very well for them in 2026.
Hywel, thank you. Let's go straight to another declaration coming in Brighton. The sound isn't great, but we're going to try to listen in and see what's happening there.
Constituency are as follows. Sorry.
Phone.
Valerie Gray, Social Democratic Party, 784 votes. Elaine Hills, Green Party, 7,997. Stuart Malcolm Stone, Liberal Democrats, 3,949. Kobe Ann Vallis, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,230. Emma Lucy Wall, Independent, 1,833. Chris Ward, Labour Party, 17,893. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Now, that's
Reason,
Labour's
want of
Chris
official
Ward
mark,
who's been
0.
elected there. Forgive me, that was not the Brighton Pavilion result, where the Greens are hoping to hang on. That was the neighbouring seat, Brighton Kemptown. Now, it was controversial because a Labour former MP of the left was booted out there. He wasn't allowed to stand. And Chris Ward, the man with the red rosette there, very close aide of Keir Starmer for a long time, has now taken that seat. So Labour have held Brighton Kemptown, but with a new face there, Chris Ward, he becomes the latest Labour MP to take their total now to 374. You can see the numbers there changing on your screen. So at 5:40 in the morning, Labour is on course for an extremely handsome majority, having won the general election of 2024. Much of those seats.
What's the fucking majority then? I'm still confused. I should know this. What's the majority of Labour? 100. Oh fuck! Here's this guy. Right, he's the Scottish Labour leader. I like this guy, by the way.
Look, it's an incredible and historic night here in Scotland and right across the UK. And I want to say a huge thank you to people in Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party. We recognise their demand for change, and tomorrow that hard work begins in order to, yes, move away from the chaos and division of the Tories, but to start that journey for change. They have rejected the Tories after 14 years. They've clearly rejected the SNP, who are incompetent in government here after 17 years, and that's why we need change both right across the UK and here in Scotland.
The biggest gains for Labour nationally were actually in Scotland. In Wales, they're down. In England, it's about even. In Scotland, that's where part of the real success has come.
Well, it's incredible when you look at the national and regional breakdown that I think we have doubled our share of the vote here in Scotland. We had our worst result since 1910 at the last general election. We returned only one MP, coming fourth in the general election here in Scotland. And in 4 years to have turned that round to where we have won a clear majority in Scotland, won the election, is of course phenomenal, but we've still got work to do. And people have put their faith and trust in us. I want to say a genuine thank you to each and every single one of them, particularly those actually who may have voted for other political parties in the past, who may even have supported independence in the past. I recognise your desire for change, I recognise your demand for change, and we get to work straight away to deliver for you and your family.
Anna Sarwar, as we're speaking, Douglas Ross, the Conservative sometime leader in Scotland, has lost his Westminster seat. Viewers might remember he was replacing a former MP in the battle there, which raised eyebrows locally, but he has lost his seat. But he's lost his seat to the SNP. I mean, could you say to our viewers tonight, hand on heart, that somehow the SNP disaster tonight means their call for independence can disappear? You still have a significant chunk of the electorate in Scotland that hopes for that to happen.
Well, I think what's happened today clearly is people recognising that they want government to work, and they don't feel the UK Tory government has worked, and that's why they rejected them so decisively. But actually neither do they think this SNP Scottish government is working for them either, and that's why the SNP has been rejected so decisively tonight as well. And I make no bones about it. People know my view. I don't support independence. I don't support a referendum, but I can understand why so many people have been crying out for change and may have looked for an escape route. Well, we have got rid of the Tories. They're done. They're out. The Tory government has come to an end after 14 years. We now have a Labour government that can start delivering for the people of Scotland. And I want to reach out to everyone right across that divide on the constitutional question to say whether you were Leave or Remain, whether you were yes or no, the Scottish SNP government's not working for you either. And I want to pull our country together to deliver that two-stage process of change.
But that's interesting. You've said clearly that this election result, whether it's about the Conservatives on a UK picture or the SNP on a Scottish picture, you've said there this is about competence, not the Constitution. So you are not saying that this result shows the independence debate is over in any sense.
Look, I've always said it's for the people of Scotland to decide, and they have decided tonight. They've decided they want the end of a Tory government. They've decided they want a Labour government, and they've decided that this SNP government also needs to change too, and they're not happy with its performance. Scottish Labour is now the party of change, but we've changed our party over the last 3 years. We've worked with hard work and humility and energy so we can look people in the eye in this election and try and earn their trust, earn their support. That doesn't stop now that we've won the election across the UK, and anything that ramps up. And I'm absolutely determined that our Scottish Labour MPs, that will be the heart of a UK Labour government, start to deliver straight away for people here in Scotland, and we will redouble our efforts as we prepare for the election in 2026, because I want to serve people in Scotland regardless of their view on the Constitution, because it's far too important and far too many people are being let down right now by two failing governments. That change starts tomorrow.
Okay, Anna Sarwar, thanks for joining us from Glasgow. You see, politics never stops. He's already thinking about the Holyrood election in 2026, and it's only 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the general election, 2024.
Number 10, there, that famous black door. We talked about who would be walking through that corridor of power into that building there. And it's clearly now Sir Keir Starmer.
It is brilliant. I literally can't think of a better day. It's Friday, and I don't have to listen to Tories for a fucking while, at least. But I do have to critique the Tories, fucking Labour, if they screw up, because that's my job, innit? That's my job. But it's just nice to fucking get rid of it. You know what, right? I'm not really ideologically driven when it comes to politics. I just want fucking shit to get done correctly by people who are competent, clearly. And it's so nice. Who the fuck's this? Shit. No one interesting. It's just nice to just know that I don't have to listen to fucking Tories again. Talk utter fucking shit and convince people about stuff like small boats. I've been saying this for ages. It's not small boats, bro. We live on a fucking island. How do you think you get to Britain? Imagine the immigration on boats to Britain. It's not small boats, bro. Fucking planes. So our immigration system as a whole is fucking garbage. Why is it garbage? Well, most British people, to be fair, people even from the EU probably who fucking came here before or whatever, it's so expensive to have kids. So you need to import the people who have to pay the pensions. Like, you must have to be dumb as fuck not to know that. But yeah, on the news. It's the people on small boats. That's like 0.0001% of the people who fucking come here every fucking day and claim some kind of fucking asylum shit or whatever. I don't blame them. I mean, I fucking would if I lived in a shitty fucking country like France. Right? So, yeah. Not a big deal in terms of that thing. So they need to fix immigration as a whole. And train our people themselves. Pay people to go to fucking university. We should pay people to go and get educated. We shouldn't make them pay. We should pay them. People on the dole and shit or whatever the fuck it is, if they can work in between them looking for jobs, don't make them sit at home. No, don't make them sit at home. Give them an incentive. Bro, if you go to fucking get an education, we will pay you more fucking money. And watch how many people go and get fucking qualifications. And don't limit it. Where like you only have to be a certain age or some stupid shit, bro. It's the 21st century. Motherfuckers always should be thinking, how am I going to retool my skill set? Trust me, when I used to build web pages, do you think web pages were going to last forever? I did. Well, I didn't. But you get the fucking point. I never thought fucking robots would take my fucking job. Like, literally, robots have took my job, well, former job, in terms of making web pages, right? I used to get paid £50 a fucking web page. Not a website. That's fucking not the same thing. A web page, the one thing you look at before you click a hyperlink. 50 fucking quid. And I used to do that by hand in HTML. HTML, I know you don't know what that is, but it's Hyper Transfer fucking Protocol Language or whatever the fuck it is. Point being is, you couldn't fucking sell making web pages even if you tried. You know why? Because web pages make web pages. Like, I know, Squarespace, right? Squarespace is the perfect example of, are you fucking stupid? So we need to educate everybody all the time. Doesn't matter how old you are or how fucking stupid you are or smart you are. Give people the opportunity because they can't get fucking jobs if you can't learn shit. I mean, the godsend is the internet. Like, honestly, if you're bored and you got nothing to fucking do, but you want to learn some shit, YouTube is fucking amazing. Like, seriously. Go on YouTube, you can learn fucking all kinds of crazy shit. For free. It's like the biggest library of mad shit when it comes to learning anything. That's great. Tutorials or whatever. I even use it myself when I'm fucking diving into shit that even I know when I forgot. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go on YouTube and refresh my memory. And you can. But the government needs to understand, the only thing you need to teach kids at school is fucking math. What is it, the 3 R's or whatever? Reading, writing, and arithmetic, even though that's kind of 2 plus an A. Or whatever. Point being is, Jess Phillips is still there, good, because she's a mad fucking bitch. She's good. Who's that? Jodie McIntyre, whatever. Anyway. Again, reform? They're going to be mad in this fucking next parliament. Anyway, sorry, where was I? Yeah, talking shit about learning. The only things you need to teach kids is to fucking read and write, basically, and count to 10, etc. Do I think universities should be free? Yes, I do. You shouldn't charge kids to fucking get educated by the very corporations who are going to exploit them and then make profit. All the money that we spend on universities should be taxed by corporations. Amazon, Facebook, Google, all these big giant tech companies who literally fucking rape wallet you all the time through advertisements and all this fucking brainwashing mechanics that they do, like literally brainwashing mechanics like TikTok and shit, make you so fucking brain dead that you buy shit anyway. Tax them, send everybody to fucking education, fucking farms for free. Like literally. I don't see why we can't tax these fuckers into oblivion when it comes to education. Because that makes sense. If you're gonna take my money and you pay no tax, then you don't deserve my fucking money. As a corporation. If you're going to exploit Chinese people to make iPhones and then sell it to me for £700 when it literally costs fucking not even a quarter of that to make it in China, but you want to walk around with a flashy ass phone, pay your tax. Like literally. People who buy iPhones are fucking ass clowns. Because it's made by small Chinese people who literally get paid 50p or whatever. And the phone itself doesn't even cost £700 to make. They just make you pay £700. And that's why they're the richest company in the world, because of fucking idiots with no brains. I don't know why I'm off on a tangent. But corporations are fucking shit is the point. They should pay more tax for educating the people. Because the only way you make fucking money in the economy in which we sadly find ourselves in, which is called capitalism, is fucking education. Dumb people don't make fucking shit unless you got 1 billion of them, aka China. We want a high educated, high paid workforce. First of all, that's a fucking myth anyway. But you definitely need highly educated people. Because patents, my good friend, is where the money is. And that's how you make money. Fucking patents. In 10 years from now, listen to me very carefully. Most of the jobs that... In fact, I'm going to be even more crazier. Because I can be. If you work on a computer, kiss your job goodbye. We've invented this thing. I don't know if you've been paying attention lately to the news. Called AI. Artificial intelligence. Which is kind of funny in 2 separate ways. One, it's fake, which is the first word, artificial, which means it's not actually true. Second of all, intelligence, which is something that we don't actually understand, even as human beings. We don't know what intelligence is, but we just say we're intelligent because we're human, and we're literally the only people who talk to anybody else. You don't call your cat intelligent, do you? No, you don't, because that's fucking stupid. You're paying attention? So we've created a robot algorithm that pretends to be a human, which thinks like a human, even though if you watch literally anybody who knows anything about artificial intelligence on YouTube, they don't know why robots do the weird shit that they do when they feed them information, which is pretty creepy. I don't want to get into it, but it's pretty creepy. And they're going to take your jobs. If you own a computer, like literally, if you do a job on a computer, you're fucked. Because a fucking computer can do your fucking job, not you. You think I'm kidding? Have you tried bringing anybody on a phone, a corporation? What do you get on the other end? A fucking robot. Literally a dumb fucking robot at that. Press 1 if you want to fucking speak to some stupid cunt. Press 2 if you're unhappy, etc. That, my friend, is coming to a computer near you, and it's going to take your fucking job. Just saying. Don't know why I went off on a mad tangent, but I do because I'm drinking beer. But anyway, I just like the fact that Grant Shapps is no longer in the government. You Weasley looking cunt with 10 fake names.
Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary, as was. She's lost her Chichester seat to the Liberal Democrats. I've got another screen of people in exactly the same position. Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the House of Commons, lost her seat in Portsmouth North to Labour. Michelle Donnellan, Science Secretary, lost her seat in Wiltshire to the Lib Dems. And Johnny Mercer, Veterans Minister, lost his Plymouth seat to Labour. But it hasn't all been totally one way. No, I've got a few more to show you first. Robert Buckland, former Lord Chancellor, he's lost his Swindon South seat to Labour. Therese Coffey, who you'll remember was Deputy Prime Minister to Liz Truss for a short period of time. She's lost her seat to the Labour Party. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, arch-Brexiter, has lost his seat to Labour in Somerset as well. As I was getting ahead of myself, I was trying to say, let me try that again. Oh, is my screen going to change?
All this money we pay for the PBC and they can't even get shit to work. First of all, Jonathan Ashworth, is he gone?
Pendant has overturned.
Bye! Oh my god, that's so funny. He's toast. Bye. I didn't like him. He's a bit of a waffly cunt. But my biggest love in this, gone. Thangam Debonair. I fucking hated her. She was such a stuck-up cunt. Honestly. I'm sad that West Streeton held his seat though, because he's a fucking little twerp as well. Ugh. But at least I don't have to listen to her. That's great. West Streeton though. Oh, you know what? He looks like one of the type of cunts who wants to be the next Labour leader. Fucking up, no. I'd rather have Angela Rayner. She's common as shit. I like her. A lot of people hate Angela Rayner. I like Angela Rayner. She's common as shit. She's my kind of lady. No, don't you go there with your dirty mans. But yeah, I like Angela Rayner. She's good at the dispatch box, honestly. Like, she's not the best fucking person in the world. But I like the fact she's come from shit. Like most of us. I like that. I'd rather fucking common as shit fuckers than fake ass fuckers who were born with a spoon up their ass.
A new seat that had to kind of push together. A guy called David Duguid had a very, very serious...
Banbury Declaration, bear with me. Banbury Declaration.
850. Chris Neville, Climate Party, 242. Victoria Prentice, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,212. Declan Sam Soper, Social Democratic Party, 155. Paul Nicholas Topley, Reform UK, 6,284. Sean Lee Woodcock, Labour Party, 18,400.
Oh, Victoria Prentice gone as well. Victoria Prentice, who had campaigned so hard to keep hold of this seat, basically won quite easily. Sean Woodcock for the Labour Party. So Victoria Prentice, another one gone. That is a record number of cabinet seats.
It's at 11 now.
No.
It's at 11.
Nine, and I think it's 10, but one of them is not a cabinet minister, but was allowed to go to
attending cabinet.
Yes.
Also, Victoria Prentice, she was the Attorney General, which basically makes her the most senior legal brain in the government. She was very much on the One Nation wing of the party as well. So that's another big figure from that wing of the party that has now lost her seat.
Yeah, do you remember she made a big play of taking her son on the media round when it was half term, saying that she couldn't get childcare. So she brought her son around to all of the TV studios. First member of her family to go to university, she says, daughter of Sir Robert Atkins, former Conservative MP, and Lady Atkins, former mayor. She was a senior cabinet minister. She is no more. It is 6 o'clock. You are watching Election Night live here on Sky News. A night to go down in the history books. Labour wins the general election by a landslide. Sir Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Across the country, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats, including those of Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt and Gillian Keegan.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
But it's also been a good night for Reform, who've won 4 seats, including for their leader, Nigel Farage, in Clacton-on-Sea. Meanwhile, a huge comeback underway for the Liberal Democrats, who've won more than 59 seats. And Beth, Labour are just 8 seats away from 400. They have got a landslide, which means 100 seats more as a majority than any other party. It's been a very good night for Keir Starmer.
It really has. I mean, 400 seats is beyond their wildest dreams, really. They were hoping for an improvement on Boris Johnson's majority in 2019, which was 80 seats, and this has gone well beyond that. And Tony Blair got a 179 majority in 1997, and Keir Starmer looks like he could be pulling up just behind Tony Blair with this majority. And when you think of it in the context, as I was saying earlier, of Tony Blair being only the first Labour leader in nearly 50 years to win a majority from opposition, Keir Starmer really has, in just his short time as leader, really turned things around in a very radical way.
And looking at the middle totem there, you can see the Conservatives are made triple digits, and there was
I was watching that tick round, and it's like watching your team score a consolation goal when you're already 6-0 down, but you still are happy that the goal went in.
Scotland, aren't you?
Well, I mean, careful. I mean, I do have to say there was a point this afternoon. I was chatting with Beth before we came on air, before the exit poll came out, where there was a scenario where it looked like there was 80 seats that the Conservative had, and there was only maybe another 40 to 60 that were even in play. So it was not a given that we would make triple figures. And the reason that it matters and every seat from now on matters is when you get to Parliament, there is a certain number that you need to be able to form a shadow cabinet, to be able to sit on committees, to do the parliamentary work. And there was a point today where it looked like we might not be able to fill those slots.
To put it into context, I mean, John Major in 97 got 165 seats. That was the worst performance since the war. No, since well before the war, right? And now, 101, you get up to, if you get to 124, you've lost 2/3 of the seats you won in 2019. I mean, it is a record-breaking, terrible result, isn't it? I'm correct, aren't I? I'm looking at the historian there.
Record-breaking fucking defeat. Oh my God, this is glorious. Friday morning, if you're just waking up and you're thinking, what the fuck is going on? Stazzo streaming some yeah, I'm streaming the maddest shit ever, an election. And the BBC is like literally giving up. They're showing me hurricanes now. The BBC is like, meh, the election's over. Might as well just talk about some of the shit. Like, they just give up. BBC's just giving up. Now they show me tennis. I think the BBC just wants to get me in this. Oh my god. BBC literally want to kill me. Stop it, BBC. Sky News is gonna. Can you stop stealing our stream? No, because it's the news, and I can stream whatever I want. So I appreciate Sky News, fair use policy, and all that. I don't make any money, so fuck off. We're gonna have to listen to Sky for a little wee bit, because BBC just give up on the election. Now they're gonna show us the weather and tennis. I'm not having that.
Count those dots at the top there, right at the top
Let's
under
change the
latest
BBC
gains.
too.
Can you see them there, Ruth? All of those are the latest gains from Labour, mostly
Still
from
the same.
the Conservatives, one or two from others as well.
And Peter Cody's, Gordon Brown's old seat.
Gordon's seat, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Should we just go through all of them, or have you seen enough?
Yeah, I mean, as Anthony says, I mean, this is historic. We're going to be raking over the coals of this. So, I mean, my wish is that the party doesn't win, it doesn't take the wrong lessons from this defeat. There are a lot of lessons that we have to learn. And I think when you're looking at, and I mean this with all due respect, one of the world's most boring lawyers who's tried to tack as centrally as he can from the left,
So the competition.
takes, you know, a stonking majority like this. Our job is not to move to the fringes. It's you know, I worry that my party.
Do you think
is
they
going
will,
to,
though?
Yeah, I worry that my party is going to decide that the way in which we come back is to treat Reform as the opposition or to try and cannibalise them, rather than to realise our job is to provide a principled opposition to the government of the day, because good oppositions make better governments,
You've
and to
just
do our job in Parliament.
Got to get out of this Brexit mania, haven't you? The country's now got different views about Brexit, whereas the Conservative Party still is judging everybody through that lens. You've got to move beyond that, haven't you, and start to...
And I think the problem that we have is that it runs deep in our party because it predates the Brexit vote. Because you look at the John Major era, and Anthony, you can talk about this. This obsession with Europe has cannibalised our party before, and then we sat on it and we squatted on it for a while, and goodness almighty, we had some success, and then it raised its head, and look at us, we've been routed again. So maybe there's a question here, and obviously as somebody who was a Remainer, who spent their entire political life arguing to be part of wider unions, whether that's in Scotland or in the United Kingdom and Europe, you know, that's a lesson I want to learn. But I also think there's some truth in it. I don't think I'm blinkered here.
No, you're absolutely right. But if you think about business opinion on Brexit, I would say it's probably very significantly hostile now to what's happened. So how can the Conservative Party be the party of business if it's still stuck in this? You cannot say anything bad about Brexit. You know, I don't know. It's not going to work, is it?
I certainly agree
Francie, can you hold that thought for me, if you would? Because what we want to do is relive the moment that Keir Starmer spoke to not only the people around him, his supporters, but also to the nation. And then we would love to get your perspective on that in just a sec.
We did it!
I'm just like having a meltdown. First of all, where's Liz Truss losing her seat? And the BBC decided we're not going to show it on BBC News. We're gonna swap channel to BBC fucking News. You know, it's whatever. I know the BBC is the most stupidest fucking channel ever. It's like, okay, I'm going to put this weird guy on the side because accessibility. Where's this Truss? I'm sorry about the guy in the corner. Not my fault. Blame deaf people. That sounds terrible. I'm joking. Where's Liz Truss? Why hasn't she been sacked at 6 o'clock in the morning? The only thing I literally stayed up all night for, because I knew all the other results, because I'm a mythic kind of person. Jokes. Liz Truss, did she lose or did she win? I'm still fucking none the wiser. At 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:10. Where's Liz Truss? Like, did she? No, yes, no. You think that would be breaking news? Oh, this guy, this cunt, I've seen him.
Taken the seat of Forest of Dean.
Mark Harper's gone. Yay! Mark Harper got sacked, you little cunt. Oh my God, I'm so happy. There's so many Tories getting sacked. It's beautiful. It's like multiple Michael Portillo moments tonight. But where's my fucking icing on the cake? Cherry on the icing on the cake. Where's Liz Truss? Show me Liz Truss crying and saying it's a conspiracy theory or some fucking weird shit while she stood next to Steve Bannon's fucking cardboard cutout. The crazy bitch. Where's Liz Truss? I demand Liz Truss. Give me my money.
You can see this is the example of where the Reform vote takes a massive chunk of the Conservative vote, splits it, and Labour go through the middle. That is going to hurt.
Majority
That's
of
11 cabinet ministers.
278.
Wow.
Still waiting for Mel
I think
Stride.
Labour did have that in 97, though, if I remember rightly. Forrest of Dean.
I think
it's
correct.
Was a Labour
but they'll
seat,
be
though.
very bitter because Mark Harper was one of Sunak's most loyal supporters.
And just breaking now, Lib Dems have equalled their highest ever seat total, which is 62, which they got in 2005, which was obviously the last Labour administration.
Yeah, that breaks down to 57 in England, 4 in Scotland and 1 in Wales. We should just say that the Greens have held Brighton Pavilion.
It's just on that point, though, it goes back to the conversation we were having before the Harper result. You know, we're underestimating maybe how much Tory vote is going to the Lib Dems. You know, people who, as I was saying to Ruth, you know, businesses who are...
gateway drug when you want to kick one of the two main parties.
Yeah,
Do you feel less... Our voters sometimes feel less... It's a smaller step to go from Tory to Lib Dem.
There's been some studies on this, though, which some psephology studies where in the 1970 election, Labour were thought to have, Lib Dems were thought to get 10 to 14 seats just from tactical voting, and Labour benefited as well. And that I think that was John Curtis
to finish the point,
so
maybe I think Anthony might want to come in because I could see him want to come in before. But this thing now, I think I'm going to come back to Brexit again, this thing of the parties not speaking about it. I think that could be really driving a lot of business people towards the Lib Dems because the reality that they're working in has just changed, and I think it drives them mad that nobody speaks about it. And if the Tory party is going to go into another sort of contest where it's all about that issue, I think people are sort of starting to sort of really realign their allegiances here.
I want to hear from Mr. Anstey. Always fascinated to hear what you've got to say.
So, the biggest general election result since 1945, the biggest shock, the biggest transformation of the political landscape. Only 4 times has Labour ever come in from opposition, and this will be the 5th time. And I think it's the second biggest. I think it's up there with Clement Attlee in 1945. And, of course, the big factor is reform. I mean, reform undercutting, smashing Labour Conservative constituency after Conservative constituency. For what, we might ask, what are they going to actually do? Is it a negative vote or is it a vote for something? And if so, what is the reform vote for? I mean, obviously, Brexit, as Andy is saying, is...
It's fucking brilliant because literally, if you look at it in kind of like not ideological way, reform basically handed so many seats. If you was to think they would all vote Tory, Labour would have been literally fucking barely winning that shit. In terms of, they wouldn't have got 100 seats, that's for sure. A lot of them seats, if you look at reform and the Tory vote, fucking wow, because they wouldn't only all vote Tory, right? And Labour would have lost. Which is, like, that makes sense, though, because it's literally, like I said, inverted commas, in a normal election, if you just take England, the map of England, there's no fucking way Labour can ever win with just the English vote. It requires Scotland. It just does, period. I don't give a fuck what you think. That's the math of our math, electoral math. So, you got 2 things kind of going on at the same time. You got the crazy fucking shitty government that we've got, i.e. the Tories. You got it's split 3 ways. You got people who just want to get rid of the Tories anyway, which is Labour voters. So they're going to vote Labour, kind of, more or less. But then you got the Tories who hate the fucking Tories. Who then, thank you, Nigel Farage, and your racist gang of many men and women, want to actually fucking don't want to vote Tory and want to be fucking fascist fucking mental cunts and vote Reform in protest. That protest vote has fucking murdered the fucking Tories. And the beauty of it is, they've got no influence on the next Labour government whatsoever. The beautiful thing for me is that it's going to be entertaining to stream Nigel Farage and that other fucking chimp fucking next to him, his fuckboy buddy, in the House of Parliament. That's it. They're the only two benefits I see in terms of what's happened in this election. Not to mention that I'm still waiting for Liz Truss because she's a fucking cunt. So yeah, hurry up and show me Liz Truss crying on a fucking podium. And then I can go to bed a happy man.
Parties are there
James
for
Cleverly's declaration in Braintree. James Cleverly, the Home Secretary.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is a declaration of a result of a poll for Braintree District Council, election of a Member of Parliament for Braintree on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Dan Gascoigne, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cleverly, James Spencer, Conservative Party candidate, 17,414. Franks Kieran Anthony, Liberal Democrat, 2,879. Heather David Christopher Norman, Independent, 767. Thompson Richard, Reform UK, 11,346. Thorogood Paul Richard, Green Party candidate, 2,878. Wright Matthew, Labour Party, 13,744. There are 167
the Home Secretary,
spoiled
former
ballot
Home Secretary,
papers.
has held his
hereby declare
seat.
that
You're watching Sky News Election Night live. It's just after 6:15 in the morning, Friday, the 5th of July. If you are just tuning our way, flipping heck, what a night it has been. Labour has won by a landslide, cantering towards 400 seats, just 5 away. The Conservatives have moved in to triple digits. It looked as though for a time potentially that wasn't going to happen, and they have lost cabinet seats by the bucket load. Beth, go through a few of them.
Well, they're nearly up to losing a dozen cabinet seats now. They're just shy of that. They've lost Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary. They've lost Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary. Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the Commons, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, and amongst those, some of the would-be leadership contenders have gone. It has been the worst night ever for the Conservatives in terms of electoral record setting.
Shall we listen to the former chairman of the Conservative Party, former Home Secretary? Here he is.
Too many to mention by name, but I would particularly like to single out my campaign manager and my agent who have worked so tirelessly through this campaign. I'd also like, of course, to thank the other candidates. This has been, I think, a well-mannered and good-natured campaign, as it should be, and I think that shows the Braintree constituency for what we know it to be, which is a wonderful place full of wonderful people, and the fact that the candidates who put themselves forward reflected that, I think, is very much to their credit. And, of course, I would like to thank my family, my long-suffering family, my 2 sons who have seen far less of me over the last 6 weeks. I was about to say than previously, but as a government minister, no one gets to see that much of me. And, of course, I want to pay a special level of gratitude to my beautiful and wonderful wife, who has not just had to put up with me being a Member of Parliament and a minister, but, as you know, has also fought and successfully won her own battle. And I could not have done it without you, so thank you very much. This has been a very difficult night for my party, and losing the position of government of this country is painful, but it is the nature of our democracy that it happens. And when it happens, it is incumbent upon the voters are telling us. I am not going to rush to any quick judgments. I think the right thing to do is be thoughtful and take a short period of time to really assess what the voters are telling us. But it is clear that when you see the voter share of the traditional main parties of government, that many voters are disillusioned with all of us, and we should take that on board. I think it is also right that we have the humility to recognise that there is nothing honourable in presenting simple and thin solutions to challenging and complex problems. And the world is a difficult and dangerous place, and we have to respond to that. But this evening, I will finish as I started, by saying thank you to the wonderful...
Jeremy Hunt arriving back in Downing Street with his good lady to number 11 against all the odds. He held on to his seat at Godalming in Ash. It was nailed on that he was going to be losing that seat. He did not, although many others did, including close on a dozen ministers. Jacob Rees-Mogg also hit the deck. Penny Mordaunt gone. Johnny Mercer gone as well, Robert Buckland gone, Miriam Cates, Andrea Jenkins, and even on the Labour side, Trevor, big beast went Jonathan Ashworth, shadow health secretary at times, shadow paymaster general, I think his most recent position. Did you see that coming?
I didn't believe that would happen, but it was talked about. And this is a Leicester thing. There is an issue to do with Gaza and Muslims. We're seeing it also in Birmingham. Look, both parties are going to have to reflect pretty hard on a couple of things. Tories are going to have to think about what reform means for them. Much smaller problem for Labour, but it's still a real one. 3 million or thereabouts Muslims in this country, clearly demonstrating they did not like the position that Labour took on Gaza. On this one, by the way, I think the Tories will be very, very relieved that Cleverly survived. I think, there's very few of the kind of people they can put on telly to look reasonable. And he was very clear, I think. Simple and thin solutions. He was talking about reform. And that's the battle that's going to start, I would guess, tomorrow.
Yeah, and reform, as far as reform is concerned, the hits keep on coming, Beth Rigby. 4 seats is what Reform won. They won Nigel Farage's seat, they won Richard Tice's seat, a lesser-known Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth, Conservatives into 3rd place there. And the first one to declare was Lee Anderson.
Yeah. I mean, this is a stonking night for Reform. They've picked up 4 seats. I imagine that they will have quite a large vote share, and I think they'll have piled up a few million votes. And it will all lead into and lean into Nigel Farage's argument when he and his fellow MPs turn up at Westminster, which is that the system is broken, it doesn't represent the people, and it needs reform, hence the name of the party. But he will be pushing for electoral reform and just hammering home this point on lower vote share and a big landslide. It could turn out, as these final seats come in, that Labour could get around 2/3 of the parliamentary seats on just over 1/3 of the vote, OK? And that when you look at it in that context of how they've piled up this big majority on a relatively low vote share compared with other leaders who piled up massive majorities, I agree with you, Auntie, this is going to be one of the most consequential governments, potentially, given the size of the majority, if Keir Starmer can take the win and then turn it into something substantial within government. But the mandate, I would argue, is shallow, and that is going to make it harder work with the public, because I really...
This whole vote share fucking thing is bollocks, honestly. Shut up. Oh, what does it mean anything? Because you only got blah, blah, blah percent of blah. Shut up, you dumb bitch. Doesn't matter. You fucking won. It's what are they going to fucking do next is the fucking point. Because all them reform people will easily become even more reform people or more Labour, depending on how the fucking government acts. Like, we just had a government for 14 fucking years and they were fucking terrible. And the fucking people was like, fuck that shit, get rid of them. Did people like Labour a shitload? No, they didn't. Clearly. Even I'm not like Keir Starmer's biggest fucking fangirl. But would I rather have them in power than the Tories? Fuck yes, is the answer to that question. And the fucking United Kingdom is red. Literally, every single government in the United Kingdom, don't count Northern Ireland because that doesn't matter, is fucking red. Wales, Scotland and England all voted for Labour. That's a fucking mandate if I've never fucking seen one before. Most people don't vote. I don't care. I literally don't care. I give a fuck about people who fucking do vote though. And they fucking voted for fucking Labour. So stop whinging, bitch. Rupert Murdoch's definitely on the phone to Keir Starmer saying, don't do Livingston fucking part 2. I know that much. Fucking, he doesn't like Rupert Murdoch at all, which is a good thing. He likes businesses, but whatever, he fucking cares, you know. That's the way the world works. I'm going to fucking sap or no fucking commies or some fucking stupid shit. Move to China if you don't believe in communism. If it's that fucking great, move to China. Which you can't. Or whatever. But anyway, I'm just happy. No more Tories. Woohoo! But I'm also depressed because I still want to see this Truss cry or have a speech. I don't want to listen to Douglas Ross because she's a fucking twerp. Listen to this lady. She looks very happy. She's in red of all colours.
Are waiting for not only Rishi Sunak to be coming in here and leaving for the last time, no longer Prime Minister, but also Keir Starmer to be moving in. We now have a new inhabitant of Downing Street.
Yeah, Tories have lost the seats of several former Prime Ministers: Whitney, Cameron, Finchley, Thatcher, Henley, Boris Johnson. Still Truss to come in Norfolk. So lots to still keep an eye on. Coming to you, Ruth, in just a second, because I just want to pause. Just tuning our way. You're watching Election Night Live, even though it's the morning. It's almost 6:30 and night.
My dad, she's so busy being a robot, she still says fucking night. That's because it's literally on a fucking teleprompter in front of her. It says night. Like, can't you just fucking use your brain? Oh, she did. She said, even though it's the morning. Yeah. Just because you're reading shit off a screen, you stupid fucking retard. It doesn't mean everybody else is. We can tell the difference. But anyway. I still want this Truss. I'm not happy. I'm not going to bed until I see that fucking bitch cry on the podium that she's lost the seat. I'm fucking determined. My eyeball, I think one eyeballs fell asleep. It's like, can we go to sleep now? Because Labour's literally won. And the other eyeball's like, no, I want to see Liz Truss cry on a podium. The bitch. So yeah, still waiting for that. Basically, it's over now anyway. So if you want to leave, you feel free. I'm still awake-ish, kind of. Well, one eyeball is still awake for sure. But we're just trying to work out which one's less shit when it comes to coverage. Because they're both going to just repeat everything now forever into oblivion. I see. Is that? I was going to say that's not Priti Patel, is it? What the fuck? What's going on here?
As follows: Chana Zoe, Green Party, 3,478. Darg Lee James, Liberal Democrats, 1,711. Mahmood Shabana, Labour Party, 15,558. Same applies over there. Muzal Shazad, known as Shaz. Muzali, I do beg your pardon, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,218. Yaqub Ahmed, Independent, 12,137.
Safest Labour seat in the West Midlands.
Excuse me, I haven't finished. Thank you.
Second in the whole
Young
country.
Henry Irene, Reform UK.
I've got no idea why they showed me this. Like, I've got no idea. I thought it was important. It's just 3 randoms. It's like Labour's just won it. What the fuck? Like, show me some Liz Truss. I want to see Liz Truss. I don't want to see anybody else on stage unless it's Liz Truss crying in a fucking handbag, being fucking mental or whatever. Oh, just come on. Like, Birmingham. Isn't that mad seat where that other fella got kicked out for being a fucking weirdo? He said something about Jewish people, apparently. I don't know. She took over.
Those who have counted the votes today, the clerks and all the polling staff, and the police who have had to go above and beyond to ensure a safe and secure election today. My wonderful agent, Marcus Bernasconi.
Why have MPs got agents? I did like a fucking modelling agency. Why are MPs got agents and you pay them to like do stupid shit like PR? That's the problem with politics. They got fucking agents, like footballers. They got an agent. What? So not only do we pay them taxpayers' money, we pay agents who are fucking leeches as well. Great, fucking great. Did I mention I'm drunk? At fucking what time is it? 6 in the morning. Oh my days. BBC, if you keep showing other shit, I'm gonna remove you from my stream. Because I don't want to watch tennis or whatever. Just give me election coverage, you fucking idiots. And especially Liz Truss, which I'm still waiting for. Bye bye Mog. Oh, poor Mog. No more stupid fucking 19th, 18th century fucking bollocks from him. Go and find out what a nappy is, you twat.
178 votes. Somebody who held on, but what's going to happen next? The Home Secretary, James Cleverly, is with us. I think your speech said it all. I mean, it was an acceptance speech, but we know you to be quite outgoing and quite ebullient. Not tonight.
Well, my friend and colleague Priti Patel is just giving her acceptance speech. So, if you forgive me if I don't raise my voice too highly, because I don't want to interrupt her. But it's been an incredibly difficult night. It's a privilege to be.
Did he just say Priti Patel won? You're fucking messing me, that fucking weird bitch. I would definitely fucking fuck that motherfucker down. She's got one of them strange faces. She's so evil. She's been sacked like, how many times has she's been sacked? Like 4 times. She got sacked for going to Israel for no apparent reason. Like literally no reason she got sacked. Like no one ever told us on the news why she got sacked. From she was in the Home Office. I think she was the Home Secretary. She randomly went to Israel for no fucking reason, and then MI5 was like, "What are you doing?" And then they sacked her. That's pretty weird, isn't it? Don't you think? Like she went to Israel by herself, and then MI5 flagged her for being a bit weird, going to Israel on your Billy No mates as Home Secretary, meeting some crazy, mad fucking Jewish people. And then they sacked her. That's a bit mad, isn't it? And they said, oh, she breached the ministerial code for not telling people that you're meeting fucking crazy governments behind our back. Weird.
James, it's...
And she still got a fucking job, somehow. Who the fuck votes for these fucking clowns anyway? Like, seriously?
Country... you were still fighting the fight. You were still trying to talk up the prospects of some sort of success. You said to me back then last week that whatever happened next, the party had to stay in the centre ground, the centre-right ground, but you emphasised the word centre. What's your message to colleagues this morning? And you wouldn't answer the question to me or Trevor, because Trevor asked you as well last week. Are you considering running for leadership?
So, in terms of what the party needs to do, it's not just about moving. it's about making sure that we are a broad-based party. I grew up looking at the Conservative Party under Margaret Thatcher, and she was a leader of intense principle and philosophy, but she ran a government that was a pretty broad church. And we need to make sure that we are a party in the modern era which encompasses the full range of centre-right thinking. I said in my acceptance speech, it would be wrong for us to believe that we can just apply or promote simple, thin and I think impractical solutions for the challenges that we face both here as a country and globally. And I think it would be unprofessional for politicians of any party to suggest there are easy answers to these difficult questions. So we have to be disciplined, we have to be thoughtful, and with regard to future leadership, I stand by what I said at the time. My focus has been on retaining my seat. It was closer in terms of results than ones that I've had in the past. I'm very glad that I was relentlessly focused on being returned as an MP, and what might happen in the future, I'll leave that for the near future.
James, Trevor here. Speaking of humility, listening and being thoughtful, does the broad church, the full range of centre-right opinion, include Nigel Farage?
I've been asked this a number of times, and my view remains unchanged. He has, through this campaign, said it is his mission, and it's quite interesting what his motivation was, not to get as many Reform MPs elected as possible, and indeed it seems that they've had success, but modest success in doing that. But his main motivator was to harm the Conservative Party. I cannot see how that is a credible application for being part of the Conservative Party. So my view is that it is voters who we should appeal to rather than members of Parliament of other parties. And if we get that offer to the British people right, I can absolutely see, with a very large majority but on a very modest predicted share of vote, the Labour Party tonight have every reason to be happy, but I think they also should have the humility to recognise it was not a ringing endorsement by the British people. And the lesson I think my party should take from that is that if we listen carefully to what the British people are telling us, then there is every reason to believe, just as Labour went from a very bad defeat to a victory, we could do likewise.
Oh, that's the point. The reason why you fucking lost because you didn't fucking listen. I mean, that's literally the whole Tory right-wing bullshittery is always based on lies anyway. They stop the small boats. That's a lie. Fucking retarded. The EU, in some ways, as someone who actually voted for Brexit, who's a Labour supporter or whatever, you screwed the pooch. You could have been in the EU, but not been in the EU. I always said this, and I said it, and I'll say it right now. If you would have said to the EU, when saying, oh bro, we're going to leave, but here's how we're going to do it. If you would have said, free movements of people, we're going to keep it, the EU would have given you anything else. Because the free movements of people wasn't our problem as a country. It just wasn't. That's what the right-wing media told you. The problem is, we still needed to be detached from the EU because, first of all, we print our own fucking money in case you didn't pay any attention. And we required that, so we were never going to join the fucking Euro. So we're always going to not be in the EU, per se. But we also needed to make our own fucking trade deals. The EU would have given us the freedom to make our own trade deals as long as we gave them the free movements of labour. And we need the free movements of labour for one obvious fucking reason. We live on a fucking island. It ain't rocket science at this fucking point now, is it? Even I, who's a Brexiteer, would have literally been okay with that shit. Don't suck the dick or whatever But, you know, free movement of people's fine. Because that would have been okay. First of all, it's less hassle at the border anyway. Because you could have got a customs deal as well. Because one of their main ass clannery shit with these neoliberal fucking globalization fuckers is free movement of people. They love that fucking idea. Because they love the idea of like, well, anyone can go anywhere. That's cool. But you can also trade that shit with better options than the shit that we got now. Basically, we chose xenophobia over common fucking sense, which is a stupid fucking idea. Like, I was waffling about this before. The United States is literally about to embark on something that's never been done in the history of the United States. They're about to literally go, fuck the Constitution. Do you know how weird that is? If you watch American politics as much as I do, the Supreme Court literally said, kind of, fucking Donald Trump can do what the fuck he wants. In fact, any president can literally be a fucking dictator. Literally. But we'll think about it afterwards. That's what they said. In the Supreme Court ruling about 2 days ago, they said, well, Donald Trump kinda can do what he wants, but only if it's an official act. Like, that makes no fucking sense to anybody on any planet who thinks the law applies to everybody. Because if you make somebody literally not applied or applicable under the law, then you've just basically got a fucking king or a dictator. Take your pick. They're both shit, right? Hence why we got rid of ours after a while. But the Supreme Court is filled with right-wing fucking Christians who are fucking batshit crazy. In fact, there's like 4 of them on there, or 5 of them, or whatever. The point is, they just made Donald Trump, Donald fucking Trump, nearly a king, nearly a dictator. Fuck knows how long it's going to take for them to make him a full one, but it ain't that long. And then on the other side of our stupid fucking equation, we got France. I just literally said, we're going to go fascistic. Not hard left. They went hard right. We're worried about Nigel Farage, Marie Le Pen. You fucking motherfuckers. They invented being racist over there in France. And they've just decided, fuck it, we're going to vote for them anyway. 30% in the first round on Sunday. Fuck knows what's going to happen next week. If they win, which hopefully they fucking won't, but they might do. And even if they lose, they're still going to be stupidly powerful in the French Parliament. And Macron is fucked either way. And then let's look at our best mates, Germany. The ADF. Oh my fucking God. If you think the world is a happy-go-lucky place, it isn't. It just fucking ain't. Because we're in a world of fucking trouble at this point. Because we've got 2 problems. We've got fascists to the left of us and fascists to the right of us. And we're stuck in the middle. Because we've just did something different compared to our fucking so-called friends. Our so-called friends just turned fascist. Which ain't a good idea, considering we live next to one of them. And the other one is supposed to be our backup. Which is America. And we decided, no, we're going to vote Labour. Which is the exact fucking opposite to our fucking idiot friends. So, how does that work geopolitically then in the future? One might ask. It's going to get fucking crazier more than it gets fucking sane at this point. Let's just say Donald Trump wins the fucking presidential election. Holy shit balls, that's going to be weird. And second of all, what if France does ultimately go full Franco on us and go full fascist? We're literally fucking in a weird place. A very weird place. Xenophobically, politically, economically. Because these people don't do shit by half-asses. These are fascists, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said before, Hitler didn't get fucking, promoted or he didn't demand this shit. He was elected by Germans. The same way Nigel Farage is pranced around on the TV as the greatest saviour to mankind because he's a waffly cunt who drinks a beer in a fucking pub. He's still a fucking fascist cunt. Literally. Most fascists always come with a fucking smile and promise you the fucking salt of the earth. And they never provide shit. The only thing they provide is hate and division. That's it. That's why most people in England, which is the stupidest idea ever, is decisive when it comes to fucking Brexit. Why would you ask the entire country who literally grew up watching fucking Dad's Army and reading football newspapers with tits and football about World War II? Do you want to fucking join the EU or stay in the EU? We didn't ask to join. Well, we did, but it wasn't even the same question, so that's a bit fucking weird, right? Do you want to join the single market? Well, yeah, it sounds great, isn't it? Because everyone's going to make money. Do you want to fucking join a giant, stupid country that we're just going to make from thin air called the European Union? No. Fuck off. That's exactly what happened. But these politicians are so fucking brain dead, literally brain dead, that they thought it was a good idea. Tony Blair even knew this shit in 1997 because it was in his manifesto. Do you want to join the EU as a full member? Thank God for Gordon Brown, even though we sold our fucking gold, because he said that's a stupid fucking idea. We like the idea of printing our own fucking money. Don't you know? And he fucking scrapped it, thank God. Imagine using that stupid fucking monopoly fucking money, the euro. You'd end up like fucking Greece. Why? Because we got bigger banks than Greece. And especially in 2008 when they all fucking went bankrupt. And we had to bail them out for some strange fucking reason. That's not capitalism, is it really? That's socialism for the rich. Capitalism for everybody else, socialism for the poor people. There you go, fuck off. Yeah. Or whatever. I said that backwards, by the way. Socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. That makes more sense. Anyway, point being is, fucked a lot of them. And politicians. But it's going to be interesting to see how the shit works out. But am I a happy man? Yes. Because fuck the Tories, these right-wing ideological fucking fruits that they are. Side note, you know what's even madder? The internet's made people stupider and crazier. Like I said before. Is that Liz Truss? Please, that is Liz Truss. Look, she's standing there like a robot. Oh my God, Liz Truss!
Green Party, 1,838. Douglas, Lorraine, Communist Party of Britain, 77. Jeremy, Terry, Labour Party, 11,847.
For Labour.
Mackenzie, Tobias, Reform UK, 9,958.
9,000 plus.
Of East Anglia, Earl Elvis, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 338. Ratcliffe, Josie, Liberal Democrats, 2,618. Truss, Liz, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,217.
Oh, I think she's lost. Yep, she's lost. Into second
The
place.
number of ballot papers
Second place
rejected was
behind
139.
Labour.
And I
Withdrew straight away.
declare
Yeah, I mean, this is not one that had been necessarily on the radar. We knew that there was going to be a lot of tactical voting, as Beth and I had talked about.
It's official. I can sleep anytime I want now. That's it. It's official. I can literally go to sleep. I'm a very happy man. Not only did we get rid of the Tories after 14 fucking miserable fucking years of these fucking weirdos, these right-wing, batshit crazy fucking cunts, but I got to see Liz Truss's soul slowly fucking come out of her body, the bitch. Fucking amazing. I love it. Did you see her face while she was just standing there thinking, I'm so shit? Yes, you are, Liz Truss, and you're no longer a fucking member of society. Go away. Go fucking under that rock from which you crawled under, you Lib Dem voting twat. She used to be in the Lib Dems. That makes perfect sense, because Lib Dems vote Tory, not Labour. If you know anything about politics, you'd know that. Liberal Democrats do not vote Labour because they're all fucking wannabe chavs. No jokes. They're too poor to be Tory and too fucking upper class to be fucking goddamn fucking Labour. So basically chavs in the middle. Fucking base. I love that. I need to make I need to sign up to some random ass webpage and make Liz Truss my avatar. It fucking faces a picture. Good on it. Bye, Liz Truss, you twat. Don't forget to shut the door on your way out, you useless fucking cunt.
That think that it...
She was Prime Minister for 40 days, bro. 40-something days, 43. She was the garbage person ever. Get wrecked by a nobody. Good job, Teddy Jeremy, which is the weirdest name ever. Teddy Jeremy. Fucking named this child. Who named this child Teddy Jeremy? Or what it was? I can't even say for a second. Anyway, Teddy, well played, lad. You beat the Prime Minister, who's the shittest Prime Minister in history. Fucking shittest ever. I mean, there's loads of them. Well, she definitely is the shittest. If you got beat by letters, yeah, you're shite. I mean, I don't care for the rest of them. She's the worst. Fuck them. Goodbye, Liz Truss. Goodbye, my friend. Honestly, now I just want to go stay. I'm just going to end the stream. We are done here. We're done. The cherry on the stream of my mad stream tonight. Fucking goodbye, Liz Truss. You twat. Yeah, say it. Make a speech. No, she doesn't want to make a speech. She's like, nah, I'm done. She just left. She's like, fuck that, no, I'm done. Everyone's laughing. They're like, you stupid bitch. She's like, no, I'm not going to make a speech. I'm useless. Yeah, we fucking know that because you were Prime Minister, you fucking twat. Brilliant. Didn't even want to make a speech, you fucking sack of fucking shit.
Losses, the Conservatives are on less seats and the losses equal to that of 1906. It really is a record-breaking night and in all the wrong ways for the Conservatives.
Yeah, one wonders how gracious she was during that declaration. Many, perhaps not too generously, blaming her for the demise of the Conservative Party. Would you be one of them, Ruth?
But I certainly think that, to be honest, you can absolutely see the anger that there was after Partygate with Boris Johnson, and in terms of that kind of that moral crumble that was there, and then you had the double whammy of her coming in, and then there being this massive shock to the economic system, which affected everybody's back pocket, affected all those people's mortgages, it affected all of this area. It was all.
It wasn't Liz Truss's fault. Like, it's mad to think it's her fault. No, it wasn't. Who was the guy who was in charge before Liz Truss? Oh, the fucking clown Boris. Who was the fucking idiot before that? David Cameron. No, sorry, it wasn't David Cameron. It was fucking Theresa May. He was the fucking idiot before fucking Maybot. David Cameron. How did we have so many fucking spectacular failed prime ministers? Because the Tories only think of one thing and one thing only. Being in power. They fucking hated. They fucking hated being the proverbial butt of everybody's joke. Well, Tony Blair rinsed them week in and week out at the dispatch box. Like, no jokes. And then, this is the mad part that, like, no one ever pays attention to. The election that followed Gordon Brown was a hung parliament. The only reason why the Tories won that election is because we had these weird fucking cunts called Liberal Democrats. Literally. And who was the fucking head of the Liberal Democrats? Mr. Facebook himself, Nick Clegg, who decided, against everybody's fucking logic, to get in bed with the Tories instead of forming a government with Labour, which are their natural bedfellows, by the way. Just so you're putting this out, in case you're missing anything about, like, logic. The Lib Dems, used to be a part of the Labour Party that split away. Just so you know about British politics. But they decided, no, we're going to join the crazy right-wing Tories and make a government with Nick Clegg, who now works for Facebook as the PR guy, which is going great, apparently. So, yeah, it started way before any of these arse clowns are chatting shit about. You fucking idiots have made the decision after decision that has made our country a fucking calamity. Not only are they ideologically out of touch with the 21st century when it comes to monetary systems, literally they are. They think trickle-down economics is a thing when it isn't, because, well, you need people to go to work, right? You don't piss on their shoe and tell them it's fucking raining. That's trickle-down economics. All these people that tell you that it's businesses run the world. No, they're kowtowed to only one thing, money. And who prints the money? The fucking governments do. So the governments are there to regulate the businessmen. In case you don't know about history in general, that's the reason why we don't have a king and a queen anymore. It has nothing to do with being royal. It's got everything to do with who owns the fucking purse strings. And the purse strings were owned by the barons. That's why we have sirs and misters and all this other stupid shit. Fucking, my God. Anyway, they've decided to turn off after Liz Truss. Thank you for keeping Liz Truss on, though. I'm going to have to turn off. Sky News is going to make you can't show adverts. Anyway, I'm on a waffle moment. I don't really care. It's the election and it's over, and I got to see Liz Truss literally cry. Well, not literally. She ran away. Fucking stupid bitch. But anyway, whole point is, these twats have made colossal mistakes since they've been in power. Not only did they think Brexit was a good idea, which it wasn't. Even though I voted for it, because I'm a narcissist. But they literally thought it was a good idea. And they didn't even get in power based on that. They got in power because the right-wing media is fucking stupid anyway. And decided to somehow fuck Gordon Brown in the ear and the arse or whatever. And then David Cameron basically won saying Brexit. Which I just stated was a stupid fucking idea. And then, since David Cameron, it's been Brexit. Every other Prime Minister that we've had has been because of Brexit. Theresa May, who came next, Brexit. The stupid fucking cunt after him, Brexit, Boris Johnson. And then, they decided, we're not going to even have an election, we're going to give you another Prime Minister. And they give us this fucking deep state trust. She was fucking so stupid and shit at her job. She resigned before the lettuce went out of date from Tesco's. She was crap. And then they decided again, we're not going to give you an election. Fuck you. Stop asking us for an election. We're going to give you another Prime Minister. We didn't ask for a Prime Minister. Can we have an election? No. We don't think an election is good for the country. No one wants an election. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, no, you don't. No, seriously, we do. No, you don't. Oh, well, you're not going to get one even if you ask politely. You're not getting one. Is the next contender, who literally came second to the dumbest Prime Minister we've ever had, Rishi Sunak. Okay. He's a fucking idiot. Nobody liked him. Nobody wanted him. But we got him anyway. You have to make this shit up. Like, honestly, if this was a comedy sketch, it would sell for millions. You know why comedy and satire has gone out of fashion in Britain? Because you literally can't make up how fucking stupid this fucking politics is that we have to literally endure on national TV. And here's where the national TV comes into play. They're also complicit in the fucking shenanigans because they're so fucking dumb, they can't ask stupid questions like, are you taking the piss? No. We can't say that on national TV. I'm pretty sure you fucking should. Because it's everybody else watching this thinking, are you taking the piss? So why don't you, as an intellectual who probably went to Cambridge or Oxford or one of these stupid fucking schools, ask basic common sense questions like, are you taking the piss at this point? I mean, do you know why people like fucking Jonathan Pye, who by the way is fictitious, not even a real journalist, but Jonathan Pye is popular because he literally tells more truth as a fucking fictitious character than our actual fucking media does. The same thing happened in the United States. There's some mad guy, I don't know if you've heard of him, he does the Saturday show. I literally can't remember his name. Fucking Jon Stewart, there we go, thank you. Jon Stewart literally does a comedy show who tells more truth than CNN, ABC, and all these other stupid fucking NSBC, whatever the fucking stupid other one is. There's like 10 of them anyway. But he tells more truth on a comedy fucking show, Comedy Central, than the actual fucking people who were supposed to tell you the fucking news. The fucking news. And it's on a comedy show. That's how shit our journalism is. Why is that? Because they're all bought and paid for by the same fucking cunts who stick their finger up our politicians' assholes, is why. Rupert Murdoch, ring any bells, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just saying, it's a bit mad, innit? Is Labour going to be any different from the stupid fucking shit I've just pointed out? Probably fucking not, is the depressing answer to what I'm about to say. Probably not. Is it better for me to wake up later on today with a slight hangover, which I'm probably definitely going to have because I haven't finished drinking beer yet, knowing that I don't have to watch a fucking Tory lie to my face for just a day? Fucking yes. Is Labour going to be any better at telling fucking fibs? No, they're not. I just hope they don't do a shittier job at understanding how fucking important it is to run a country with common sense, not bullshittery like the Tories have done since they got in power by a fluke, which I might fucking add. And like I said, I've been streaming politics on my fucking YouTube for fucking years. I've had about 5 YouTube channels, believe it or not, doing the same shit. I shout out to C-SPAN Junkie, who inspired me from the beginning when YouTube weren't even fucking owned by Google a long ass time ago. When you could click on a video and reply on a video straight away without fucking around and all these stupid fucking weird fucking cat videos and shit. And Amazon didn't exist. I mean, the good old days when YouTube was actually a platform for fucking weirdos who are nerds, not every single fucking cunt on planet Earth to have an opinion. TikTok and all the shit that boggle your fucking brain. Most of it's garbage anyway. It's a shit about our politics. The crap that we have to fucking board ourselves with. Like this dozy bitch who's gonna tell us something we already fucking know. I'm just happy I got to see those just cry anyway. I can go now, can't I? That was enough of a mad rant on so many different tangents. I can fuck off now. I'm going to sleep. Not really. I actually want to see the Labour leader give a speech on 10 Downing Street. That's all I'm waiting for now, actually. And then I can literally go to sleep. I've seen Liz Truss cry. Peak Tory tears right there. She's so shit as a human being. She couldn't even give a fucking I lost speech. How shit's that as a human? You just watched how many Tories lose their jobs. You don't have to like them, which I don't. But they at least have some spine in their little tiny weeny fucking bodies to say, hey, I lost. And whatever. Spiel. Did she? Nope, I don't want to give a speech. Fuck that. I'm gone. Bye. Going home. Twat. Imagine, like, that just shows you she was the Prime Minister of my country and she just walked off. She's like, nope. Imagine talking to that bitch in a fucking cabinet meeting and how blow clot, fucking your mother, punch you in the face. Dead. Go away, there's trust. Go fucking shag Steve Bannon's leg. If you ain't in prison. But go fuck his leg, bitch. Honestly. Oh my God, I feel so happy that I don't have to think about Tories. 14 years. Oh my God. I don't even know how old I was 14 years ago because I can't fucking count anymore because I'm so fucking old. How long's 14 years ago? I literally don't know. It was a long time ago. Happy memories. I can't even remember happy memories because I'm that old. Fucking hell. I need glasses. Do you know that? I literally need glasses. That's how old I am. I only just discovered that the other day. I thought I was still drunk. I was like, no, I just need glasses. Terrible. You know, you're older, you need glasses. Imagine needing glasses when you're 12. I'd have a midlife crisis. Fuck that. Sorry for all you blind people out there or half-sighted people. I do apologise for your shitty jokes. My shitty jokes about being blind. But you got your revenge. I can't see. Well, I can't see. I'm just very bad at it. Everything's blurry. It's like being drunk permanently. It's a bit fucking weird. Since I drink a lot of alcohol, I'm just saying. I'm more blurry than it should be, if you know what I mean. So yeah. Clearly, the Sky's broken because it keeps showing me frozen pictures. That's not me, by the way, that's Sky. My internet's pretty fast. Gigabit per second. What the fuck is it? I think it's like 900 or some shit. It's fast. Thank you very much. But yeah, so we're just gonna wait. You can listen to me talk shit for a while. Not a while, but I'll talk shit a little bit because they're only gonna tell us what we already know. Congratulations, Labour's got the biggest majority. Wah wah wah. Okay, okay, we're gonna get some Tory tears. Let's see.
Great to have you both on the programme. Margaret, to you first. I can see the smile on your face.
I think it's an unbelievably wonderful morning for me, having been awake all night too. If you'd asked me in 2019, did I think there would be a Labour victory at the next general election, I'd have said no chance. We had the worst defeat that we'd had since 1935, and I thought it would take at least a decade to rebuild that trust in Labour that would bring us back into government. So you've got to hand it to Keir Starmer. He has done completely brilliantly. He ruthlessly reformed the party, made the party fit for purpose, and then he turned to the country and he has, won an astounding victory.
Without taking away the strength of the majority, because it is, as you say, extraordinary and such a turnaround from one of your worst ever results, the vote share is very low.
Because it's going to be fucking low, you stupid cunt. Most people don't fucking vote. I said this before. Most people don't vote in the country. In most fucking democracies across the planet Earth. Not just us fucking retards. People don't vote. Like, literally. First of all, they can't be asked. And that's called being human. They just can't be asked to vote. They don't fucking give a fuck. Like, seriously. Like, unless you're Australian where you're forced to fucking vote. But people, when they get there, they just scribble. They just scribble on the shit anyway. In Australia, you're forced to vote by law. What do? Spoil the ballot. They don't give a fuck either way. So even if you make people vote, they're just gonna write fuck you on the fucking page anyway. You can't make people do shit unless it's interesting or important. People don't give a fuck anyway. Because let's be honest, it sounds really a bit weird, but most politicians sound like fucking door knockers anyway. They always sound like stupid twats. Oh, we're going to do this, and then they never do anything. Or they say they're going to do some shit, and it fails. Like, stop the boats. Like, it's a stupid idea. Stop the boats. Like, the fucking boats aren't a problem. We've got millions of people flying in on planes. What's your problem with boats, you fucking crazy cunts? We live on a fucking island.
And, and people have paid the price with their seats overnight. And so I think, of course, we can rebuild. Much will depend on the makeup of the parliamentary party, the analysis of exactly what's gone wrong, where votes have moved to, for example. But I do think, it's extraordinary. We're obviously going to talk about a Labour victory, but there is another story of the night, which is the sort of rise of the independents.
The story of the night is the literal fucking destruction of this. Okay, I know I shit on reform because I should, but it's still a fascinating aspect of the electoral. Like, they keep saying the proportion of the vote's small, which I just pointed out doesn't matter anyway, as long as people vote. Doesn't matter. If one person votes, that's everybody. Like, literally, that's how democracy fucking works. If you use a voting system, you fucking clown, right? So, the point is, the proportion of people who voted differently is mental, especially for the guys in light blue down there, like Jeffrey Leaks. 7,000. If you add that 7,000 onto Mel Stride's tally, that's 20-odd thousand votes she got. That's a split Tory vote. And that might be some Tories, actually, and some Labour, because that's often sometimes how it works. You get both of them, right? But let's just say that was a Tory vote. The Tories wouldn't have been hammered even half as much if Reform went in there. Reform literally literally fucking handed Labour way more seats than they should have got, which is brilliant. Because racists served a purpose in this election. And I do say racist because I don't fucking care. Because most of them fucking are racists. Fuck all this Reform shit. It's just the BNP with a different fucking name. And if you think I'm messing, like I said before, the BNP has been a part of British fucking society since Enoch fucking Powell. Right? So get over it. Like, I understand my country. Most of it's fucking white. That's why I'm called a minority. I can count to fucking 10. But in France, they do the exact same thing. In France, the National Front renamed itself to Front some other fucking bollocks. What was the fucking... It's fucking rally bollocks. Whatever. Anyway, point being is, they had a makeover. So what these far-right fascist motherfuckers are doing is they're going, oh, we're not racist, but we're racist. So we'll change our fucking name to some other stupid shit. And then dog whistle as loud as humanly fucking possible so every fucking cunt can hear what we're saying. But on national TV, we're not racist. No, we don't hate Jews or Muslims. No. Like Marine Le Pen, who took over the National Front in France. Her dad denied the Holocaust. Literally. And then I seen a black woman yesterday, no jokes, black woman, tell some reporter, I don't give a fuck about the Front National because they're just as shitty as the actual politicians that we elect, so I don't care. Which is mad. And you think that doesn't happen right now, or what you're watching, you're fucking stupid too. Because that's exactly what's happened. We have a far right that is literally fucking TikToking and fucking Instagramming and Xing the fuck out of stupid fucking people who literally don't know the difference between racism and being ignorant. Because they're not that fucking smart. But they will vote for their best interest. Because most people are fucking selfish cunts today. And the internet is the perfect viewing portal to selfish, self-obsessed fucking retards. Because everybody begs for money on the fucking YouTubes, in case you haven't been paying attention. Oh, if I can't make videos unless you subscribe to my channel and give me fucking money. Or some fucking waffly shit. Oh, and there's an advert from my sponsor. From like a hair bollock company or some stupid shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can see it on YouTube on every fucking video. There's always some stupid shit you want to watch. Is an ad from a sponsor. Fuck off, right? And that's called selfish, greedy fucking cunts. Because YouTube never used to give you money. Ever. It's only recently that they decided to use you as a form of advertisement. You are the product, you fucking clowns. Eyeballs, adverts, give me money. Same thing with Twitch. Twitch now is just turned into porn. I remember Twitch before it was bought by Amazon, and it wasn't even called Twitch. It used to be called Justin TV, motherfucker. I know the guys who make that shit and sold it to fucking Amazon. Literally. I ain't rich like them, but I fucking know them. It was a stupid webcam webpage for fucking weirdos like me who used to stream my fucking computer games. And that was full of fucking hobos with no fucking like bras on doing ASMR or some fucking Trumpy shit. The rise of fucking OnlyFans. Like, literally, OnlyFans is a thing. Who's asked? I mean, I'm not blaming the fucking people who do it, but that's the state of society. Go look at Pose. Fucking, I mean, shit, porn's been on the internet forever. I mean, it's the number one search thing on the internet. It's porn and computer games. But literally, it's a career. It's fucking bizarre. E-begging because you're a hoe. Mental. And this all comes down to how your politics and what you consume as a nerd is intertwined. If you think YouTube isn't YouTube, sorry, let me phrase this differently. If you think YouTube, the way it looks and the way it is, and TikTok and all these mad applications that you use are not related to the shitty fucking governments that everybody's electing, you're very mistaken. Very mistaken. Honestly, you should do some, first of all, you need to read Noam Chomsky. That's what you need to do. And understand that the economy as well is a bit mad. It's not what they tell you as well. And the tech giants and all these fucking motherfuckers, most of them are literally owned or come from DOD shit, which is Defense Department shit, GPS, all that shit. That all came from weapons. No jokes. And then they licensed them out to companies like Apple. Like, Apple never paid ever one dime in a penny. Well, I shouldn't say penny because that makes no sense. Apple never paid a cent to the American taxpayer who developed GPS. But yet GPS is in your phone. In every single person's phone, there's a GPS system. Did any corporation pay you, well, technically Americans because they invented it, pay any Americans any money for that shit? No. But they're going to charge you $700 for the phone or $1,000 for the phone, even though they don't even make that phone in America. They make it in China, and China don't pay their fucking motherfuckers the same amount of money that you'd expect to be paid in the United States. So what are you paying for? An illusion, motherfucker. An illusion of grandeur. I got an iPhone. Okay, good for you. You can't count to fucking 10. You get the point. It's all a bit weird. But people want to live in a fucking daydream and expect the world to be a better place when you don't face reality. There's lots of scams, and we're watching one right now. Fucking Sky News is a scam. The amount of shit that they talk is fucking hilarious. And now they're going to kiss Keir Starmer's ass all day long. And then, give it a few days, they're going to be up Nigel Farage's ass. Quicker than you can say fucking Sky News. Because who's it owned by? Rupert Murdoch. What other company does he run? Fox News. What did Fox News just get sued for? Lying. Literally telling lies about a company. Saying the United States was rigged. The election was rigged. And he didn't care. If you read his deposition in court, I only care about money. That's literally what he said. I only give a fuck about the money. I don't give a fuck about what you think I'm saying. Motherfucker. Pay me. I just want eyeballs on the TV. I don't give a fuck if it's true or not. Even though it says news in the fucking sentence of his company. Fox News. More like Fox Entertainment. That's what it should be fucking called. Right? So you should be careful what you watch. And there's Liz Truss, my best mate. Look at her crying. Oh, she's a happy loser. God damn it. Worst Prime Minister in my fucking lifetime. Yeah, get out. No one wants to give her a hug. Everyone feels ashamed. It's because it's on TV. Don't hug me, bitch. You got no friends. Fuck off. Get out. Fell Prime Minister, fell fucking MP. I love that. She got beat. I was gonna say I'm gonna dream about Liz Truss, but that's fucking kind of creepy, isn't it? Don't want to dream about that bitch.
She needs no introduction, does she? She was beaten into second place with 11,217 votes, and also, of course, worth reflecting on the big chunk of votes that went to the Reform candidate there in Norfolk South West. Right, let's bring in Sam Coates and Adam Bolton at this point, shall we? Great to have you both here. Sam, to you first. Your reflection.
Well, that Liz Truss result, fascinating. She lost almost half of her vote, and that is the thing that put her behind the Labour candidate. And that encapsulates a large part of the story of the last few hours. Now, we are seeing a peaceful transition of power, but there's been a peaceful political revolution overnight that has put Keir Starmer on course for Downing Street with...
To be fair, I did say that before. I'm going to waffle because the fucking election's over. I can waffle as much as I want now. And I got to see Liz Truss fucking soul get ripped out of it. Fucking husk of a body. But I did say this before. The one thing I'm glad about, even though I hate the Tories, and well, clearly I do because you can fucking hear it. Our country is not that batshit crazy like America. And that's actually a good thing. Like, literally, when Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden, they literally stormed the Capitol building of the United States. All the crazies that were lied to. Like, literally, they were lied to. God bless them. The idea of America in their stupid tiny brains, it does clearly exist. But to be gullibly, fucking willingly, stupidly lied to, intentionally, is mad. But they believed it. And don't ever think that can't happen in the 21st century. Because the one thing that you need to understand is, and I didn't make this shit up. If you forget history, you're bound to repeat it. I'm just saying, like, common sense. Everybody knows that saying, right? If you think fascists have gone away because you read it in history book, Mussolini and all these crazy fucking... No, bro. They still exist. They're dead, clearly. I'm not saying they actually weren't around because that'd be fucking weird. But the idea of Mussolini and all these crazy fucking hobos, they still exist. Nazis literally still exist to this day. It's very hard to get rid of ideas. Like, especially in fucking humans who are the biggest stupid fucking cunts on planet Earth, clearly. It's hard to get rid of ideas. Especially when you break... Every single day, if what you constantly tell the populace is X, if you convince these fuckers enough, people, that is, they will believe the shit that you tell them, because they literally think the government is there on their side. What? Okay. Well, people think that, unless you actually have, like, an observant view, and then you end up like fucking Nazi Germany, or some weird-ass country. Or fucking Italy with Mussolini, right? So, that can happen in today's world. Who would have thought 5, 10 years ago, we'd be saying, oh, fucking Putin's gone apeshit crazy and invaded a fucking country in Europe. Nobody. Is fucking Russia at war in Europe? Yes. I'm just glad nobody's fucking hit the nuclear weapon button, because that's a stupid fucking idea. But even then, doesn't mean that can't happen. I know, like, I don't want to be fucking Mr. Armageddon, but I don't trust humans as far as I can throw them. And I'm only a small guy, so I can't throw people very fucking far, which is not far at all. So do not think for one moment that your iPhone, your internet, your somehow stupid, amazing ability to make fucking TikTok videos doesn't stop some fucking batshit crazy leader like Putin from fucking starting World War III. Because the world was a happy place before World War I, the last time I checked. And then it was a happy place, and then World War II happened. It's a happy place. No, it's not. It's not a happy place, is it? It's just amazing that we have nuclear weapons, because it does actually make these fucking crazy fuckers think. But then I don't put it past them to literally do it anyway, because I don't know where they've buried all these bunkers where all these rich fuckers can live when they nuke the rest of us into oblivion. And I wouldn't put it past them to do that shit either, because they're fucking crazy anyway. Don't forget, we literally sell arms to kill people. Like the Ferengi. Like, that's what we do. Like, some of our biggest companies are literally there to sell weapons to other idiots so they can kill each other. I mean, it's not like I just made that shit up. Eisenhower said that shit. The military-industrial complex. Be aware of these fuckers. Because when war is profitable, fuck anybody's up for fucking getting invaded then, innit? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, bit mad in that regards. Waffling again as usual. I don't like Margaret Hodge, she's a fucking swat. That's her name, by the way. Margaret Hodge. She's a waffly Labour cunt. And she's also very boring. She just mentioned before, they had the biggest defeat since 1938. But they also had the biggest proportion of votes when Jeremy Corbyn was leader since 1942 or some stupid shit. I think it was like just before the war. So, did Jeremy Corbyn screw the pooch? Yes, he did. But they always mention his loss. They don't mention his gains. And like I said, we've got a right-wing press, literally, that are owned by people that aren't even British. Rupert Murdoch owns fuckloads of newspapers in the United Kingdom. He's not even English. He's an Australian. But yet, I mean, do you need any fucking help from me telling you that Rupert Murdoch's a fucking cunt? Go look at America. What he did to America itself. He nearly destroyed America with one news channel. One news channel in America that all these hillbillies watch and think is God's truth. A lot of Americans think God wrote the fucking Constitution. 33% of Americans, like I said before, literally can't find America on a fucking globe. And there's 200 million Americans. And if you know how percentages works, that's a lot of people who are fucking stupid. I'm not saying all British people are smart, because they're fucking clearly not. And we had the fucking Tories in power for 14 years. Clearly some fucking stupid cunts exist. But that's mad, isn't it? And then, politically speaking, because I'm off on a tangent, the advisors who work for the Tories are American, right-wing ones. Liz Truss went to America to the RNC convention, in case you missed it. Did anybody miss that? She went to the RNC convention and stood next to Steve Bannon, who is now currently serving jail time for not going in front of Congress when he was told to, because he thinks he's a special American, apparently. Which is brilliant. So yeah, fuck the Tories, who are funded by right-wing Christians in America, Republicans, the same people who fund Donald Trump, actually. The IAEA, or whatever the fucking stupid fucking name is. There's two of them. There's one in England, there's one in America. IAE, or some shit. Institute for Economic Affairs. IEA, yeah, IEA. They're the English version. But there's one in America called the EIA. It's literally just the same shit backwards. It's the same people, but they just made two different corporations. And then they said they're charities, think tanks. It's basically right-wing crazy Christians, and they're funded by the likes of I was going to say the Koch brothers, but one of them thankfully died. Only one of them left to go. But they're funded by basically crazy religious fucking nutters in America, who are Christians, by the way, or Bible bashers, as we should like to call them. So yeah, they fund the Tory party along with the Russians. And you can ask Boris Johnson of that. He literally went to a party with the son of an ex-KGB agent, like literally, and didn't tell anybody, which is a bit weird, isn't it? Especially if your name's Boris. Yeah, I mean, you got these Tories are fucking shifty, and I'm not saying Labour's any less shifty, because they probably are just as shifty, but I fucking hate the Tories, and I'm a happy man to see that on my screen. 409 seats, Tories, goodbye. bye-bye. Goodbye. The Nigel Farage thing's fucking funny though. And Richard Tice. So we're going to get Richard Tice in the House of Commons. And Nigel Farage. My stream's going to be fucking brilliant from now on. Not because of me, clearly. You know. But the content is going to be great. Which I'm not going to lie. It is. Anyway, when's Keir Starmer going to show up and make a speech so I can fuck off to bed? Because it's just stupid to fucking clock in the morning.
The sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's change too for a string of Conservative big hitters who've lost their seats. The biggest scalp, former Prime Minister Liz Truss, losing what should be a safe seat in Norfolk South West.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat, but conceded defeat to Labour.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell to the Lib Dems, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg, losing North East Somerset. Ed Davey's party having its best night in decades.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South to a pro-Palestinian independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, we've got a new face around the table. Joining us is Liz Kendall, former Shadow Work and Pension Secretary. I guess perhaps hoping for that to be made into the Work and Pension Secretary by the end of the day. Let's start off with the extraordinary result. You must be delighted.
I am. I feel so proud of Keir and the whole team. The long, hard graft we put in to change the party and this quite remarkable victory, and that is down to Keir's leadership. I really remember the morning after the 2019 election, which was so grim, the whole election, and I wouldn't have thought we would have done this. And he was just absolutely single-minded in changing the party, Keir, and I think that this victory is a testament to his remarkable grit, determination and leadership.
Without wanting to take away from the scale of the victory...
I don't think we can. I don't think...
Have you noticed every sentence that comes out of the stupid bitch's mouth is... I don't want to take away from the victory. Like, every time I've unpaused this video, well, not unpaused it, unmuted it, that's the first thing she says. Oh, it's a remarkable fucking... but I don't want to take away from it. Oh, please do. Go on. Like, be my guest, you fucking Debbie fucking Downer.
Job isn't to pile up votes in seats. It is to get the biggest, strongest majority and mandate that we can. This is actually a testament to the strategy that we followed, to not have all of our activists in already Labour seats, to move them progressively to more and more challenging seats. And I think this is actually, this result shows that we used our votes wisely, we used our activists widely in order to get that strategy.
I absolutely accept that this is a reflection on an extremely well-run campaign and strategy. You talk about...
Laser-focused.
Laser-focused.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, there's going to be difficult times ahead. You will acknowledge that more than anyone. The inheritance is difficult. The more people who vote for you across the country, whether or not they are in safe seats or not, that matters, doesn't it?
I think that what matters is you have to deliver. And the one thing I've learnt, feeling a little bit long in the tooth these days as a politician, is that politics is volatile and you can't take any vote or win for granted. Things can change extraordinarily quickly. And we have seen the country crying out for change. They've backed us to deliver it. But we know, after a brief period where we smile and feel pleased about what we have done, that we've got to get on and deliver, and the pressure to do that. Keir Starmer, I think you heard in his speech, he's under no illusions, but the job and the work has got to start straight away. But we have a plan, we're determined to do it, and you know, I have been all over the country, so have you, I'm sure, speaking to people. There is cynicism about whether change is possible. But I know from great reforming governments of the past who created the NHS, the minimum wage, lifted children out of poverty, devolution in Scotland and Wales. Big changes, social and economic, are possible, but we have to prove and we have to deliver, and that's what we'll intend to do.
You haven't promised changes on that scale, though, have you?
Do you know, again, forgive me for being a child of my political upbringing. I remember in 1997 when we had, on our pledge card, we'd take 100,000 people off NHS waiting lists. We were attacked by the right saying you couldn't do it and the left for saying, you know, it wasn't big enough. But we left office having ended waiting, and Tony Blair was heckled for people having to see their GP within 48 hours. So you can make change, but you have to go step by step.
the changes that we'll see under a Keir Starmer administration are going to be bigger than the ones on the plague chart. That's what you're saying.
We've said that. We've said here are the first steps, and here is our vision, a 10-year strategy of change. And people are desperate for it. I see it every week in my surgery. I know the moulding, damp houses. I know the poverty, the people in food banks. I know the poor quality jobs. I know how much has to change. And we are going to roll up these sleeves and get cracking.
We've been keeping a firm eye on the Downing Street door, which we will be doing throughout the day as the transfer of power happens. Are you hoping to be walking up Downing Street later? Have you had any conversations at all?
No, I haven't. And
No conversations had at all?
No, I would, anything that Keir asked me to do, front bench, back bench, I'll do. I am over the moon. You're going to see some incredible new Labour MPs. They're a cracking bunch, and I think this is going to be a really exciting time.
OK. One very quick question just to squeeze in while we've got you as well. How concerned are you at the rise of pro-Gaza independent candidates, all people who, of course, are running for George Galloway's Workers' Party? We have seen them eating away, running some Labour MPs, Jess Phillips, Wes Streeting, very close. Do you think that this means Labour should listen, or do you think that actually it's all about sticking to your principles and not worrying about that?
I always think you need to listen to voters. I mean, that's why I believe in... I'm a person who's believed in changing the Labour Party, not to say the voters were wrong. And you have to listen, you have to earn that trust, but you have to do that while sticking to your principles about wanting, on this absolutely critical issue, wanting peace, wanting a two-state solution, and wanting to give the people of Palestine and Israel the peace and security they deserve.
OK, good to have you on the programme today, Liz Kendall.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Right, let's talk to Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, shall we? Sam, you know, Liz, they're just saying that actually, you know what, all it shows is that Labour is winning where it needs to. Don't think about vote share. We've got the majority, we've got the mandate.
Labour have won, and they will delight in the massive majority. But I have to say, whichever way you look at the numbers, this is a loss for incumbents, particularly the Tories, not an advance for the Labour Party. And just going through the statistics is really, really clear. You know, across the whole of the UK, the Tories have dropped 20 percentage points. That's the biggest ever in any election. Labour's barely gone up 1.6. In England, Labour's barely gone up at all. In Scotland, another punishment beating for the incumbents, the SNP down 15 percentage points. That's allowed Labour through. In Wales, where Labour are in power in the Assembly, well, there, Labour are down in these elections, down 4 percentage points. And then if you look at individual seats, again, high-profile names associated with a big incumbent figure are being punished. So in Maidenhead, Theresa May's old seat, that's gone Liberal Democrat. In Uxbridge, Boris Johnson's old seat, that's gone Labour. This is about the public making clear their unhappiness. This has been a vote against something. Do the public know what's going to go in its place? Have they been convinced yet by what's about to pop up?
The population literally don't care at this point. It takes definitely a couple of months before even people begin to go, fucking hell. As long as they don't do nothing mental, like declare war or some stupid shit. Like, most people, everyday life in Britain is literally not going to change today, tomorrow, when Labour get in power. In terms, well, the only time it's going to change is when they start passing laws. And that's fuck knows when. I don't know what the fuck that is, to be honest with you. I don't know when Parliament's going to be open. Soon, maybe. The only time it's going to change is when they start changing the fucking laws. Because that literally affects people when you change the law, right? So, the population's just happy to get rid of the fucking Tories. That's for sure. People are happy they fucking got Nigel Farage in. I mean, it's funny. But whatever. It's whatever. Who cares anyway? Point being is, most Brits are not arsed. They're a bit lethargic. God bless them. So, not going to be bothered until they start changing laws. And when they don't change the laws, that's when they're going to get their ass kicked, and rightly so. Because the only way this shit changes is when they change the law. Like, literally, they need to change the laws in order for anything to happen. So, first of all, how quick are they going to be at changing the law? What laws, etc. The budget's going to be mental. Like, are we going to have an emergency budget? I don't fucking know. Are we going to... I mean, we might do. If Rachel Reeves gets her hands on them books, she's going to be fucking... She's a lot bean counter, isn't she? So she's going to be mad. So she's going to be like... We need to raise taxes because the Tories, it's even more grim than we thought it was. So, I mean, we could be in for anything at this point when it comes to money or whatever. But we'll see. Like, literally, we don't fucking know because he's not even fucking Prime Minister yet. He's still on a plane, apparently, getting there. And literally, I'm only waiting for this speech and then I'm literally going to sleep. That's all I'm waiting for. I just want to go to sleep with No, I don't want to go to sleep with Keir Starmer. That's a bit gay. Nothing got anything against gay people, obviously, but I just want to see him make a speech, and now I can go to sleep thinking, fucking no more Rishi Sunak, so I'll be a happy man. But other than that, no, we just have to wait. I know that sounds terrible because everybody wants everything yesterday. We're just gonna have to wait. The first PM's queues is going to be fucking brilliant. I know that much. Like, that is definitely going to be brilliant. I will be streaming more than I did before, just so you know. Yeah, a lot more. I just didn't see the fucking need to stream, especially during the election, because there's so much shit in elections anyway. Like I said, I could stream all this sort of bullshit that came up, like fucking the gambling thing, and that's just, it's interesting, but it's not really that great. But from now on, it's back to normal in terms of politics live, I guess. It's more interesting now because we've got a new government, so I feel like it's a bit more informative for especially the expats abroad. Because I know a lot of expats watch my stream, thankfully. Thank you, expat guys, or girls, or women, or whoever. But I want to stream it a bit more now because we've got a new government, so it's fucking interesting. It's just got bored fucking streaming the fucking Tories all the time. Ugh. I mean, 14 years. I mean, come on. Get tired after a while, don't you? Especially if you've been streaming the shit as long as I have. You get tired. It's just nice to have something else. A new like angle. Especially on my views, anyway, because I'm not really the last. I'm the king of Liverpool, so I don't care anyway. We're a republic. We're all kings and queens in my city. We're Scouse, not English, just so you know. But yeah, it's just gonna be interesting. Honestly, it is, and we'll see. They're in power now, so it's fucking on them, innit, I guess. I would say this though, the news is going to be interesting, or how they report it. It's going to be interesting how they report Labour. Like I said, we got a right wing media, so it's going to be interesting to see how they react. After 14 years, they've been really happy. Just suck Tory cock, shall we say. Now they're going to have to suck Labour cock. It's going to be... well, they won't. So the attacks are going to be interesting. So let's see what their attacks are in the news as well. I think that's going to be interesting, but I'm going to cover the attacks that they do on Labour. It's going to be funny. But yeah, anyway. Bravo, Keir Starmer. You got rid of the Tories. Thankfully. For now. Fucking hell. Woo! It is mental. It's like after 14 years, it is a bit surreal, especially when you're drunk anyway, like I am. To think that there's no more Tories. For everyone who voted, because I didn't need to, because you don't vote for kings. Thank you for getting rid of Liz Truss. Like, that's my favourite takeaway from the entire night. seeing soulless Liz Truss, I'm a happy man. I really am. And Keir Starmer is our new Prime Minister, which is mad because he's Sir Keir Starmer. Sir PM Starmer. It's going to be mad seeing him on the other side of the fucking dispatch box, innit? Think about that. He's going to be on the other side now. He's going to be pointing him. Oh my God. I want to see his first speech. Well, it's not speech. I want to see. Okay. I'm trying to think about 10 different things all at the same time while drunk. It's a bit complex. Is Rishi Sunak going to be the Labour leader, Tory leader by the time I wake up? Or is he going to get sacked? Because I'm thinking, who's he going to face first? Who's Keir Starmer's first victim? Because I remember Tony Blair, when he first won, literally ripped to shreds the opposition. It was fucking brilliant. So, this is going to be fun. And I know for sure he's going to take the piss. Because I fucking would. Anyway, let's listen to his waffle. He is waffling. Don't take it too seriously. But it is a momentous time. 14 years. Fucking hell. Honestly, it feels like getting rid of Thatcher. That's how mental this is. I can't believe the Tories have been in power for that long. It's fucking weird.
We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
One breaking result to bring you. The Conservatives have managed to hold on to Daventry. This is the former seat of the former Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton-Harris. He wasn't standing this time, but the Conservative candidate Stuart Andrew just about managing to hang on in Daventry. Right, we can speak now to the SNP Westminster leader, Stephen Flynn, who joins us now. Well, I have to say it's been almost a complete collapse in the vote for the Scottish National Party. You've said that you need to listen to what voters are saying. What are they telling you?
Well, they've obviously told us that they don't want to vote for the Scottish National Party this time around, and it's been a very bleak election for the party. We've lost a huge number of very valued colleagues. It's not a reflection on them, it's not a reflection on their work in Westminster. It's just a tsunami, a Starmer tsunami that has swept over us, and it's not just that actually. It's something bigger. You know, the party's not been in the place it should have been over the course of recent times. I think we all accept that. There's different reasons as to why that's the case, and it's incumbent upon us now to have that internal, robust, frank discussion about what's went wrong, how do we fix it, and how do we rebuild the trust that we've so clearly lost.
There have been, as you say, many factors behind this. Just to name a couple, you would think the fact that, key figures in your party being arrested, 3 leaders without an election. Is John Swinney still the man to lead the party?
Yeah, of course he is. There's nobody better to rebuild the SNP from the foundations small foundations that we now have than John Swinney. It's been an incredibly tough night for all of us, but we need someone who can lead us into the future, who can bring us all together, who can open the curtains and look at some of the skeletons that are behind there and make sure that we accept the problems that we faced and we rebuild, we refocus and we bring the Scottish National Party
on the
back to trust.
programme today. Stephen Swin there of the SNP. So much more coming up next. Stay with us.
Breaking news, Calmano has kept covered storage ponds to save on... What? Why don't you stick pipes up the fucking cows' asses? That's some fucking weird shit, I don't know. It's not to do with politics, clearly. You'd have like fucking vegan protesters fucking wanting to kill themselves. Oh. Come on, Keir Starmer, get off your plane and make your fucking speech already, you twat. I want to go to sleep. I'm fucking knackered. Literally, it's 8 o'clock in the fucking morning. I'm tired. Can I just say thank you for you weird, wonderful viewers who are fucking... I don't know if you're still watching. Fuck knows. But if you are, 10 out of 10. You're a pro nerd, politics nerd like me. I need to... literally watch this shit though, and then go to sleep. No, it's like I was gonna say ACD, OCD. Like it's gonna trigger me if like I'll just be thinking I want to see the speech. I need to see the speech, so it'll fucking annoy me when I go to sleep. Even though I'm fucking drunk and I can literally pass out. Like seriously, I'm fucking tired. And I spent all day. Not all day. All night, technically. I was gonna watch fucking the new fucking movie with the thingy in it. Oh shit, I can't remember. See, my brain is pickled more than normally. I've had way too many beers, to be honest with you. What's it called? Beverly Hills Cop. There we go. The new Beverly Hills Cop is literally on Netflix, which I only found out about just before I was like gonna stream the election bullshit. I didn't even know. I thought it was in the cinema. It's on fucking Netflix. The new... So if you want to watch it, if you're thinking, what can I watch because I'm bored shitless, which, yeah, let's be fair, most people are, if not doing shit. New Beverly Hills Cop. Beverly Hills Cop 3, technically, is on Netflix. So I want to watch that. So I've got something to watch eventually when I wake up. So that's going to be interesting. And all the old actors from Beverly Hills Cop in it, which is great. So we've got like all the old people. Not old, but you know what I mean. Well, yeah. They're in it. They're in the new one, so that's great. So it's like watching the old one, but they're all fucking older now. Even though I'm gonna be honest, Eddie Murphy still looks 20. Like Black Don't Crack got that shit right. He still looks the same fucking age, and he's like 70 or something. Okay, he's not 70, but he's fucking old, isn't it? He's older than fucking I am. Is the point. But yeah, Eddie Murphy looks just as good, which is a testament. He's looking after himself, Eddie Murphy. But yeah, all the other actors are in it. I forgot the names, but yeah, they're in it as well, which is cool. So I'm going to watch that later when I eventually fucking wake up. Fuck knows when I'm going to wake up. I'm blaming Keir Starmer, by the way. So if anyone wants to message me, don't, because I'll be in a coma. I'm so fucking tired. Anyway, let's listen to them. You don't want to listen to fucking my stupid rambling ass.
Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election, and Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Conceding defeat, Rishi Sunak admitted voters had rejected the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
In one of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses.
Look at it. Look at his soulless fucking body. I literally have to pause it because I'm... This is so unusual. Some kind of weird meme. I don't know who it is. I'm not... Well, I am autistic, clearly. That's what I actually get paid for, but... Someone... Just anybody else want to do it? I want to just, like... She looks... She's literally the most useless fucking specimen of a human ever. When it, like, she should run the country for 40 days. Look at her eyes. Just look inside of her soul. She doesn't have one. But, you know, just look at that picture. That's the best thing about my entire madness of staying awake. Listen to this shit. It's looking at her fucking face. You gormless fucking twat. Go away. Just go away. Never come back. You fucking... Oh my god. It's just... like... I'm lost. For words. Oh no, how much I love this. I love her face at this point. I want to make that a poster and put it on my wall. And just be like, throw darts at it or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so brilliant. Especially knowing that she knows she's fucking turd. She literally is. Knowing that she's utter garbage. It's brilliant. She's just this shite. She's the worst Prime Minister. And she just got sacked as an MP as well. Oh, brilliant. I'm having a fucking great day today. It's on so many levels. Like, some people, okay, weird one, didn't want David Davis to get sacked at all. Didn't want David Davis to get sacked. Because I actually quite like David Davis. But I wanted Jeremy Hunt to get sacked. But he survived. Because I want the Tories to be like a bunch of rats in a sack and eat themselves to death. Because they're all fucking cunts anyway. Suella Braverman. And you know the great thing is, like I said before, is the Tories have got like... Their problem isn't the Labour Party anymore, clearly, because Labour's just fucking destroyed them. Their problem is Nigel Farage, and that is going to be fucking joy to watch. Like, on so many levels. So, anyway, back to Sky News' coverage of the Shitfest. Well, it's not Shitfest. It's great. I should say it's great. But the Tories did a shitfest, and well, what's left of them anyway? Fucking useless twats.
To Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were also voted out as 11 cabinet ministers lost their seats. It was also a night of success for the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey celebrating their best results in recent history. And Reform leader Nigel Farage says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border. This is the scene in Downing Street this morning, where later today we will witness only the second change of government in 27 years. So Keir Starmer, set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. Hello and good morning from Westminster on this historic day for the United Kingdom. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory, and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. After 14 years of Conservative rule, Rishi Sunak conceded defeat a little before 5 this morning, saying it had been a sobering night for his party. A record-breaking 11 cabinet ministers have lost their seats. And two, in perhaps the biggest shock of the election, has Liz Truss, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister. Well, Labour's now won more than 400 seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Worth just pausing to look at the numbers on this historic day that we have. You can see there, Labour on a total of 409 seats. That is their best result since Tony Blair's in 1997. Remember, they only had 202 in 2019. The Conservatives, though, well, it's been a record-breaking night for them. They're only on 120 seats, only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. That is the biggest total seat loss of any Conservative party in their history. A big night for the Liberal Democrats as well, on 71 seats in total. I think we can see the latest pictures now of Rishi Sunak. He's arriving at the party headquarters in London, travelling down from his North Yorkshire constituency. He did hold on, of course, in Richmond, but with a greatly reduced majority. Later on, of course, he'll be making his final speech as Prime Minister, the man who has just entered the history books as the man who led Britain's most successful political party to their worst ever loss of seats at a general election. We're expecting him to be walking out of that car very shortly to go and talk to the people at Conservative Party headquarters, the people, of course, who gave everything to that campaign, who tried to make his big gamble work, but the decision to call the general election ending in failure.
Do you blame yourself, Rishi Sunak?
Well, the door shuts. We will, of course, see him later, of course, in Downing Street. Throughout the morning, we are going to be following this historic day, the transfer of power, with a panel of guests, plus Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, of course, giving us their full analysis and reaction to what's been a momentous night. Ben Bradshaw is here for the Labour Party, plus Sir Charles Walker for the Conservatives. We'll have lots from you later on. First, though, I do just want to bring you the story of how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has the story of the night.
Walking into the biggest job in British politics. Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister. After 14 years of opposition,
we did it!
Labour are back in power.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's change too for a string of Conservative big hitters who've lost their seats. The biggest scalp, former Prime Minister Liz Truss losing what should be a safe seat in Norfolk South West.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat, but conceded defeat to Labour.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg. And it was a night of celebration for the Lib Dems. Ed Davey's party having its biggest night in more than a century.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South to a pro-Palestinian independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, if you're just waking up, the story this morning, Labour has won the general election, and not only won it, they've got a landslide. We can look now at the numbers on this historic day, because you can see there Keir Starmer's Labour Party on a total of 409 seats. Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. The Conservatives, though, have had a record-breaking night for all the wrong reasons. They've lost more seats in a general election than at any time in their history. They're only on 120 seats. The Lib Dems, a record-breaking night for the right reasons. 71 seats for the Liberal Democrats. That is their best ever seat total. It's been a, frankly, disastrous night, though, for the Scottish National Party. They're down to just 9 seats in total. The Green Party on 4 seats in total, so a good night there for the Green Party, picking up 4 seats, quadrupling their previous number. And Reform have won their first 4 seats, a young party, of course. That includes Nigel Farage becoming the new MP for Clacton. There is one breaking result that I do want to bring you now, because it does go against the story of the night, because you can see there the Labour Party have lost Birmingham Perry Barr in the West Midlands. The former MP there, Khalid Mahmood, losing to the independent candidate there by just 507 votes. So it was closely run, but you can see there the independent candidate, Ayub Khan, on 13,303. Khalid Mahmood, the Labour Party candidate, on 12,796. Just want to have a quick chat here to Adam Bolton and Sam Coates about this. Not to take away from the absolutely storming majority that Labour have got, but underneath the bonnet of that result, we are seeing some independent candidates, some candidates from George Galloway's party, either running Labour pretty close, or in the case of Birmingham, taking it all together.
I think this reinforces the sense that in some ways this has been quite a negative election, and the things motivating voters in quite a lot of areas, whether it was getting out the Tories, whether it was punishing the SNP, or here, whether it was voting against what is perceived to be an establishment position on the Middle East, voters are seeking to punish as much as they are seeking to reward. And here we have another independent matching some of the others around the country. And some of those with party affiliations, and some of those familiar names have also ridden this wave. We have, kind of almost astonishingly, Jeremy Corbyn back in Islington, who I think campaigned a lot on this issue. You have Thangam Debonair, who yesterday was a member of the Shadow Cabinet, out in her Bristol seat to the Greens. And again, I think that this issue has played quite a big role in that decision by the voters there. So single issues clearly really motivating larger numbers of people than I can remember at any election since 2005 and the Iraq War. Labour won again then. But it was, I think it's been quite stark.
And Jonathan Ashworth losing in Leicester. So, we've now got a group in Parliament. I mean, never mind the effect on other seats. We've got a group in Parliament, maybe about half a dozen people, including Jeremy Corbyn, who are saying the number one issue is the Palestinian issue. And I think most people would say with hindsight that Keir Starmer did make that initial misstep when he appeared to say that cutting off water was a legitimate approach, although he tried to row back on it. But, it's very interesting because this is an absolute blue touch paper issue. And one wonders on the other side what the Reform MPs are going to make of it, talking about, ethnic diversity in the UK and maybe trying to weaponise that factor of Muslim voters in the UK as well. So, this is one of the things that's going to be very delicate for Keir Starmer, although, it's always struck me as paradoxical that this is such a motivating issue, since there's absolutely nothing that the UK can do to affect what happens in the Middle East.
Thank you both very much indeed. As you see there, Birmingham Perry Barr won by the independent candidate, Labour losing control of that seat. Just to recap, if you've missed it, which I'm sure you haven't, Labour have won. Keir Starmer going to number 10 Downing Street with a landslide majority. On this historic day, we are going to be following the two party leaders as the transfer of power takes place, and of course, talking you through the numbers and what it all means as well. Labour on a total of 409 seats. That is a doubling of their seats in the last election. The Conservatives down to 120, the loss of 248 seats, their worst ever. We can now take a look at the scale of the victory for the Labour Party and go to Ali Fortescue, who has got some screens for us. She's been crunching some numbers. Ali.
Morning, Sophie. Yeah, what a night. And this is it. You know, we've had the exit poll, we've had weeks of polling, but now we've got the actual numbers and we've got a whole new map of Britain. Look at this. It's completely different. You'll remember last time the Sea of Blue, that extraordinary, unexpected coalition of votes that Boris Johnson so neatly knitted together. You could walk from the northwest to the northeast on Tory blue. Well, look at this. They have rebuilt that red wall. You can see all the Lib Dem gains here in the south. And of course, the other big story is Scotland up here. Big Labour resurgence in Scotland. We are waking up today to a whole new political map in the UK. And let's have a look at what that means. We've heard the word historic this morning, and that is what this looks like for the Conservatives. This is vote share results so far, 22%. When did we last see that? We'll look back through here, through the 1970s, the 1950s, the 1920s, all the way back to 1835, when the whole system was basically reformed. The new Tory party became more like what it is now. So this is completely historic when you look back. Not seen anything like this since 1835. So where have all those votes gone? Well, this is a sort of state of the parties in terms of votes won or lost. I mean, you can see here the scale of the Conservatives' loss, particularly when you think that they came from a high mark in 2019. A lot of those votes going to Labour. Worse than we are seeing a few Labour losses, part of that down to that Gaza effect, people like Jonathan Ashworth, the big losers from that. It's been a great night for the Lib Dems, hasn't it? They have got nearly 7 times the number of seats that they got back in 2019, and a terrible night for the SNP as well. But this is what's really interesting, because the picture is actually more complicated from the Labour Party than you might first think. The scale of their landslide in terms of seats is been compared to 1997. But when you look at the actual vote share, so this is how many people are actually, voting for Labour. Look at this. This is as we progress through the night and more seats are announced. Labour are well below 1997. In fact, they are below 2017 when Jeremy Corbyn was leader. That is really interesting. And part of that is down to this. So this is other parties, not the two main parties. Parties like the Lib Dems and Reform. Look how well they've done in terms of vote share. We haven't seen anything like that since 1918. So a good night for those parties. And I want to look a bit more closely at Reform, because these are seats where Reform came second. Some of them are those kind of Tory red wall seats that were won by Boris Johnson. Now the Conservatives not even second in those seats. And this is a really important part of the picture for the night. So this down at the bottom is how the percentage of people that voted for Brexit in any given seat, as you'd expect. These more Remain voting seats, you're seeing green. And as you get further this way, last time round, there was much more blue round here. Boris Johnson, with that Get Brexit Done message, really winning over many of those Labour voters. They are all going red now. Look at this. And you can see some Reform up over here. So a lot of red down at this end of the table. And of course, with these sorts of results for the Conservative Party come big names that have lost their seats. And I just wanted to select a couple of those. Portsmouth North. This is Penny Mordaunt's seat. She was fighting so hard. She was missing some big kind of Conservative events to fight that seat. It's always been a bellwether seat. It's gone with the winning party, and it's done that this time. A slim majority for the new Labour MP there. But she, Penny Mordaunt, expected to be someone who would want to run for the leadership, one of the favourites with the bookies. She is out in Portsmouth North. Well, in Hatfield, this is Grant Shapps' seat. He has gone as well. The interesting thing you see from this is Reform. Look at that in third place. And if you added their votes to the Conservative vote, they would have got over the line. And this could be the moment of the night. Liz Truss, this is one of the safest Conservative seats, really. Norfolk South West. Liz Truss has lost that seat very narrowly, the new Labour MP there, with a majority of 630. So, yeah, some pretty extraordinary results coming in. And let's just lastly have a quick look at this. This says it all, really. Here you go, 2019, as I was saying, this incredible result for Boris Johnson, winning those red wall seats. And look at this. This is a sea of red, really. This is the night for Keir Starmer. And you can see those reform, those 4 seats that have come in so far. Not quite what the exit poll had predicted so far. And of course, down here, the Lib Dem resurgence. It never really came back since after the coalition years. Well, Ed Davey has had a really good night. And the contrast, pretty plain to see the state of the parties. Whatever way you look at it, it's a big night.
Goodbye, Tories. Look at that. What a great map. Can we go back to that map? Oh, fuck's sake, no, it's Keir Starmer. Hurry up, Keir Starmer, with your speech, biatch. Oh no, that's Tory HQ. Someone's getting a sack. Is that Rishi Sunak going to the... it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Let's get sacked. I reckon he's going to resign. He's like, I'm going to stand down as the party leader. Twat. Yeah, imagine him. He doesn't want to face Keir Starmer at PMQs. I would rinse the fuck out of him if I was him. Keir Starmer, that is.
Into Conservative HQ, he's still in there talking to the troops, the people, of course, who put their everything into this election campaign, who tried to make his big gamble of the early election work. No words to the reporters as the door closes. Later on, of course, we are expecting him to be walking out that door after speaking to staff members and campaigners at Conservative Party headquarters, and then going to Downing Street, where, of course, he will be... I thought that might have been Rishi Sunak, but it wasn't, obviously. We'll keep a close eye on that door. He'll be heading to Downing Street, where, of course, he will give his final speech as Prime Minister. Our political correspondent, Murray Aurora, is standing by for us. A devastating night for Rishi Sunak. I wonder how he's going to handle it.
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. And, you know, to be a fly on the wall in that meeting at Conservative Party HQ as the Prime Minister, no longer the Prime Minister, speaking to the troops, as you say, presumably apologising for a historic defeat, a painful defeat for the Conservative Party, and an incredible landslide majority for the Labour Party. So once Rishi Sunak has done that at headquarters, we expect him to come back here to Downing Street, not only to pack his bags, but also to later this morning make a statement, make a speech. So we're expecting that statement to be around 10:30 this morning. We then expect Rishi Sunak to travel to Buckingham Palace to formally tender his resignation to the King. Then we expect Keir Starmer, our new Prime Minister, to have that kind of formal audience with the King. The King will ask him to form a government, and then he will be driven down the Mall to here, Downing Street, before he makes a statement as the first statement as the new Prime Minister of the UK, before meeting his team, but also appointing his cabinet. And it'll be interesting to see who he has in his cabinet, how much kind of shuffle and churn there will be. We know, for instance, Jonathan Ashworth was his shadow Paymaster General, who lost his seat overnight. So we could see some interesting moves and shakes when it comes to the new cabinet under Keir Starmer. But that's the timeline. I think what's important to remember is we were talking about that Ming Vase approach, weren't we, for the Labour Party? And it appears that actually the Labour Party have succeeded in carrying that Ming Vase all the way to 10 Downing Street without making a mess, without smashing it. And as you say, there are some interesting polling results coming out overnight. Perry Barr, for instance. So Labour will have to do some analysis on where they've got wrong, essentially, in some of those seats they've lost. But nonetheless, it is a stonking majority. Keir Starmer is our next Prime Minister. And he was talking about hope this morning, trying to bring some hope, positivity and sunlight into politics after what he would say would be a dark 14 years. So
it's pissing down there, and rightly so, on the fucking Tories. It's nice and sunny in Uplands, Scousland. It's nice and sunny. It's a sunny day, shall we say. Because I just went downstairs and made a lovely cup of coffee. It's a nice sunny day here in my kingdom of Liverpools. That's fucking brilliant. Even if it was pissed down, it'd still be a sunny day because there's no more fucking Tories.
I can see you trying to shift it onto Ben there, but really it does feel in many ways, you know, the story of the night is voters turning away from the Conservative Party. David Cameron lose it. Well, he obviously didn't lose, but, you know, the former seats of David Cameron, Theresa May going, Liz Truss losing her seat. I mean, this is a verdict on 14 years.
Yeah, look, it's an awful night. I mean, it's dreadful. Every time you've reminded your viewers of how bad it was off camera, I've been wincing. Ben's been having a smile. I've been wincing. It's been terrible. I mean, it's been a good night for men in their late middle ages. Ed Davey, Nigel Farage, Keir Starmer, they've had wonderful nights. Keir Starmer, the best of all of them. But for my party, it has been a really, really long night. And I stupidly, at 2 o'clock or just after 2 on an earlier Sky News programme, picked a fight with the exit poll, saying it was wrong. We were going to do better than 131.
You didn't say you'd eat your hat, did you?
No, I didn't. But it seems that we've actually done worse. And it's bitterly disappointing. And the Prime Minister will be bitterly disappointed. And he will bear this loss on his shoulders because that's the type of man that he is. He's a top man and a decent man.
We've got the story of the Conservative Party and the losses there. And then, of course, this huge majority for Labour. You were there in 97. Do you feel as if it's a similar, I guess, feeling of kind of exuberance that is leading voters into this election, or do you think it's more muted?
Certainly not exuberance leading voters into the election. I think there'll be exuberance among my Labour colleagues, with one or two sad exceptions where we've seen these idiosyncratic results. But the mood of the public's been very different, and I think he has recognised that with the approach to the campaign he's had of the so-called Ming Vase strategy. And the expectations, I think, of the public are much lower. And the result's very different. I mean, as you've pointed out, the share of the vote is not high by historical standards. A lot of that, I would say, is tactical voting. A lot of Labour voters voting Lib Dem in those seats where they think the Lib Dems have a better chance to beat the Tories. But there will be exuberance, but I also think caution, and Keir will be very aware about the size of this mandate, the nature of it, and the challenge ahead, and as well the need to address some of these issues, which has led to some of my very good colleagues losing their seats in exceptional results.
It feels like we should kind of look forward a little bit at this sort of juncture in the day as well. We're, of course, going to be waiting to hear from Rishi Sunak, but where do you think the Conservative Party needs to go next? Because, look, it's a bit of a cliche to say there'll be a battle for its soul going on, but that is what's going to happen, isn't it?
So, I mean, I don't mean to sound glib, it should go to ground for a few weeks, if not months, and really think about what it wants to do. I'm afraid one of the low points of the night was Suella Braverman's speech in her constituency, which I thought was just so out of order, so unnecessary. To fire the starting gun on a leadership contest and putting her name out there straight away, I just thought was a very, very unattractive thing to do. And I fear that the ill discipline that's bedevilled my party for the past 2 years is now so deeply embedded in its veins that actually we're going to tear ourselves apart for the next few months.
Do you blame them for the size of this loss?
Look, everybody, I'm a Conservative, we all have to take the blame. We all have to carry the blame on our shoulders. This was a collective enterprise and we failed miserably. And to blame the Prime Minister solely for it would be entirely wrong.
Charles, what do you think should happen next? Does Rishi Sunak stay on to allow the kind of long contest that you want? Should there be a pro tem leader? What do you think should happen today, tomorrow, over the next few weeks?
Well, I know what I would like. I would like the Prime Minister, he's still the Prime Minister for the next few hours, to stay on and say that we're going to have a proper think about this and there will be a new leader of the Conservative Party late in this year or perhaps early into next year. But we've got to understand what happened. There's lots of conjecture at the moment in studios and I'm sure around the country in constituencies about what went wrong. We need to really understand what went wrong.
But do we really think Rishi Sunak should be at Prime Minister's questions from the opposition benches at the dispatch box for weeks and weeks and weeks? That's not realistic, is it?
Well, that's a really good question, but I put it this way. The alternative is pretty horrible as well. So, look, we've got probably 3 sitting weeks till recess. The Prime Minister, soon to be leader of the opposition, could do PMQs. We have the summer recess. And then, we can make that decision in the fullness of time. But I think right now, a precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
Do you think there need to be changes in the rules, or are you happy to leave?
No, I've always said that our membership should not have any involvement in the selection of our party leader or Prime Minister when they're in office. I mean, I absolutely made that clear 2.5 years ago when we ended up with a third going to Penny Mordaunt, a third going to Liz Truss, and a third going to Rishi Sunak, and we ended up with Liz Truss.
Ben, I know you don't have long, so I just want a thought from you on the challenge ahead for Keir Starmer. As you said, he's going to be been carefully carrying that Ming bars. It feels like the size of the majority is almost made of the same stuff. What do you think he needs to do when he addresses the public from the steps of Number 10?
Well, I think he'll address the public as Prime Minister in a way which he's done all throughout the campaign, that he is a Prime Minister who will put the country before party. He's going to have to do an immediate reshuffle because he's lost a couple of his shadow cabinet members. And I think what you see is what you have seen is what you will get from Keir as Prime Minister. I don't think there'll be any big surprises. It'll be about quiet competence, delivery, and trying to rebuild the trust of the people in politics as a whole.
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to be bringing you the story of the night here on Sky News, but also the story of the day as the transfer of power goes ahead. And of course, a big part of the story will be these guys, the Liberal Democrats. You can tell it's them by those splashes of yellow as they await for their leader, Sir Ed Davey, to come and give a speech in central London. I should say it's been a very good night for the Liberal Democrats. They've won a total of 71 seats. That's up 63, 12% of the total vote share across the country. And that is their highest ever total of MPs for the Liberal Democrats. Let's remind you again of the story you are waking up to this morning, and what a story it is. Labour has won the general election in dramatic style. Let's just show you now some of the key numbers of the night. Sir Keir Starmer is entering Number 10 with a landslide majority. He's got 409 seats, currently tracking second only to Tony Blair in 1997. So a huge win for the Labour Party. The Conservatives, though, down on 120 seats in total. That's down 20% when it comes to their vote share, and they are having a record-breaking night for all of the wrong reasons. They are lost the most amount of seats, more than any other Conservative party ever in an election. Let's listen now, shall we, to Sir Keir Starmer. He was speaking earlier on today at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern, updating his campaign message from change to change begins.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour